up?
Nope.
All across the
Just
board.
popped right up onto me.
Okay.
Alright, good.
You gotta make the post on Instagram now.
Yeah.
Share it when you can or where you can. And
Racism solved.
It pops up for you on Instagram?
On Facebook.
Facebook, on Facebook. Oh, right, we got it right now.
what's going on, guys? How y'all doing? How y'all living? This is another installment of the With All Respect podcast. We're vibing. It's about to be a good night of some solid conversation. I put together a pretty decent panel, if I do say so myself, and I do, of guys, people that I've ran across or come across throughout my life, who share their own independent views that I value, and a lot of the time I have these sit-down conversations with them one-on-one, and I'm excited to see how it breaks down and how it goes when we all sit down and have a conversation together. Today, we're gonna be serving a lot of food for thought. I'll say that. You're good. Let it rock. Are we gonna have to pick another song? No kidding. I just want you guys to know I'm very sedity when it comes to my beers. Like, I pour it out of the glass into a solo. Right. No, I just always say it because, like, it's just me. It's how I rock. You know what I'm saying?
It's what makes you you.
Yeah. You ain't got time for that, huh? Right. That's not my fault. Women like me.
Tag me in that.
Share.
I'm not getting anything on the Instagram.
No, she's doing it now because on her phone. I don't know why she's doing it on the computer. Why are you full screen?
I was taking a picture of it.
Oh. You right. Everybody hear this? She over here talk. Oh, they can't hear you though. Yeah, because she don't got a microphone in front of her. I like this. I like this setup.
Derek, I'm just gonna steal somebody's mic.
Oh, you just hit just like any woman.
Yeah.
Just come hijack shit. Take it.
Take what's not yours.
I want what's yours. Like,
Just because.
right. Let's go. Share it. Let's go.
No, I can do it.
I can't do nothing unless we get
I
the.
can't, but you can.
The people can't see us. They deserve to see us.
Alright, ready?
All right, after a little bit of banter, we live.
Let's do this.
Can we tell her to shut up?
It's literally at the end. So when it's done, we'll it's literally like 2 more seconds. So just be ready to press the I. It's gonna be a good
You
one.
guys don't run into any issues playing music?
So what it is now it's fair use overall. What we will see is that the countries that don't allow that song, it's blocked for that portion that the song is involved. So it'll be muted in that area. Like we play.
Same thing.
Was it?
Switch to WADcast, not yours.
I don't know what you're saying.
I think it's the same thing.
I'm on WADcast now. Yeah, it's on there now. You did that already? Alright guys, she's gonna figure out the technical difficulties on the Instagram end of things, but while she does that, and we're gonna get that going on the shares, we're gonna take a moment to introduce everybody in the podcast. You guys know me, I'm just here to moderate. Obviously I'll chime in here and there because your boy can't shut up for too long. But You guys are gonna be the ones leading today's conversation, and I hope, and I kind of know, just knowing who you guys are, you all have already come here with questions that you would like to bring up and talk about, and potentially have answered or even just deliberate on, right? So what we'll do is we'll go around and introduce ourselves. Yeah, let's do that. So to my right,
Chris, Donahue. I don't know what else you want me to say.
I'm single. I like long walks on the beach.
You know, I'm a very pretty man, but
There you go.
you know.
Brian, just, hey, it's here to have a good time. Sam, Jimenez, 32 years old. I've known Derek for a long time now.
Quite a while, yeah.
Yeah.
That was. I think I met your. I think I met your sister in middle
Yeah.
school. And
Yeah.
I met you. It was either middle school or right at the beginning of high school. So it's been a while.
James,
It's been a while.
your brother, was actually my classmate.
Ah, yes, yeah. So, like I said, I've known these guys for quite a while. I've built my own rapport with each of them, and it's one of those times where it's just like let the people who you surround yourself with or have conversations with, let them meld and see what happens. Because sometimes you create magic.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how people come together.
Right.
You meet somebody, you either, you kind of click with them, you get an exchange of information,
Right.
you kind of like, this is somebody I want to be around, talk with,
Right.
get to know.
Yep.
And then some, obviously sometimes it's like, I don't need to see this dude again.
It's like, all right, that was a good one.
Yeah.
Learning experience.
It's
But,
like, yeah, bro,
Give me a learning
I'll see you
experience,
when I see you.
Yeah.
All right.
No.
When I know you and Bri worked together, but when did you guys meet, or where did you guys meet?
At Marriott.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we met there. I was working and he was like, yo, you play basketball, huh? And I was like, what?
Because you're black?
That's definitely
Nah, that's not how it happened.
go with that.
No, actually, the way that it kind of happened real,
Organically.
yeah, it was
Crazy.
the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
Because actually, it was like 2 weeks before I found out I was having Kaylee.
Yes.
Literally, like,
Yep.
he started working. It was kind of like, oh, hey, what's up? How you doing? Whatever.
Yeah.
And it was just like, where you from? Such and such. And then I found out I'm having Kaylee, and it was like, what started as just like, hey, what's up? How you doing? Was like, yo, I'm about to have a kid, bro. And he's all like,
Word.
all right.
And I was like, well, what can I get for you?
Hey, audio
What's
sound
the
right?
registry? And let me, what do you need for the kid?
Right. How does this work? Like,
Well, you really got something for me? Like, yeah, I got you.
right. Yeah.
So that's kind of how
I still remember the first time Jen spoke about, like, when you were like explaining me to her, like, yeah, it's a real cool guy. I just found out he's about to have a kid. I want to get him something. And she said this, and I'm like, nothing we were talking about made her bring that up.
Yeah.
So I was like, it was just like honest, like, hey, when I see you guys, I thought of how he, said that. So I was like, damn, that shows me it was like, as much as I might be taken away from it, he might be doing the same, right? Like from whatever exchanges we
It
had.
shows character on Brian's end.
Right. Yeah, because the crazy guy who overshares came over in the middle of work. I was never at my station.
And after that, I'm never in my office. I was like, they're like, oh, where's Brian? Oh, he's always talking there again. That's what it was. So, hey.
Yeah.
So because you guys met, then I got to meet Brian.
Right.
So that
Right.
chain reaction.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I think we'll get into this more. That chain reaction is where we get these conversations, differences of opinion, but people bringing
I
each
see
other
the vision.
closer
I see
together.
The segue.
You know what I mean? Well, I mean, it's
that was clean.
interesting.
That was clean as fuck.
Well, it's interesting because if you'd never met Brian, I would have never met Brian. And I know last time we had a conversation, Brian educated me a little bit on some things that I didn't know about.
Right.
But so third party even, like, once removed, your interaction with Brian has affected me. Luckily it's positive.
Right.
Yes.
But
I'm glad you said it that way.
Make that clear. Right.
I'm glad you said it that way too.
After today.
Yeah,
But-
it's okay.
It could like it's always easy to be like, man, fuck that guy, right? After any kind of interaction or conversation, right? But when you go and you if the person delivers it properly and they're not trying to sun you, and it's more of a let me teach what or even just show. It doesn't have to be me teaching or preaching. This is what I've researched or I know. Just like and research whatever. You bring that to the table, I bring it to the table. So when I share that, I'm sharing. I am not trying to sun.
Yes.
That's how I always try and do it. Like when I feel someone trying to talk down to me, is when I might have an issue. It's not an issue with you saying the words you're saying. It's how you are saying it to
How
me.
you're presenting it.
Right.
The delivery.
And at no point do I feel like for you guys at least, where there's been conversations we had that have been like heavy conversations, and at the time I might have been like, man, I don't fucking know what you're saying. I don't see it, right? Where I might be thinking that, but I listen until we get to what your point or your ultimate point was, and I'm like, oh shit, I see it. All right, cool. Or I can at least try and be like, yo, this is his angle. This is the only reason he's saying it like this is because that's his life experiences. This is what brought him here. So there's some validity in that. Even if I don't see it, it's validity in it in his life.
Right. I mean, there's comfort too in the relationship that even if you never get it,
right,
and he's at the end of his sentence, you got questions.
Yes.
And you feel comfortable enough to say, I hear what you just said, but it's not registering.
Yes.
Even
this is what I'd like to find out more about.
Yeah,
right.
I think even if we're strangers, right? Like I just met the both of you, and it's like it's completely different from being on social media where you're a keyboard warrior and you don't care about offending somebody else. You don't care about like being rude and all that.
Yeah.
Like at least in person, you know, hey, this is my demeanor. This is what I'm trying to get across.
Yeah.
And it might offend you, but I'm not trying to be disrespectful. You know, it's just we're debating here and we're discussing different point of views, and you know.
Yeah, I think that's a great point on social media.
That'll get you punched in the face.
People throw out things. Oh, I'm offended with what he had to say.
Yeah.
Don't let that keyboard let you end up with a black eye.
So then they fire back with something that's offensive
And I'm
too.
guilty. I'm guilty of that.
Yeah, I think we all are. We all
Everybody
have that
touches it.
emotional response to something that's just what we feel is like outrageous or unfounded.
Right.
It's
You're like,
hard
this
to-
guy, what the
It's hard to understand
Exactly.
context in social media.
That's
Right.
true too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right, because
Understand
half of the idiots on there don't critically think in their own time.
Exactly.
That's you can expand that
You do
from
it after-
social media out into the country's population as
You
a
do it.
whole.
You
man.
only do it
Critical
after
thinking
you
is
in
a
trouble.
lost art.
Exactly.
Shit, how should I have moved? I'm glad you said that the in-person thing though. Do you remember what your response was when I was like, do you want to do it through Zoom or in person?
I don't. I think I said definitely in person.
He was like in person? Hell yeah. I was like, all right.
Assuming you
Right.
freeze and it's like
Yeah.
say again? Muted.
Well,
Like, no, you're not gonna mute me.
Even on the other end of Zoom. So if he's making a point, but when you're looking at that Zoom screen, because we do a lot of it with school now, you're not getting those little facial,
Right.
those cues that they understand or they don't understand. The body language you can't read it.
Right.
In person, just so much
You-
better.
you
For
know,
whether it's a heated argument,
Right.
or just a regular conversation, you can feel the vibe that's coming from the other person, and you can react to it.
And Zoom's bitch ass. When someone talks, if someone talks after you, it silences the first person.
Yeah,
So they
it
technically
shuts it
get
down,
like
yeah.
priority or whatever over you. I'm like, so just be quiet and like, yo, what mother? I was saying something.
I wasn't done yet.
You know how I realized this when I was on. First off, follow them. It was a Zoom meeting, but it was like a strip club kind of deal.
Hello.
And no, like you gotta you throw like your whatever, right? And there was like
$2 at your own
Nah,
computer.
it was bitcoins, like you know what I'm saying. But there was
Big money, okay.
bro. I be flossing. But what happened? You struggling over there?
No.
But no, all jokes aside, yeah. So it was like they were like, "Would you like the wings?" I'm like, "How you gonna do it? Deliver it? Like, what the fuck?" But anyways,
Never eat at a strip club.
never eat the wings at the strip club. But Magic City supposedly has really good wings. You might have to go.
Got the AC. Anybody else cold?
We can cut the
No.
AC and crack the window.
Yeah, it's all about Brian.
Find that out.
I'm freezing, man. I'm like,
And the white people are melting.
ow, man, this is.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
How do you feel about the sun hating you guys?
Yeah, I ask that question a lot.
I
What's
asked
going on with
myself,
that?
What is this? No, okay, and I'll say some stuff. Dak Prescott.
Ooh,
I didn't see it.
Oh,
I know it was bad, but I didn't
Popped
see
it.
it.
I feel.
Yeah.
I
They said
feel
compound
bad.
fracture and broken ankle.
Yeah, and out for 4 to 6 months, and I feel like, man, the Dallas Cowboys did not
Believe in him.
do him
Right.
justice.
Right.
This guy has.
Why you
it's-
say
it's
that?
Because
Not enough protection.
The reason that they're as popular as they are now
Right.
is because of him and Ezekiel Elliott.
Mhm.
And Ezekiel Elliott has not been producing
Last 2 years.
the last
easy.
few years that compared to what they're paying him. Now that they're not paying him, he was on his rookie contract the first 3.
Right.
They franchised him this year.
Yeah.
So now it's like he's not guaranteed that money. So now it's like, how much faith do you really have in him to say, hey, you're our guy and we're gonna pay you now after an injury, after
Right.
a catastrophic injury.
Yeah.
Because they, as businessmen, you're gonna say, we at the beginning we're like, hey, it's like, sorry, we found a better candidate. On to the next.
As a businessman, you're gonna cut your losses.
Yeah, but
Why is
what
that
he-
okay for
what-
the organization to say that, but they want players to have a loyalty to
Oh,
an
yeah,
organization?
And what he brought to that organization was,
Yeah.
was heavy.
Yeah, it was one of those. It was the big the one thing I always fall back to. Right, I forgot who said it, but they were like, people shit on LeBron James as much as they do, but you got to remember LeBron James is the person that had a cup of Coca-Cola was $20 at the center or whatever arena they play in. $20 for a cup of Coke. When he left, they was basically giving away tickets, right? So it's like you, and then also it's gonna go to like the difference in the NBA and the NFL, but the NFL, I feel like they should be the ones making the more money and overall for sports, in the sense that you're risking more in your body. Same thing with hockey. Hockey, they're out there risking, like we're talking about heavy brain injuries and things like that.
Yeah.
You're not gonna see that in basketball right now.
Also, silently getting paid.
Yeah,
Very
yeah,
well.
right.
But it's
Yeah.
not something that's brought to the forefront as basketball and the NFL.
I
Right.
agree with you in principle, but again, if you go back to the business
Right, that's fine.
aspect of it, NFL makes the money.
Bro.
The NFL brand makes the money.
Oh,
so
yeah.
the NFL players,
$9 billion
being the more
last
popular
year, the
sport,
last 4
It's
years
the
in a row.
popularity of the
it's the
sport,
popularity
Right.
of the sport that generates that interest and income.
Right.
That then allows that form for them to become superstars. Now,
Yes.
what you're saying about LeBron James is correct. Only insofar about the Coke. You know, you and I disagree about LeBron.
How many Bird got?
Let's not talk about. There's a whole lot more competition in the league when Bird plays.
I thought I was going to hear Jordan. He said, no, Bird.
Huh?
Wow.
That's why
heard
I've
that
been waiting.
argument.
I've been
Said,
waiting
wow.
for it.
I know.
Right, because
But
he's a Bird guy.
Back to my point.
Right.
So the NFL's more popular, draws in more money.
Yeah.
So then their players should have access to more money.
Right,
Then,
right.
MLB or National Hockey League is actually pretty well known, but
Yeah.
still not as popular as the NFL.
Right.
So it's not about risk. I mean, I understand your point, and it's a good point. And it's compassion, but it's just not the way business works.
Well, that's the thing, and that's what I'm saying. Is if we're looking at it as a business, I get it, right?
Yeah.
But as fans, if you're allowing the business to be like, yo, I'm loyal to this team, cool, that's your choice. Don't shit on the player, because if the Shane Vereen and Stephen Ridley or Stephon Ridley, right? That was his name. Steven Ridley, whatever.
200.
When Ridley tore his ACL and when Vereen popped his Achilles, what the Patriots do? Release them both.
Yeah.
Which is that's the normal move,
Right.
right? And then we're like, oh damn, sucks they go,
Right.
But if a guy like look at Brady, the Patriots had
Well,
all
you
the
bring up
chance.
Brady, make me cry.
Because I'm angry. I'm angry with the organization.
Should have kept him. Let him
You
retire.
should have
Keep
done.
him
You
like
no,
that.
even then,
Yeah,
you should
build
have been
around him.
paying this guy right the last 4 to 5 years of his contract, because he had given you so much already.
Yeah.
6 championships? A dynasty?
Well, I'm
A
just-
dynasty, but
a
also
dynasty.
I'm
he
just
would
saying the
take
pay
those
cuts
pay
the whole
cuts,
time.
yeah.
Dynasty
Right.
in sports, period.
So
Yeah.
Period.
Brady knowing the business aspect or thinking the business side of it or whatever, or even if it's just a loyalty to Robert Kraft, right? He's already saying, I'm willing to take less for you, for us. Let's get this done, right? If someone does you something or do you a solid, you make sure you have them later, right? No matter when it is, if you can, you do.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Did they do that for him? No. I ain't mad he went to the Buccaneers. I hope he go and he thrives. I don't know about winning the Super Bowl, but I hope he thrives.
They just signed
He's
in.
got
He's got
AB.
weapons.
Yeah.
Antonio Brown knows how to play with Brady also.
Right.
Some people kind of downplay.
Right.
He's
When he
played
was
with him.
when he was here, he
Yeah.
looked
Come on,
good.
like,
For that game.
It's because he runs his routes. He runs
Yeah.
routes really clean, and Brady is a master at placing the
About
ball
precision.
before you get there.
Yeah.
You know, and another guy like that is Rodgers, who gets the ball where he got to go before the player gets there.
Yeah, but he's overrated too. If you look at Rodgers,
Right.
if you look at Rodgers' record against teams that are 500 or above,
Right.
he's got a losing record. Against
Overall.
when he plays teams that have a record, they're 500 or better, he ends up with a losing record. If you
Wow.
span it across his career,
Right.
he has a way, and he can't come back from behind. I was just watching Colin Cowherd.
That's my
You know
guy.
that
Howard,
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's my guy.
And he
The
did this
pepper
whole
hair?
bit on him. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was talking about Rodgers, how if Rodgers is trailing,
Right.
they've lost that game. Rodgers will play with a lead, and he plays well. And he's got talent, don't get me wrong. But he's not like Brady can come from behind.
Right.
He's proven that again and again. There's other quarterbacks in the league that can come from behind.
Different breed.
Um,
Yeah, they-
Mahomes.
Yes.
Watson.
Who's
Jackson.
out in Seattle there?
Russell
I'm
Wilson.
trying to find Wilson. But
Peyton
Rodgers-
Manning was a big one. Peyton
Right.
Manning was a real big one too.
Rodgers just doesn't do that.
Right.
And he's always thrown in this conversation. I really think it's overrated. He's only got one Super Bowl now. I know winning a Super Bowl is a big deal.
Right.
But if you're going to compare him with multiple Super Bowl winners or guys that have been in multiple Super Bowls, you know, you got to bring more than that one ring.
Yeah.
You got to bring some stats that back up his quote unquote greatness, and I just don't think he has that. He's a
agree.
talented QB. He deserved the ring that he won,
And just leave
and
it
he
there.
deserves to be looked
Look at
upon as a threat every
Yes.
Sunday on the field.
Right.
But is he an elite guy like
Like
Brady?
Brett Favre.
Or
Brett
Brett
Favre.
Favre?
And he replaced him.
Yeah, I don't see that.
You know who? Do you follow sports much?
Not that much.
Do you watch here and there, or
Here and there,
whatever?
yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna throw this out there real quick, and then we can figure out whatever we're gonna go on to. If you had to go top 5 quarterbacks right now, who do you have
Active guys?
active?
It's tough. The schedule's been so wacky this
Last
season.
last
but-
last
Let's
through.
say last season too.
Uh,
Let's
two
factor
or-
last season.
Yeah,
2 or 3.
yeah. Well,
Whatever.
I think you go Mahomes.
Mhm.
I haven't seen the kid from Baltimore play this year,
Jackson.
but if you just judge from last year, forget about it. They super talented.
MVP.
Wilson, yeah, very much, very well could be, and I think Brady's in there. That's
Is this
four.
an order?
No
Just
particular order.
okay. I have an order, and I don't know.
Oh,
if everybody
I
like
don't.
it.
I don't even know if I could round that out with somebody.
I can. I feel it's
Yeah.
kind of solid, especially
Yeah.
with like if you because I went like with stats. Like I'm big with like figuring out who get like what touchdowns, what's your interception ratios, and all that kind of stuff,
Right.
right? Because my whole life, or not my whole life, but a majority of my sports like competitiveness against other people, like talking about who played. Every time the stats thrown in my face, or go check that. No,
Yeah.
bro, you should already have it when you were at the table, right? And like for me, when I give my 5, I'll explain why.
His first one was LeBron James.
Yeah.
For quarterback.
For quarterback, yeah. LeBron is the best
LeBron
basketball
is every sport.
player,
Golfer,
best tight end, best
baseball
MLB player.
everything. LeBron
LeBron.
is the one.
I don't want to
Sorry.
hear it. I don't want to hear it. Go. If you
If LeBron played football, he'd be
He's
the
a
best at
beast.
football.
and you had to. So did you round out your 5th?
I don't really have a 5th. Again, the season. Well, I don't want to say something and
Right.
be
okay.
like way off. So
No.
I mean,
Well, I'm just
those
saying, like, who
those are
you
the
thought.
QBs I've seen play. you
Right.
know?
Right.
And
So who would you say your
I would have
5?
to
You had to
say,
round out.
I would have to agree. Mahomes 1, Jackson 2, Russell Wilson 3. What's the one I'm thinking about? Kyler Murray 5, and
Kyler Murray.
what was the one?
Didn't expect that.
One of the guys that you said.
Brady.
No, sorry.
I mean, he had
You
a
know
couple
who-
of good
you know-
games
you
the
know
last
who's a
couple
fan
games.
of?
I'm
The motherfuckers that beat us in that Super Bowl.
I'm factoring last
The
year. and
Giants
now.
or the
Phillies.
Eagles?
Baby.
Yeah, fuck
And I
Philly.
will not put Wentz in there at
Go
all.
ahead. Go.
So I have Mahomes,
right.
Jackson, Westbrook, not Westbrook.
Wilson.
Wilson, Murray. I'm forgetting one person. What was your list again?
Your list, but with
no,
Brady.
it's one of your guys without Brady.
No, same list, but he had Brady.
Yeah.
Wow,
That was his
who am I
5th,
missing?
or a 5th person.
The 4th would have to be. I don't know. Like I
Yeah,
don't know.
it's-
So I'll have to bump Kyler Murray up to 4 then. I don't have a 5th.
Yeah.
Okay, I have.
I
So
don't have a 5th. Josh Allen maybe. That's 5.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen's 5.
From the Bills.
Yeah.
He's gotten better as he went, but
I'm trying to think of
yeah.
other teams. Like
Right.
Josh Allen's
so
pretty
I guess
good.
there's not that many real elite guys.
You're
You're
right
right.
now. You're right. Yeah.
I'm surprised you. Number 1, I say Jackson. I say Jackson because he has less weapons and has done as much as he has.
Okay.
My 2 and 3 are 2A, 2B, however you want to swap them out. Mahomes and Deshaun Watson.
That's my 4. That was the one. That's the one.
I switched
Watson
them out
4,
because
Kyler
their
Murray 5.
numbers are the same.
Yes.
They threw the same amount of touchdowns
Yes.
to interception
That's
ratio.
what I was thinking about. Yes.
We celebrate Mahomes because he has the show. He has the big shots down the field. Watson had who? One guy. Now he's gone. Hopkins.
That's gone,
Yeah.
And that's
And-
why Kyler Murray is where he's
Right.
pulled up.
Kyler Murray now emerged because he already has a solid receiver who's a proper like athlete and carries himself a clean way, right? And Larry Fitzgerald. So what I say? I said 2, 3.
You said
So-
1, 2A, 2B.
Yeah. So that's.
Yeah, you didn't
1
follow
to
your
3.
own rules.
No. That's
Yeah.
no. I'm saying you can switch 2 and 3. However, 4 would be Russell Wilson, and so 1, 2, 4,
Russell Wilson's name now.
and then
Deshaun Watson have a Super Bowl though.
Huh?
Deshaun Watson doesn't have a Super Bowl.
but I'm just saying in play as of late.
Stats, yes, but
Right,
we said
right.
last year and this year.
Right, that's fine. Watson, if we're gonna put,
Well, he wasn't really supported last year.
Who?
Watson.
no, not at
I
all.
mean, they
Remember,
didn't have a
remember,
line
he-
for
That's
him.
why I would drop him to 4.
But
because
remember last year
Wilson has had
he also just came back off of an injury, and put numbers up as our league MVP or the league MVP before, which was what's his name, Mahomes.
Okay.
Every year, him and Mahomes was the same around the same numbers,
Okay.
and that's what I'm saying is like he did it with less. And I think my 4th guy was oh shit, I don't know, was it Breeze?
Is Breeze not? I was about to say, is he not
He's
relevant
still
anymore?
playing.
Or he
Well,
just-
I think
Breeze
he's
I watched the
relevant.
last
was
game
just
and he was-
solid, but I'm trying to think, was that my 4th guy?
Breeze without the tools, the
Right,
force,
right, that's what I'm
he
saying.
He has been struggling.
That's the
this year.
same. I'm not saying
Struggling.
Roethlisberger.
Michael
I'm not
Thomas
saying
has
Rodgers.
not
I'm not
been there,
saying.
and he has been struggling. And Taysom Hill has not stepped up.
Well, you know
enough.
what? Because I could also put Brady, but at the same time, it's kind of like that's my fan base. I'm a fan of them, but that's why I was trying to be as objective and go like by who put what numbers up. Don't get me wrong. I know 100% the run we've seen with Mahomes and probably are going to continue to see as long as he's healthy and they do it right.
Well, so
it's gonna be
always the
good.
issue with these mobile quarterbacks.
Right.
How long can they sustain these?
And
runs?
I didn't think of Murray. I didn't think that was a good fucking that was a pick.
Now, with the way the NFL is structured, it is more geared towards a mobile quarterback than it was before.
Well, they
so
saw
now it's like,
that,
no,
yeah.
it's not about wear and tear now because they're building the offense around them. So it's not they're getting beat up like a Vic or a
Yeah.
Cunningham or
Cunningham.
a McNabb. You know what I mean? It's not.
Right.
It was
Yeah.
strictly stay in the pocket, throw the ball. Now
Right.
it's like, no, we're running options. We're
Right.
doing other things to kind of mix it up.
Yeah.
So you're not getting beat up. So no, I think it's the whole NFL is gearing itself towards a more mobile quarterback. And look at not just talking about black quarterbacks. Look at the white quarterbacks now. They're becoming more mobile.
And,
No,
big,
no,
and they're
Nobody
bigger.
brought race
That's
into
not
it
big.
except for
And
Brian.
they're
I'm just
bigger.
saying, though, that's something that's
Right.
important to say is that it crosses all racial lines. Everyone is becoming more mobile because it's important.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's important.
The
to have
only
that
thing I
option.
would say to that, and I think you're absolutely right. The NFL is moving that way. It's more exciting. It's more, the fans get into it more. It's definitely fun to watch, but it only takes one hit. And
Yes.
once they cross that line, they're not a quarterback
That's the
anymore.
NFL period, though.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I'm
Look
just saying that's why it's tough to sustain because once they cross that line of scrimmage, they're fair game to get hit just like a running back, just like anybody else.
Let's look at Joe Theismann though. He didn't run. Career
That's
ending.
true.
So
That's true.
it's not. It's the
Yeah.
NFL. It's the NFL.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I can't,
Well,
I
that's
can't
why
really,
I'm
I
saying-
can't really contribute that on the
No,
mobileness of.
No. What I mean is because they put themselves out there a little more.
Mhm.
Now there's more opportunities for them
True.
to get hit. Not that the NFL has anything to do with it per se, but once you start running, dudes are looking to hit you.
True. Yeah. But the quarterbacks are also a lot larger and stronger than they used to be.
That's
also.
very true.
So
But
they-
I mean, look
so
at
they can
Cam.
take-
What's Cam? 6'1",
Yeah.
6'1",
I
something
got
like
one
that.
for
He's
you.
pretty
Bigger than
mobile
Roethlisberger.
and he's
Right.
strong.
beast.
Allen's a big dude
He's
too.
a monster.
They're like tight end. They're built of a tight end, like height.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Broad
they
ass
can take a
shoulders.
hit. So it's
Right.
not really the mobileness.
Well,
of
I
the
mean,
quarterback.
time
It's
out
like,
though.
take
We're
a hit.
talking like 250 running full speed downhill on you.
Yeah.
That's rough. No
He
matter
do
who
The
you
well.
are.
quarterback is not gonna want
Yeah.
that smoke.
Hit
How
you
many
well,
times you
yeah.
see that clavicle injury, bro?
Done.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
A lot. Because-
But okay, that's a little portion of the sports. We'll get back to it, I'm sure.
Yes.
But yeah, let's dive into like a little bit of some of the little like spicy salacious stuff. Thumbs.
Thumbs. I have
Thumbs.
2. What?
No, just me. Forget it. Okay.
What the fuck is that? all?
Okay, so I'm sure.
I don't know what it means.
Well, I'm not sure if everybody's watched it, but I'm sure you've seen some of the presidential debates that have gone on 2 days ago. I think it was.
Oh, I didn't watch the latest one. I watched the first one.
Yeah,
And
I went and watched it.
It's a
I laughed.
carnival show.
I laughed. It
Yeah,
was good.
I can't say I want to waste my time. My time
Right.
is very valuable to me. man.
Right. Me
It's
too.
Yeah.
But I figured
I
it would
could
come
be
up
doing
at some point for
absolutely
this.
nothing, and that's
Yeah.
worth more than watching these two dudes.
Yeah. Well, so I checked it out just in case like the conversation came about, and I was able to speak on it. And I'd have to say, I don't know who was moderating the show as a whole. Was it CNN?
Kristen Welker, I think she's from NBC.
NBC or something?
Yeah.
On Fox News?
No, it's not her. The first one was
first one was
Chris Wallace
yeah,
from
Chris
Fox.
Wallace,
The
right.
second
right.
one, it was on Fox News, but had
It was
The debates are on
Yeah,
all
they're
the-
all
all
on.
the
They're
channels.
It's on
I
everywhere.
thought it was like
Yeah.
thought that was the main platform was on
I
Fox News.
no, I thought it was
No.
I thought it was CNN.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
but I could be
Never
wrong.
mind. Okay.
I feel like she handled herself very well. Like overall, with not being, like picking a side or unbiased, right, or biased, whatever. She allowed, like when they would say like 1 second, let me respond. 10 seconds go.
Yeah.
That's proper moderating. Let if he try and throw something slick, you can't just let it be said like thrown out there. Now we all heard that. Regardless, you can't take
Yeah.
what we heard back. So give him a chance to be like, yo, all right, you say this, I counter. However, I feel she did a good job on that. What I will say, as much as they were preaching the whole silencing the mics if it wasn't your turn to respond, I feel like they kind of fucked up a little bit on Biden's end. There was 2 or 3 times where Biden's mic wasn't muted, and while Trump was giving his response, Biden was able to speak. And I was like, mind you, I'm not for either party, either side.
Yeah.
If you're saying these are the rules, then let's lay it. Say it again. What happened?
I honestly believe that there's the majority bias in the media. Fox News is obviously gonna be
it is
conservative,
Yeah.
Right.
but the other side is going to be. There just happens to be more liberal-leaning media outlets than there are conservative-leaning.
Gotcha.
I agree. Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Yeah.
So do we know? So do we all understand that Fox News is deemed a entertainment
Shut up.
network?
I will concede that if you'll
In the
concede
Supreme-
that
no,
for
in the Su-
CNN.
It's not. No. I'm talking about.
It's
Fox
li- it's
News
literally
was
listed as-
sued. It's
Oh,
listed
oh,
as
yeah.
an entertainment
Shut
because
up.
of what they were saying. It was not factual,
yeah.
and they were called, the Supreme Court said no. You're an entertainment network. That's how they're still on the platform now.
Whoa, I didn't know that. That's
MSNBC has not had that at all.
Wow.
Okay.
Well,
Because of-
if the argument is there's bias, then that would end up being
No, it's not
the
bias. It's
case.
fact. It's facts. The things that are being distributed, the vehicle of Fox News. A lot of this stuff is not factual, but it's taken as fact, and it's
That
been
depends
disproven.
that depends on the person's pre-existing view. So like,
So that
and
means
I'm not saying that I agree with everything Fox says, but the idea is that Fox was created because they looked at all the other mainstream media and they were like, we need something that's different.
Okay.
And so they came up with the idea of Fox. I don't remember the guys that created
Murdoch.
Rupert
yeah.
Murdoch.
And so you have like 9-10 media sources that lean a certain way, and then you have the mainstream, the one media source that leans the opposite way. And so it's like, of course all the voices are gonna say it's not fact or it's fake news or they're distributing lies. It just kind of depends on where you land to begin with. If you approach the subject already with pre-existing views, then you're gonna say, yeah, it's a lie.
Okay.
You know, it's
Now who came up with the fake news and propaganda part?
it was
that
probably
side.
Trump. I don't know.
Yeah,
I-
exactly.
yeah.
So it's not.
I think you can attribute that
I agree with-
quote fake news to Trump, but as far as propaganda as you mentioned,
Yeah.
propaganda has been happening in
Forever.
the mainstream
In the
media
world.
for a long
In the
time.
world.
Yeah,
I agree,
yeah.
but-
well
so-
before Trump.
So to your stance of where you start with it. So if you start on a base of non-facts, it's kind of tough to say that. Okay, someone that's coming from and mind you,
Yeah.
and let's put out there that I'm independent. He's independent. Don't know what your
And now he's
thing
speaking for me.
Yeah.
No, you told me that. No, he told me that.
I'm
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
libertarian-ish.
So what
I'm not
what I'm
registered.
saying
He's
is,
an independent
no matter
man.
where you stand, you should be able to listen and be able to choose.
Absolutely,
Where
yeah.
where you kind of fall.
Yeah.
But when you're coming with things that are, when you fact check I
Yeah.
don't use fact check. When you look something up or research something and it's like, that doesn't really come into line what you were telling me.
Well, I think Sam and I are in agreement that you're right. You're absolutely right that you fact check a lot of this stuff and it's bogus, but you're getting that from the other side as well.
Exactly.
And I think what Sam says.
I didn't say you weren't.
Right. No, I know.
I didn't say you weren't.
But and correct me if I'm wrong, Sam. Your point was you got one Fox News, whereas you got CNN,
right. Yes.
MSNBC.
Yes.
There's a handful of others that are definitely liberal leaning.
But
and you can say they're not all you want. And I'm not saying that's what your stance is. But people can argue that they're news and they're unbiased, but it's just not true. You can watch them and see that it's not true. So if you're 4 against 1, 5 against 1, you're now getting inundated with a higher percentage of one point of view than you are from the other.
But my thing is, why, Sam? Why aren't you stepping up? Or why, whoever the conservative side, which I don't feel like conservatives. There's a problem with being conservative. But why isn't there a factual side of that? Like, there's a lot of money out there to kind of start a network and start to do that. There's no way that you have 7 other networks that had enough money to do that, and Fox is the only one. My thing is, come to the people of this country with factual things from your side to make us make a decision, to make a
the whole
valid
game. They keep
decision.
doing the side.
Like, that's what I'm saying.
I think you got to look at what sells, Brian, and what does sell.
But that would sell, because that would be like, hold on. Fox is on that level. They're going totally right. They're crazy. But this side is actually lining up to the values that I'm actually thinking about.
No, but
so
see, here's the thing.
That
It's the marketing. It's the marketing that goes around the entire shaping of American thought. It's this idea that the only people that are biased are people that are either conservative or libertarian, and Fox News, and then everybody else in the media, everybody is CNN, NBC, CBS, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal. All these people are just objective journalists who are taking a neutral position. And the reality is there's not one single person that has a neutral position in the entire world on anything.
Everyone has an agenda.
So, but here's my point. Like what this is like, and I like to use the analogy of your glasses. It's like, this is your worldview.
My dumbass here thinking he about to wipe his glasses, man.
No, I mean the point is, like, whatever you view, whatever fact is presented to you, or whatever piece of data is presented to you, the first thing that you do is you view it through your lenses, through the lens that you already have. So if you don't like what's presented to you, it's easy for you to label it as
dismiss it out of hand.
Yeah, it's a lie. It's not factual. It's whatever. So you have.
Well, no. But if you come back, it's not that you're viewing it through that it's not fact. No, it's either a fact or it's not. There is no middle ground. It's not how I view it.
I agree.
It is what it is.
But the marketing is this, that there's everything that does not fit into the mainstream pop culture idea is, and we see this all the time. It's cancel culture. It's shutting people down. It's stopping the conversation. I mean, to the point where, like, hey, Kevin Hart made a joke a really long time ago, and he loses his chance. So it's, and the worst part is, we want to say, like, hey, we're so woke and we're gonna include everybody else, but it doesn't matter often if the person that you're shutting down is somebody that's a minority, somebody that the left would consider underprivileged. It's still a part of the marketing culture that's happening right now. If you don't fit into it, you're just gonna get canceled.
So what you said was the left feels like the minorities are underprivileged, is what you pretty much just said, and that I don't feel like that is totally factual in that statement.
Because you don't think that the Democratic or the liberal side of things aren't saying that the black population, the minority population is underprivileged or underrepresented. You don't feel that is a talking point on that side?
I feel like it is a talking point, but it is something that the Democrats have found. They found a way to tap into that, which the right has not. Okay. I feel like
it sounds like you're in agreement.
If the right, I said if like I said, find a network that is about facts, that is about the right. Then you have something to argue with. Because you have, okay, so out of the 7, or you said 9 left.
I mean, I just
So
threw
I
out
think
a
it's
number,
like
but
7
it's,
or
whatever
so.
number
it's
it
an
is.
overwhelming number
So
compared to the
whatever
yeah.
number it is, you're talking about. So maybe out of that 7 or 9 or 10 or whatever, you have one that may be really factual.
I
You
don't
have
know.
No. I said mainstream because if you're
Well,
if you're a
mainstream is like 4 or 5.
no,
So
if you're a libertarian and you're a conservative, you realize, hey, there's nothing on TV that actually represents me or speaks to me.
Mhm.
So you go into the dark web and you start pulling out all these other. I mean, I just say dark web, but it's
you look for where you feel good.
Well,
Represented
because-
or aligned with.
represented.
That you feel that
Yeah.
represents you. Feel
Right.
that represents
Exactly.
Right.
you. Not necessarily
exactly.
that it represents
Oh,
you,
yeah.
but that feels like it represents
Right,
you.
right.
Well, I think his point was,
You see what
correct
I'm
me against him, he wasn't saying that Fox News is what's representing him. He's just saying
Exactly.
there's 4 or 5
Yes.
on
Right.
one
No,
side and
then
one on the other, but neither of them are telling you the truth of the whole
Exactly.
story
I did not
or
disagree
the
with that.
facts.
That's what I did
or
not
anything.
disagree with that.
Exactly.
I did not disagree with
I'm
that.
just trying to clarify for
I
the
understand
audience, my
that.
friend.
I'm fully on board
But
with that
the
one.
issue is, I think
I just-
at least Fox News will tell you, like, hey, this is how we lean. CNN has been playing for years that they're objective and that they don't lean a certain way.
Well,
I
would
gotta
say-
counter all of
I
that.
would say
Right.
that
They're
I don't
very
know
swaying.
because Fox
When did you ever
Fox
see
is
Fox
always
take a stance?
advertised as fair and unbalanced.
Right.
Yeah, that's
That's
true.
their
Yeah,
Fox
catchphrase.
News never
Yeah.
sways. Fox
So-
News never sways. Fox
Yeah.
News never says
Are we doing
on the other
wrestling?
side, even if it's a topic that is
I mean, you brought
true
it.
to
I ain't gonna say no.
So
true to what is important to the people of America.
yeah.
They never have agreed with the other side ever, or the moderates, the independents. They never agree with that.
it's
Yeah,
so
like-
this is where I
Rarely.
think it's unfair because we do this to CNN and Fox News. You have the old Don Lemon or Don Lemon. You have the old Don Lemon who's actually agreeing.
Is it not
Lemon.
Yeah,
Lemon?
it's Don Lemon, right?
It's lemon.
I've heard
It's
it
fucking
say,
lemon.
yeah.
It's like
It's-
Powell and
We're not
Paul.
making it
Yeah.
fancy. It's the fucking lemon. Your name is spelled Lemon. You're lemon.
There's
Like,
the,
let's
yeah.
go. Continue. Lemon. What the fuck?
Yeah. There's the
I'm sorry,
old
shouldn't
Don
say
Lemon
You
that
got-
you know you
What's
have.
the name of the podcast?
Okay. I'm listening. I'm sorry.
There's the old Don Lemon that agrees. You have videos of him agreeing with Bill O'Reilly, and then you have other people in Fox agreeing with some of the commentators on CNN.
When did
This
that
is
happen?
old. This is old. This is
Oh, they was back in the
It's
day.
it's
yeah.
devolved.
Do they
The
still-
media's
wait, 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 wait,
devolved.
It has.
That was before the court case where they were deemed an entertainment network.
See,
That was when they were still a
Yeah.
legitimately backed journalistic network, where they were supposed to just report on the facts of whatever side it was.
So let me ask
and
you a
it wasn't
question.
happening.
Do you think CNN should be labeled a entertainment network?
Or at least
If-
investigated
now-
in the same manner.
Investigate in the same manner, yes.
That's fair.
But it hasn't happened, and when that happens, yes, if it is deemed that, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
But the thing
Okay.
is, Fox went somewhere that I don't know specifically. They went somewhere that they
Yeah.
should have gone,
Yeah.
and it went to the Supreme Court, and they were like, "Yeah." It went.
Yeah.
It took levels, not straight, but it took levels to get there.
Yeah,
So it's
I
like-
honestly
that's
don't.
what I'm
I
saying.
didn't know that.
Yes,
I've never heard that
learned
before.
yeah.
Yeah, look it up. I'm telling you, look it up.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Nobody's
my
telling
first
me a
time,
lie.
yeah.
I'm just saying.
No,
I've never
I
heard
feel,
that.
I feel, but that's the point. It's fine. We're educating each other here.
Right.
We're here to
I-
talk, and
it's-
so I want to learn from you guys.
Yeah.
Just like you don't have to learn from me, but I'm here to learn and see the other side.
Yeah.
Because
Well, I don't
I
know.
think
I
that's a
think
great
we
point,
talked.
though. If it
That's
is,
what
yeah.
it is. Yeah.
Well, we talked a lot before the cameras went on.
Yeah.
And I don't know how
We had some
much
good
we're on
conversation there.
opposite sides.
I feel you. I
You
feel
know?
you.
I mean, we have some
That's all I'm saying.
some points that we might disagree about, but I think we're pretty in line in what we want for the country, or what
Yes.
we
They're
want
both
for the people
toxic.
of the country.
Yes.
We are both toxic.
See, I think, and this is what I think has changed in the discourse of American politics is that back in the day, you have these senators and they'll talk about how they used to disagree, and then they'd meet in the halls of Congress and have drinks together.
Yeah.
It's
Right?
all the same.
And the idea was that, hey, we want the exact same thing. We have different ways of approaching these things, and that's where we disagree.
Just
But
find a way.
but we want the same thing. Now the argument is you don't care about poor people, or you don't care about black people, or you don't care about white people, and so you've just characterized a moral stance on your opponent.
Yes.
That's like the worst kind of person that you could possibly be dealing
Right.
with.
Okay.
And so it provides this like barrier. Like I don't want to talk to that. I honestly, let's be honest. If Derek would have invited somebody here that was like a known racist, you'd be like, I think all of us would team up against that person because nobody wants to talk to that guy. Like there's nothing valuable that he would contribute to the conversation. This is perfect.
Yeah.
So would it be? What was I gonna say? It was. I have to say I agree with what you're saying. No argument with that. But I forgot what I was going with. So it was a good statement.
I want to jump in before if the conversation changes. What I will say, like you guys said, we always have to remember that this all is entertainment because it is the media still. The media always wants to find that salacious story. It doesn't matter if it's right, get it out there first.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know what the biggest turning point for me was? The Kobe Bryant death or the tragedy. What they do? They said all of Kobe Bryant's family was there. Multiple media outlets did it. No one went and did the research or went and go figure that shit out. Everybody ran with the story that his whole family died.
Oh yeah.
Well,
That is not okay.
That's knee-jerk reporting, and that's been going on for a long time.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is let's not get so caught up in the CNN this, NBC and all that.
Let's get to the bottom. What caused that? That type of reporting, not the Kobe Bryant thing in particular, is the 24-hour news cycle.
Right.
These news stations now, and I quote unquote news stations, have to fill 24 hours of content, and they can't.
July too.
The world. I mean, there's a lot of things that happen in the world. Don't get me wrong, but they cannot. You cannot legitimately fill 24 hours with news, fresh stories that have just occurred. All right, there has to be editorial, and that's fine. But what they're doing is selling editorial now as news, and an editorial or an op-ed is not news; it's opinion.
Yes.
And they've made a choice. Fox on one end, CNN on the other.
Yeah.
They've made a choice on what their viewpoint is going to be, and it's left on CNN and it's right on Fox, but it's not news because you can look at even when we know it's a news story, the Kobe thing in particular, right? They'll both report it, right? CNN reported it, and Fox reported it. Whether they got the details right or wrong is a different conversation, but they both reported it. Yeah. But then you peel it back, and there's editorials on stuff, right? Now politically.
I was waiting
on that.
Come on. Appreciate you guys.
Now,
I think we all agree that.
I'm sorry. Let me just finish my thought, or else it'll leave my head. Politically is where you really see it abused. This editorial viewpoint or this editorial approach to news. Right. All right. So
stated as fact.
Trump says this, and or Biden says that. Trump says this, and CNN is going to say, well, this is what he meant. This is the context. Whereas Fox will say, no, this is what he meant. This is the context.
So they want to always.
If you watched him say it and have the exact quote, or if you were there, they both may be completely off. Yeah. And it goes for anybody, not just Trump. Any politician, anything that might have to do with politics, they jump on it with their own twist or spin.
Well, it's because, like you said, everybody has an agenda. Right. And like he also said, everybody wants to see it through their lens. My thing, and I think this is where I'm getting caught up with the whole political aspect of anything, right? Is that I'm kind of fed up with let's stop making it us and them. Yes. All we want, and when I say we, of course it does, because you always want to feel like your team or you're on the good team or the right side, right? No matter what, remember, in the end, if America falls and crumbles, we all fall and crumble. Right. Remember this: if America doesn't pass something that might need to be passed, or if we fuck up and don't move the right way, we all fall on the wrong side of history, right? Yeah. So
because we're one nation.
So and the problem
one
is,
nation,
we're a Republican. We're a republic, actually.
What does it say? A nation.
No, it's a nation, but we're a republic, right? We're not a democracy, but
in our pledge of allegiance.
Right. But we speak the word democracy, but democracy is not mentioned in our pledge of allegiance. But
it's a democratic republic.
That's mentioned in our pledge.
But not in the pledge. It's not a pledge. But the pledge is for one nation. It's saying one nation.
When
you
pledge
pledge is more a religious thing than anything. It's not.
I don't want to argue. No.
It's more of a religious thing than actual.
Well, it says under God too.
Yeah.
Separate church and state. Right.
Well, it's like any pledge or oath. It's not necessarily based on fact. It's what you're pledging for yourself.
The Hippocratic oath is pretty fact. You need to make sure you don't kill people.
No.
I'm gonna pledge to you. I'm not gonna kill you.
But when a doctor takes the Hippocratic oath, he does that of his own volition, and it's not because of his political beliefs. He's saying, I'm pledging to do no harm, meaning I'm going to do my damnedest not to hurt my patient.
Right, allegiance is political as shit, though.
Hold on.
But it's not law.
You're right.
Time out. Well,
but neither is a Hippocratic
exactly.
oath.
It's not
what?
No, it's not law. It's not.
It's like, I'll do my best.
That's all. It's a pledge. It's a
Scott's
pledge.
Honor.
But
Scott's
I mean, think
honor.
about it.
It's an honor
You know, as a
system.
chef,
Yeah.
you're both in the food
It is.
industry. As a chef, you know, do you need a law to say I'm not going to,
No.
you know,
No, not at
poison
all.
people?
Not at all.
But
Well,
you
actually,
might
you
take.
have the law to say you're not going to.
There
You
is-
have
there's-
to learn
he's
the
saying
steps
do-
to not poison
he's
people.
saying, do you
And that's
need
not-
it
oh,
as a
that is
person?
extreme.
Do you need
I mean,
it?
poison is
Yes,
like
you
the
have to be
extreme, but
certain.
like
You have
I
to
won't
serve-
spit in
No,
somebody's
responsible
food.
so
as in
far.
for yourself. Like
Yes.
honestly, Brian, would you poison someone cooking? Not on purpose.
Yes.
That's what he said.
Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Or
Gotcha.
spit on their spit on their food.
Or spit
But
on their
what
food.
you would
Yes.
do,
Okay.
what you
Yeah.
would do is,
Ethically.
Wait,
It's
wait,
about ethics.
wait.
well,
Wait.
let's bring it back to the old.
You-
No.
brother.
That guy. I don't know.
No, never.
But
no.
what you would do, and I've heard you do this, you know, you would make a statement. You know, I'm gonna put the best food out there I can.
super sweet.
I'm gonna
Right.
put, you know, my heart and soul in it. This is gonna be the best. I've heard you say
Yeah,
this,
because
or
it
I've
comes
seen this.
from you,
know,
right,
my
right.
food is a representation of me, or whatever, something to that effect. That's you kind of taking an oath when you say I'm gonna put the best food out there I can. That's the same as the doctor saying I'm gonna do no harm. And by do no harm, they're not saying they're going to cure everybody
trying not to
because
kill
it's
nobody.
impossible.
Right.
And they're just saying they're going to do their best not to harm somebody because they're involved in a business where people are sick and hurt and injured, and bad things can go left real quick.
Right.
You know.
Right. So, with what you just said, just like on my end, and I'm sure anybody else, if we go do something, we do it with our utmost
Best intentions.
best intentions. So when you put your word to it, word is bond. I, as a man, when I say something, I will do this, right?
Yeah.
Should
Why,
be.
with any other oath, so being sworn into office, being sworn, you know, you take oath at the jury stand or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't that be the same when you do your pledge of allegiance?
It's exactly the same. If you put your hand
No,
on the
I-
Bible, and wait a minute, if you put your hand and pledge to tell the truth,
Right.
right? That has the same weight as the Pledge of Allegiance. But if you perjure yourself, now there's a law against that.
Right.
Right? So there's pledges and there's oaths, but then there's laws to prevent that. And why is perjury illegal? Well, because you might hem somebody up who didn't do anything.
It
right?
has nothing to do with religion.
Right,
That's
but
another thing.
What
Yeah.
does it?
So the law.
Shouldn't, but yeah.
It shouldn't.
Okay, go ahead.
You should say. So now we're talking about pledges and
Wait, oh, no,
and
so
doing that.
before
But it's
we
like
go
why?
to-
Well,
go ahead.
why is everything based on a religious standpoint?
Because that's the day, bro. But we'll get into
We'll
that.
get to that later.
Well,
I'm just saying. It's like that.
and again,
I'm just saying the law. I'm just saying the laws. I want to hear. I want to hear you sound.
well, when they
Because-
take the pledge, the president pledges when he gets elected. Congressmen do the same thing.
Right.
You know, and they put their hand on the Bible, or the one woman in
not
Minnesota used the Quran.
Yeah, you use
You
whatever
know,
book
but
you want.
because
It
it's
doesn't matter.
not law.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
You
not
know,
law.
there's
It's
no
whatever
law
you
that
want.
says you have to use the Bible. There's no
Yeah,
law
right.
that says you have to
Yeah,
take
yeah,
this
yeah.
pledge.
So
However, there
basically-
are laws in place to prevent corruption, whether or not they're
Yes.
being instituted
right,
against
right,
these politicians. But so you can pledge all you want, right? And a doctor will pledge, but there's laws against malpractice.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So if the doctor can prove that he did everything
Everything.
within his training, within the scope of work
Right.
that's accepted by his colleagues, there's no law broken. If he was negligent, then he's broken that law,
Right.
and he hurt some, and he's going to feel the repercussions. Same thing if you perjure yourself. Same thing if you act in a corrupt manner while serving in a public office. The oath has nothing to do with it, but there are laws to prevent that.
Right.
And so it seems like the oath is you're taking the oath and it's your moral high ground that you're relying on, but it's really not. It's the laws in place to prevent you from corruption or negligence or
What do you
something
say?
like
The
that.
oath is more
Symbolic.
anything. It's not really.
It's ritualistic, and I don't think there's anything wrong with rituals and symbology
Well, I think that's where
and
this
stuff
is
like that.
I think that's where the religion part of it comes, is because historically, even if you weren't a Christian, at least people had this idea, like, I'm swearing upon the Bible, and there's this higher being that I will be held accountable, even if I'm lying to the people and the law doesn't catch me, at least this higher being will hold me accountable.
Right.
And it actually meant something.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything today.
And
Like,
did it back then,
it
But did it back then?
I think for the most part, people
Supposedly,
had that
back
idea.
when religion was really,
You had
viewed
Judas.
upon-
Judas probably did the the same thing, and he stabbed his brother.
Well, you know,
I was thinking American
Okay,
history.
okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Steven,
he took it way back.
Well, you
I'm
can't
just
take it
saying,
way
I'm
back
just saying, like,
when
is it
religion
really-
was really what guided people's behavior. So
So you come to my point.
I
Religion
think
is
he's agreeing a little bit.
no, he is. No. But I'm saying, but religion is meant to control
Oh,
the
absolutely.
masses. To control
I
the
absolutely
common.
agree with that.
Oh,
I absolutely
It's meant-
agree
so-
with
so-
that.
Yeah, damn
But let's
right.
think about it.
Right.
Rightfully so in the early days.
And when I say
Yeah.
religion, I mean all religions, not Christianity. I mean, not just Christianity.
Yeah.
I mean because everything pretty much you had Christianity, Islam,
Yeah.
and Judaism.
Yeah.
The stories are so similar.
It's the
Well,
same
It's just
God.
it's just
Same-
it's
it's
the
the
same
same
God, but it's the same
deity.
story.
It's different prophets you follow.
Yes.
I
They're
don't
prophets.
think that's true. But
It,
yeah.
it,
Is it not?
that's
What which
but-
don't you think is true?
but let me.
I'm sorry.
Religion came. Well,
Yeah.
religion was written by who?
Man.
Yeah,
God.
but-
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. Man.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Written by man.
Yeah.
So that means as a man, as a human,
Right.
you're going to be at fault. You're going to make mistakes.
So let me just to clarify and at least set the foundation. Do you believe in God at all?
I believe in a higher being spiritually. Yes.
Okay.
So yes, I believe in God. Yes.
Okay. And you too?
No.
You don't believe in God at all?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So what makes you believe in this higher being?
Because I'm not a scientist, and I believe that in some way we were somehow brought here. I don't know the story.
Yeah.
I'm not agreeing with that.
Yeah.
But we had to come here in some form. Like
Okay.
something had to create us.
Okay.
We just didn't pop
So-
up and say, "Hey."
So
You're here.
and
There's science back
There
there.
is
but go
science
ahead.
that we.
Go ahead.
but
I
I'm
think
saying- I'm saying on
scientifically
the script,
it
yeah.
does back scientifically it does back the idea of an intelligent designer.
Okay.
But intelligent designer who
That's
does
not where I was going, but
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, but an intelligent designer who does not reveal himself
Mm-hmm.
concretely concise for us to know who he is. The most logical conclusion is that there is no designer. There is no God. If that God that exists and does not reveal himself, then there is no God unless you can know for sure that he is real.
And
So-
you
so-
religious and spiritual? You say
I
that?
am. I'm a Christian.
Okay.
Yeah. So
it's
You
coming.
said
It's
that-
coming.
Okay.
It's coming.
Okay. I gotta,
Hold on, wait for it.
I'm
No.
like,
So it just seems inconsistent to me that somebody would say there's a God, and I know that he is, but I don't know anything about him. I just kind of think that he's there. It's more consistent to
We
lean
didn't say
with the.
that.
Wait,
I didn't say
wait,
that.
faith.
No, okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm mischaracterizing what you
Yeah,
said,
go ahead,
but
yeah.
Well, faith is faith.
no, because I think that
What did that favor your argument?
no, because the
would.
argument would be, if I'm not mistaken, and I haven't asked you what you believe, except that you don't believe in God. If I'm taking the opinion of most people who don't believe in God, it's because they think that scientifically the evidence doesn't support that there is a God. Would you say that's true or not?
I would say that is true, but it's half the story.
Yes.
Okay, what's the other half?
The other half of the story, I think you've already explained. If there is an intelligent designer, why isn't he proven himself?
Okay.
And I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but I don't believe that the Bible stories are
Sure.
factual, are actual literal events. I think they're more symbolic. I think they're
Like
lessons.
myths,
I think
tales.
there's obviously interpretations like
That's fair.
I can't think of one in particular, but back before we had
The burning bush.
a
talking?
lot of like science behind this, a lot of psychology and laws and stuff. Religion itself was used because there's dangers in the world,
Yeah.
right? And if you can't explain
I
that
agree.
danger, God doesn't want you to go, in that area.
I
Well, that
agree.
area might be full of wild animals or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
easier to use a religious, and I'm not saying God in particular or Christianity in particular,
yeah.
but it's easier when there's a lot of unknown danger
Yeah.
to use spirituality or to
Yeah, yeah,
use
yeah.
a deity to guide behavior, to guide not only individuals' behavior, but behavior in a group in order to work together. Yeah, a little bit. For a common goal, what God wants us to plant, or
Yeah.
God wants us to all go in or whatever God,
Yeah.
So I think in that regard that religion has had quite a bit of importance in how we developed and we evolved as humans. And I don't say evolved like in the traditional sense. I mean how we evolved as a society.
I totally
or as a
agree
culture.
with that. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I think
That's why I could talk to you.
Yeah.
No, seriously. You don't understand how refreshing that is. That
But you can see another point of view and
you can sit there and listen
not
to
just
someone who might not
think the same way.
Think the same way or
agree with you. Yeah.
And I mean, I'm just gonna say because it's just my truth is that a lot of the times when I sit down and have conversations with people who find themselves to be religious or like to align themselves in that manner, it's almost not closed-minded, but it's like this is my way. I'll stand and take that stance. Cool. Just like I'm taking my stance. If you want to talk, let's talk, right? But when you're speaking, it doesn't matter in the end if I'm just talking to a wall, and in the end you're just like,
right? There's no.
It's all in faith. You don't have faith. Mm-hmm. If you're gonna walk away like that, why the fuck did I spend my time sitting here talking to you if you didn't take in what I said as much as I took in what you said, in the sense of conversation rather than a right or wrong?
I think you can tie that what you just said back into what we talked about with politics and what we talked about pre-podcast is the absolute lack of critical thinking ability in, I want to say in this country, but probably in the world.
Right.
If you can employ critical thinking skills, you can sit just as Sam did, listen to my side or my beliefs, entertain them, roll them around in your head. It doesn't necessarily have to change your belief.
No,
but you can see a point. You can see where somebody's coming from, and only then when you do that, whether it's politically, religiously, culturally, socially, can you actually say, okay, I get it. I see what you're saying there.
Yeah.
And what if we work together in this manner?
Yeah, exactly.
To get to where we're gonna go. But you don't get that. You don't get that with these blanket. You know, I'm a Christian and that's it. No matter what, you know.
Like we do no wrong, like
stuff like that. But that's and that's not every Christian. And I don't dislike people who have religion. You know, in some
I think you say
in
the
some
same thing
cases
I
I'm
say.
a little envious. You know, to have faith.
Right.
I mean, I think that might be something of a gift because when times get really tough, there's always somebody for a faithful person to lean on. Do you know what I mean? Whereas as an atheist, it's like. You know, I can't lean on him now, right? If I don't want to accept him when things are good, I can't be saying, hey, you know,
do you
maybe I was wrong, and then what, switch back? That's that's not who I am as a person, but
you align yourself.
Inauthentic.
You find yourself to be more on the atheist side altogether, or
I'm not
up
labeled. I am.
I
don't believe as Sam believes. I can tell as a Christian, his belief system doesn't line up with mine.
Oh,
So in the deity that he believes in, and in the Christian or the Judeo-Christian aspect of it,
right? I
don't.
But to tag on to what you said, the issue that I think a lot of people have is that when you recognize that you disagree with somebody, the automatic reaction is that person's 100% wrong, and it's just like, no, that person might be 90% right, and I just disagree with them.
Yeah,
that other 10%. Like, I disagree. I agree with you and you that some religions were created to control people. I might disagree that I don't think all religions were created to control people. There may be some religions, including not Christianity.
I should have done this in my pre-check. I'm sorry to cut you off. No allergies, right?
No.
Carry on.
Gluten-free, vegan, celery,
no.
Yeah. All right, I'll be back.
I would like to at least have the hope that some religions were created with good intentions.
With humankind.
Exactly.
Well, the fact that you say created really speaks to who you are as a man and somebody I can actually have discussions with and respect because it's too often you know ultra religious people and evangelical types are like, this is the way it is. God didn't, like he said, man created religion. You have said religions were created. So there, in both arguments, you're saying that there's discussion here because if something was created, not so much. Maybe I'm reading too much into your words, but not so much that it just appeared out of grand design, but the religion itself was created in order to worship maybe your deity. So there was some creation there from a human point of view.
Right. And
if you can say that and that's part of what you believe, then I would like to believe that you can accept the fact that humans are fallible, which all religions talk about anyway. And if humans are fallible, then the creation, or at least the dogma, can be debated.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to honestly talk to anybody that's a Christian, there's a lot of things that are debated. I mean, I mean, it's obvious
Well,
that
behind closed
there's
doors.
Baptists,
I've talked
Methodists,
to-
I want to be.
Catholics.
I want to be in that.
Yeah,
in that room.
Pentecostal. It's
Yeah.
a lot of there's
Exactly.
A lot of
So
levels
so
to it.
there is a debate, but it's true. I think humans are fallible, but if you were at least to grant me the point, like even just for hypothetical reasons, that there is a God, then that God should reveal themselves or himself to us, and the only way that he could do so is in an infallible way. Otherwise, like you said, there's no point. It's illogical. It's
Right.
inconsistent for us to believe in him. So either God has revealed himself in an infallible way using fallible people, or there is no God, and that it's just impossible. It's
And
like
that's
one or
looking
the
at it
other.
logically,
you know?
100%.
Yeah.
Which
It sounds like the argument: if God is all powerful, then he can't be all good, and if he's all good, then he can't be all powerful because of the bad things that happen to us.
no, we blame the devil for that.
Well, the devil's not really. Correct me if I'm wrong. The devil's not mentioned in the Bible,
He is, yeah.
but it's
Yeah.
real brief, isn't it?
No,
No,
throughout.
I think, yeah,
Lucifer,
he's-
No.
Like,
It's
But
throughout.
it really
He's
took
in there.
on
no.
importance when Dante wrote. I forget
The Dante's Inferno kind of deal.
Yeah, when
But
he
no.
wrote
No,
Inferno.
Lucifer.
So how much?
Yeah,
I
okay,
mean,
okay.
What, you've just said you're not a Christian, but you want to answer the Christian question.
No, I was just going off of what you were saying, where
Yeah.
the devil wasn't really spoken on the
Well, I
Bible
don't.
as
Again,
much.
Just what I'm asking is, he themed a lot.
Yeah, it's
Because I was
he's
under the
referenced
impression
quite
that
a
he's
bit.
not as referenced.
I'm not religious like you also.
The devil himself, not evil as
Right.
as a
Yeah.
concept.
He's referred to as Lucifer throughout.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I mean the idea of Satan is basically all over the Bible.
Okay, so and if the story holds true that he was an angel and
Yeah.
God sent him down,
Yeah.
why do we have to worry about Satan?
Why do we have to?
Well, why would you, as a believer, have to
Yeah.
worry if you believe in God and you think that He's
I love it.
all powerful?
So
Good energy,
you know,
dog.
just to play this.
okay, and this is where I think my
Are we gonna get you in trouble?
no
No.
I think this is where my belief in what historical Christianity has taught, and you can trace this back to the Reformation, and then you could probably trace it back to the 2nd and 3rd century, and you could trace this back to the New Testament. The idea that you're controlling somebody is just not something that happens, because the people that believe in Christianity are the people that God has chosen to believe. The rest he has chosen for destruction, basically. And it's I know it's
I got this.
I know it's controversial, and people are just gonna
Is it
react to it in a negative way, because you're basically saying, like, since I don't believe, then God has chosen me not to believe, and so I'm gonna go to hell. There's no choice for me.
that would be if they're aligning with what you're speaking.
with what you believe.
No,
With-
if
yeah.
I
They have to be
understand
aligned
what
with
he
what you
just
believe,
said
though.
is because I'm an atheist, right?
And
I
me
don't
too.
believe.
No,
or you
both
too.
of us.
So
I'm not
we'll go
atheist,
to-
but
we
I'm
were
not, I
chosen
don't believe
not
in the
to
construct
believe,
of
and
God
therefore we are
that's
damned.
preached.
Yes.
So that's where it's
But
kind of
That would be you living in
at
his
the
realm,
top-
though, right? Of words.
So
Well,
that's where
his
the control
realm
comes
is
in.
the
But
universe.
That's where the
But
control
at the same
comes in.
time, the
That's
idea
where
is
control
that
comes in.
no, because
right,
no, it
right,
doesn't,
right,
because
right.
If someone doesn't,
Hold-
go ahead.
You go, because I feel like I might have jumped the gun and cut you off. This shit is fire. Go ahead.
no, because that's actually where the lack of control comes in, because the idea is in and you see this in the movies. It's like, if God has chosen you to believe it, and you called faith a gift, if God has given you the gift of faith, then you have then by God giving you the gift of faith, then your life is transformed. You believe, and so instead of it being a burden to follow what most people would call like rules or commandments,
Just to be clear, I said it could be a gift.
yeah, okay, all right.
And that's
You
an
said you were
important
you said you were
distinction.
somewhat
It
envious.
is. It is.
Yeah,
And
I
feel-
could
and
see,
feeling
I
of it,
could
right,
see where
right,
it
Yeah,
could be a gift.
it is. So in that sense, what you're really saying is there's a transformation that comes when God gives you faith. There's a transformation that comes over the entire person. God changes the nature of that person. And
Is
and
it God or
transforms
the
them
person
completely.
themselves putting themselves in? You could believe in a pencil, as heavy as people do God, and I'm not trying to shit. I'm just saying, the matter, like you said, it's just the thought of having a belief of something that will make things better, right?
No, because
can I jump in?
Because
I just
go.
want to jump in real quick because I've nothing but respect for you and your belief system, and
Right.
I would never want to come across as being insulting. But you really flourished what I said.
Respond.
Yeah.
You took my comment as it could be
We'll
a
let her
gift and
wrap.
turned
We'll
it
be right
into
back.
this great
She'll get to
thing
it.
that enlightened your life and all that. And what I want to just clarify from my point of view, what I meant was more that it could be a relief of the stresses of the day or the stresses of life. Not like,
Okay.
oh, I've opened up, kind of like, I've flowered into this religious person. I have all the spiritual. That wasn't my intent with my comment.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
Because I don't necessarily believe, if that's how you experience your religion, I'm all for that. You experience your faith.
So-
what I meant was like, I envy it because
It could be
because
nice.
shit weighs on me,
could be
right?
nice to feel,
Because
right.
shit is stressful sometimes. So,
Yeah.
Right.
so I know that religious people sometimes, I'll just leave it up to God. And if they truly mean that, and if they can actually relieve that stress, that's great. That's good for them, and that's.
You know what
but
you need?
I didn't mean like my whole life. I want to change, and
No,
you know
I
what mean? You know what I'm
I
saying?
totally
Okay.
understand. Yeah.
Again, I wasn't trying to disrespect how you experience your religion because
Yeah.
I could
Right,
never
exactly.
Yeah.
know that because
Yeah.
I'm not religious and I'm not you.
Well, Derek knows whatever you say, I'm not going to be offended by it.
All
So
right.
it,
Well, like you said in the
but
beginning, we just met, so.
Yeah.
And then Derek said something about maybe a fight breaking out. And I just don't want to get popped in the eye.
Before the fight, can I tell you something? Times be hard. You be feeling that shit?
I be feeling
You
it.
know what you need? You need Jesus, baby. You need Jesus. You need Jesus, baby. Let Jesus in. Remember Ray told me that shit?
Ray?
Yeah,
Ray come down the way.
He told me, he's like, don't be afraid of Jesus. Let Jesus in, baby. I was like, first off, don't call me baby like that. You looking at me in my eyes like, no, buddy. Like, no, bucko. It's not that. No, it ain't that way. You need Jesus. I was like,
you gotta have a smooth voice to use baby in a conversation.
Ray's a good guy, man. He got the me first.
And I told you that.
Oh, this looks good. I think I want it though.
There's chips. And
Sweet.
Oh, yeah, us too. Yeah. Us, man. Set, baby.
Sorry, so guys, I made this like nice
PA style.
slow cooked pulled pork today. And I did a
Fire.
coleslaw with it. But yeah, let me kind of put you guys away for a second. I want to say thank you for everybody who's tuning in as we go. These conversations are going to be things I like to call core topics, meaning like people most of the time hold this near and dear to the heart, and I'm just glad to have people who are willing to play the game. And when you play the game, I'm more than happy to acknowledge this might be a tough conversation for you, and for you to sit there and say, I could see this, even if you're bullshitting, I appreciate it. For you to say I could see your view
Does
or
anybody want anything to put on their sandwich?
I'm good like
I
this.
don't
This
want a
looks good.
sandwich right now. I'm hungry, but thank you. Maybe later.
Oh, you're so lucky that I didn't make myself one yet.
I'm scoffing. I'm scoffing. I'm gonna let y'all talk, and I'm just pull away from my.
No, I
So I have a question.
Yeah.
If the topic didn't change.
No, you're good. No, I was just talking to the people.
I just want to know what Sam's feelings are on religious people who are evangelical.
What does that mean?
They actively try to recruit.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole point of any type of conversation is I want to convince you of what I'm.
Okay.
You know.
But didn't you just say that I was chosen by God not to believe?
Yeah, but God has given us the means to convince those people. So the idea is that the people who God has chosen, God has given us the means, and if God has chosen us if God has chosen that person to believe, the means by which He has chosen the people to believe, He's given it to us. So having that conversation with you is the means that God has chosen for us to bring the message to people.
But isn't that a counterpoint to God chose you to believe, chose me not to believe, so it's predestined?
No, it is predestined, but that's the beauty of it. Is the difference would be, hey, I have the power to convince you, so
So you can convince me, but God can't?
No. I'm saying that the counterpoint to the predestination argument is that the reason you didn't believe is because of something that I did or something that I said, and maybe I wasn't smart enough, or maybe you're not smart enough, right?
Wow. Wow.
No. see how that's horrible for somebody to say. So it actually brings this part of like, hey, it's humbling to know it's not up to me, it's not up to you. God doesn't choose you because of how smart I was in delivering the message to you, and God doesn't choose you because of how smart you were in receiving it. You know, it's for a whole other reason. It completely takes me out of the equation. I don't get to look down on people and say the reason they don't believe is because they're just a horrible person.
Thank you.
It completely removes that out of the equation.
So it sounds like it removes the responsibility from you, but it doesn't change the fact that God has chosen me to be damned.
It adds the responsibility for me to carry the message, but it does not add the responsibility of me why you didn't receive it.
I'm still a little lost because it seems like you're going against God's will by trying to convert me. If I've been chosen by God to not believe, to be damned, but you have to still convert me.
I deliver we're supposed to deliver the message, not convert you.
Well, isn't that what evangelicalism is? Like active conversion?
Yeah, so no, the point of Christianity is that you deliver the message of Jesus Christ. He died for your sins. We're all sinners, all of us. He died for your sins. If you believe in him, you'll have eternal life. So the issue comes in that if I believe that somehow I have the power to do so, or that I received it because I'm that much of a better person, then the reason that you're not receiving it is because you're not that good of a person, right? But if the only reason that you're not receiving it is because it's not up to me, it's up to God, then it removes this idea of like, I'm such a great person and I'm holier than thou,
it
and
still
that's why
comes
I can
across
accept
as more of an exercise for you, and I use that term exercise. I don't mean to use it glibly, but more of an exercise of faith for you than it is.
It's an exercise of faith for everybody. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't. Forgive me, but it doesn't appear so for me, because you come and you say, maybe I was, I delivered the message. You delivered the message to me. I still didn't convert. But you've done what God has asked you to do, so you're good. You're going to heaven. I'm still damned.
No, it's not from what I've done that gets me to heaven. It's what God has done for me.
Okay, so your belief is okay. Yeah. I understand that aspect of it, and because you believe you're going to go to heaven, because of the person you are in your faith, you're going to go to heaven. You've done what was asked of you, trying to not necessarily convert me, but deliver the message, as you mentioned.
No. Yeah. Yeah.
What?
No.
What? No.
So the part that I want to maybe move away from is there's nothing that I can do to earn my way to heaven. It's impossible.
Okay, yeah, so that's what I was trying to say the last time. You're already locked in, right?
Yeah.
You've already, you bought the undercoat and you're going, right? So to speak. So, but God wants you to do these things, meaning deliver the message.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're all set because you have this faith, you have belief, regardless of what you do or don't do, as long as your heart's pure or whatever, you're going to go. You got the ticket. I will never have the ticket.
Right.
Because
you don't know that.
That's
but
because
I'm this is kind of a question.
Heathen. No, you don't.
I think you don't know that, and I don't know that.
No, maybe I don't.
Either.
Maybe I don't. For debate.
Yeah.
I don't have the ticket because I don't believe. Right? Because and that's what you said. The believers are going. The non-believers are going to be damned.
Yeah.
So no matter what you do, you're a good Christian. You're a good person. You got the ticket. You delivered the message, but I'm still damned. Unless I believe, and then if I do, if you convert me,
unless you believe, right? Yeah.
Okay, so if you say you do convert me, and I become a Christian, does that not take that statement that God made a choice that the believers go and the non-believers are damned, and it's predetermined, and doesn't that turn it on its head? Because if I don't believe, and then I believe, then God was wrong, at least in one of these scenarios. You get a 50-50 shot that God was wrong, no?
I'm not sure I'm tracking.
And I'm an atheist.
Yeah.
I'm going to hell. because God predetermined.
I don't know that. Yeah. Okay.
No, but I'm for argument's sake,
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to judge me. I'm not asking you. I'm just trying to work this out.
Yeah.
So I'm going to hell. It's been predetermined. The believers go, the non-believers don't.
Okay.
Or I'm damned, or however you want to word it.
I'm following so far. Yeah.
But you, being a good Christian, deliver the word of Jesus to me, and I'm like, all right, now I'm a believer. Now I'm going to heaven?
Because you believed, yes.
Okay, so, but you said earlier that God had predetermined the believers go and the non-believers stay or are damned.
No, but the paradox that you're describing here are contradictory to each other. The
I
unbeliever,
disagree.
No, because you're saying the unbeliever. So you, as an unbeliever, God has predetermined you to be an unbeliever, but
I'm a
somehow
non-believer.
Okay, so a non-believer.
An unbeliever makes it seem like it can be undone.
Well, again,
I don't want to get into semantics or be pedantic about it, but you're kind of twisting what I really do think and believe.
That's his job.
Okay,
Well, it's okay.
Okay, I respect that, and I get where you're coming from. That my personal belief, and this comes from Scripture in Romans 1, is that there is no neutral party in the belief towards God. Even if you consider yourself an unbeliever or non-believer, it's because you're in enmity against the true God.
Okay, but when you say unbeliever,
you are an unbeliever.
It lends itself to thinking that at one point I was a believer and I unbelieved, or
Right.
That's what I kind of hear with that word.
I totally get that. The idea in Scripture is that everybody is born an unbeliever, even if in your mind you're saying, I really don't know, I would like to believe, but Scripture teaches us that if you are an unbeliever and you knew who the true God was, you would choose to not believe in him, which is how Jesus came to earth, and having done all these miracles, these people having witnessed it still decided against believing in him.
What you said just now makes more sense to me. You haven't converted me.
No,
but I understand. I understand now. I don't know that I would necessarily say it was very clear, but I think I understand where you're coming from.
So
because we are, if what he's saying, we're all born not believing.
Right, but
then once you get believed, then you become the chosen one, or which is a whole debate. But
yeah, and I mean it still lends to the idea that, hey, the reason that I believe has nothing to do with I am better than you. It has to do with something other outside of me.
Right. Said that you were better than me.
Yeah, exactly. So this.
Oh shit.
You were right. No.
I was right. Let's go, Derek.
No. But this idea, like, hey, I'm a Christian because I'm such a great person. It's contrary to Christianity.
Right.
When Christians, and I'm sure you can point to maybe some examples where you talk to somebody who called himself a Christian, and the feeling that you got from it was, the reason that you're not a Christian is because I'm so holier than you. That's contrary to Christianity.
Yeah.
The whole idea is we're all equally as bad. The only reason is somebody better than me was able to let me see, right? I didn't do anything to earn that.
Yeah.
I didn't do anything to achieve that. Therefore, I cannot have any glory to why I am saved, why I am going to heaven. In fact, it's the whole idea is like, hey, if you know that you're going to die, the idea is hell is death, you eternal death. If I know that you're going to cross a street and there's a bus that's going to run you over in the next few minutes, I'm going to warn everybody, like, yo, don't cross the street.
Right.
But the reason that I'm not crossing the street is not because I earned that or that I achieved it. Somebody else told me, yo, if you cross the street right now, you're gonna die.
Right. Yeah. Because you have the information doesn't make you
exactly.
bad.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I want to let everybody else know, and the reason I'm spreading the message or converting people is to let everybody else know, hey, this is where it's going to end up. If
so
you
what
don't
you're saying
in
is
Jesus.
God is a bad bus driver.
Yes.
No.
Okay. No, I understand your point. I was just making a joke. I think at the end you really cleared it up your point of view. You cleared it up for me.
We got to remember though, when we do talk like this or these kind of subjects, we are talking off of people's beliefs.
Yes.
We as much as the podcast name is different, we should respect other people's thoughts and beliefs, right? And I feel like this was a healthy back and forth.
Yeah.
Where it's like, you know, you were able to speak your part and you were able to take it in and clarify.
I've always loved having discussions.
Right,
about
because you know what it
it's
is.
interesting.
But also, and I'm pretty sure with all of you, actually, I've done it with you guys, that when you start to get into like that nitty gritty shit that could make you, or like be something that you hold valuable, when we start to really dive into that, is when we're like, all right, cool. Your words of what, no matter what, I know this is how you feel, or you brought this to the table. I'll take it in and think about it. And then, like, even in the middle of your instances, there was about 2-3 times where maybe you spoke something and you took it literal, or you spoke something and you reworded it a little bit.
Yeah.
But you guys clarified it, and at no point did the other one take offense to it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Which that's called a healthy conversation, right?
Absolutely.
But we're gonna get back to this unhealthy shit, and by that, I'm talking about what is going on or has been going on in the history of America.
Yes.
I want to go off of, because we brought it up before, how religion was once kind of like a guideline to how people kind of carried themselves, right? I know it's still in today's day, but like back in the day, it was more prominent. You saw it more, like.
Well, I think religion, and again, Sam being the resident expert here,
right. That's his space.
That's his
right.
But and he said it before. You know, not all quote unquote Christians are acting in accordance with their own stated beliefs. But religion was there, or is there,
right,
as a guideline for behavior. You know, for lack of a more in-depth explanation. But it's definitely not. I wouldn't call some of the behaviors we've seen in the country now and throughout history reflective of what is stated Christian belief.
Okay.
So yeah, religion was used as kind of the cornerstone, but it wasn't really.
Do you feel like it was used as a tool? No, I personally would say propaganda, but do you feel like it was used sometimes in a sense to?
I would agree with that term, propaganda. Not that religion itself is propaganda,
right? But it was
there's
used
people
that
who
way.
use religion
right
selectively,
Yes.
and use that as a tool or as a weapon to control people.
So let me ask this, and I talked to you about it when I posted it on my social media. I didn't know heavily or didn't research enough about the terms until it came about, where it was I believe it was like I think it was textualist, someone who believes in the actual writing of the Constitution, word for word.
Yes.
And then the other one was
pragmatic.
No, it was another term for it. It was a textualist, and I might have to go back and look.
I don't know if I ever heard that term before. Textualist.
Yeah, textualist is.
But
there was two, and when I saw it, I was just like.
Originalist?
Originalist. That was the other one. An originalist, meaning the original way it was written and how it needs to be taken.
Yeah.
And implemented.
I think they're both the same.
Well, textualist. So, originalist is like how it was originally put in place and and how it was at the time.
Yeah.
Textualist is how it's written, right?
So originalist is interpretation. That textualist is like, no, this is what it was written. It's how it was written.
Yeah,
right.
I don't think you can be an originalist and embrace any modern technology, any modern way of thinking.
Okay.
Because that document actually was built to be amended. So even the founding fathers knew that this document has to change. It has to be amended for the situations that are going to occur. You know,
right?
Love them or hate them, at least the founding fathers and the authors of the Constitution saw that need. You know what I mean?
So my
even
question,
if their practices,
pure thought
I
there.
know a lot of people get in there. Even if their personal practices might not line up with what we look down or what I personally look down. I don't want to speak for you guys on this as a really one of the best forms of government ever created as far as the guidelines for it. You know, now again, I know there's a lot of verbiage in there.
Wow.
But
heavy.
Well, think about what other forms, what other documents have allowed for amending of their own documents, right?
Right.
Allowed for this Bill of Rights. Now, In practice is different from on paper, and I'll definitely concede that with our history, which is spotty at best, to put it lightly.
Right.
But the document itself was meant to change. But I don't agree with these people who, I guess this goes along with what I'm saying. These people who say, like, the Second Amendment was only for muskets. Well, in that case, then the First Amendment was only for, feathered pens and whatnot.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
Well, that's
it
why I
has
just-
to change.
Okay, I'm glad you clarified because you said, I think you said it can't be originalist.
I might get the term. I don't.
yeah.
I'm not
So
familiar with the
an
terminology.
originalist would
It's
be
the
how it was
interpretation. It's the
implemented at the
interpretation.
time.
It's the
Okay.
interpretation.
So, and I'm glad you clarified that. All right, the Second Amendment, the technology that's here today with semi-automatics and also in the First Amendment where we can go on social media and practice free speech.
The First Amendment right here. in
Yeah,
our hand
exactly.
now.
So I'm glad that you clarified that. At least to me, it seems like you can still be an originalist and see the Constitution as general enough to be able to apply modern day technology to
Right.
it.
Right.
Right.
Like you said, they
No,
contradict each other.
I like to go a little deeper than that. Okay, I like how we all love to harp on the amendments at the beginning of the Constitution.
Right. We don't go deep.
Let's talk about the amendments where we were property, and the amendment that was supposed to free us but never really freed us.
Right.
Let's talk about the 13th.
Right.
So no one ever talks about that.
That's true.
Okay, you free us, but then you say if you commit a crime, anything
You right
that
back.
we deem as a crime, you are now a criminal, which makes us.
I disagree with the
which makes
13th
you a
Amendment.
slave. Which makes you a slave again, pretty much.
what do you
How
mean?
do you disagree?
Huh?
What do you disagree about?
Because what the Supreme Court should have done was looked at the Constitution and said it's clearly in the Constitution that all men are created equal. There's no need for a 13th Amendment.
But we
it's
weren't-
in there already.
But we weren't
that
men.
should include.
Right.
At the
we
time.
weren't men.
Well, I
We
think what
weren't
I'm
men.
saying is that
It
was
should have been
a grievous
It
error.
should have been. Yes.
Right,
yes.
yeah.
Yes. So
So-
yes. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
I agree with what you're saying. And the thing is, when it was developed, when the Constitution was written and signed, we were not looked at as men. And when this country tried to make it right, it made it worse. And what you're saying is, we should have gotten it right the first time.
I think
Right? Is that what you're
I
saying?
absolutely think we
Is that what you're
should
saying?
have gotten it right the first
Well, I
time.
think the
So that's
verbiage
what I said.
did get it right. The
Yeah.
practice,
What verbiage?
all men are created equal.
Yes, but then
Did get it right. The practice, which you're talking
Yes,
about,
yes, was
completely
not
accurately
followed.
talking about.
Uh-huh.
I almost said, "What the hell?" I was jumping the gun.
Well, they
I
fly-
I should just shut up.
Well, the practice that was in place at the time flies in the face of that statement.
That's the thing that kills me is in life. I think about what you say versus what you do.
Yeah.
Right.
Action means a lot more than what you say.
Right.
In words.
Absolutely.
And the thing is that the words and the verbiage of the Constitution is not action. And what you're saying is the action did not show what it should have
been.
What should have meant. It should have
Yeah.
said all men, but the thing
It
is,
said
it
all
did
men,
say
but
all
the
men.
practice wasn't all
It
men.
did
it's
say
not
all men, but it
practicing.
didn't practice what it preached.
So what
you
about
can't
women?
say all
Fuck
men
'em.
when we weren't looked at
What
as
about women?
men.
Fuck 'em.
Well, no, I
Exactly. That's another run. That's like,
Well,
we go to another level with that one too.
you know,
It's like,
I mean,
If
there's
Brianna
so-
had a mic, she
there's
would have
so
said
many,
that.
so many pronouns and whatever. But
Right,
when
right.
it says all men,
people.
I mean, it should say all people.
Yes.
You know, to
Yes,
be
yes.
inclusive.
Right.
I firmly believe that. But yeah, what's written is good. We have to make sure we practice it properly for everybody.
Right. So don't leave it up to the. Well, that's the same thing.
But if it because
Go ahead.
when it says all men are created equal, that is not the same line that slavery was on. That's not the
Saying
same
we
line.
didn't get it
It's not
the
the
way-
same thing.
right,
Because there
right.
would be no 13th Amendment if
Right.
that was the only line.
Here's what he's saying.
So no. I'm saying that, but there would be no. How am I trying to say this? It's
There would be no need for the 13th Amendment at all, or to be
there would
rewritten.
The that amendment where it says all men are created equal
Right.
would mean everything throughout the
Entirety of it
the
all.
entirety of it. If there wasn't that one of property, that the amendment was like, you're a property, you're not a man.
I'm with you.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So if that wasn't there, if that wasn't written in there, I could
Would never
agree
have
with
to
you
worry
saying
about
as
it.
yes.
Right.
But no,
Just
all men are
because
created
it was
equal,
written,
but then
it's a
we
problem.
are considered property.
Right.
So we're not considered men in the Constitution. So
Right.
when you write the 13th Amendment, it's supposed to make us a man,
Right.
but it doesn't.
Right.
It makes us a criminal.
So what we're doing is what you're speaking on is literally how the text is written.
Yes.
And how it was
I'm a textualist.
implemented back then.
Yes.
Whereas what
amendment-
he's
which
saying.
amendment specifically?
So basically, what he's saying is how it was written
labels
and
the
how it was
slavery
implemented at the
that
time.
you just
It was
mentioned.
written
I'm
that
gonna
it
look it
isn't about man, but at the time when it was written, certain
So-
people weren't looking
yeah,
at
yeah,
man.
yeah,
I don't,
yeah.
hold on,
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong.
And
man.
what-
I don't
what-
think it's in the Constitution.
What?
It's in an amendment.
Which
right?
one?
That's
Which
what
one?
you just said. Deeming slaves
the
property.
13th is an amendment.
The 13th is
That's
an
an amendment,
but
but I'm
that's
talking
not
about-
what you were speaking of.
No.
No. I think
Right.
he was speaking about the act of practice at the time.
No, but he said
Yeah,
that
there's
there's
nothing in the
verbiage in the
Constitution, yeah.
Constitution
Right.
Labeling slavery as slaves as property.
Right.
And I'm asking him
it does.
what
Yeah, I think
amendment
it does.
that was.
It says
I don't
right
know
here,
which one, but I think
it does right here.
Because
It says, as
something's
further proof
property.
of the inevitable end of slavery,
Right.
neither the 3/5 compromise nor the fugitive slave clause was offered any protection under the Constitution, as the slave trade
Right.
had been protected from amendment. So that means the slave trade
Okay,
was
so-
protected. So it was in
so
it. The
there's
slave
not-
trade was okay.
But it wasn't in the Constitution.
The slave trade
Right.
was.
The
Right.
problem
I'm
That's what
asking
I'm
you
saying.
where. Because
It's saying.
read that again. Read
It
that again.
says, as further proof of the inevitable end of slavery, neither the 3/5 compromise nor the fugitive slave clause was offered
What
any
was the
protection
clause, the fugitive
under
slave
the
clause
Constitution. Listen,
of because-
offered
wasn't-
any
it
protection
wasn't in
under
the
the under
Constitution.
the Constitution, as the slave trade had been protected from an amendment.
So
Right.
a
I get that. It's that's saying that.
Where's Brianna
that
at? She wanna go
can't
through
add
some-
an
she gotta look
amendment,
at- come on.
shit for us.
Come on,
to support
producer.
slavery.
I know.
So,
But
so,
I don't
so
think that
slavery-
what you're saying was an
No, no.
actual part of the
it
Constitution.
is. So the part
I need you to show it to me.
the 3/5 part was
Right.
the property part.
Right.
That is
Right.
the slave part. We were 3/5 of a man. That was
Listen,
the
I
Constitution
understand that, and I agree with you, and I remember reading about that in history. I'm just asking you where in the actual Constitution it says that not
No,
in
but
in laws.
I think we're completely ignoring history here,
Yeah.
but
Right.
because
Wait,
well,
let me not say right before you
no,
go.
yeah,
Go.
you might not agree with
Yeah,
me.
go off. Let me wait. Okay.
You might not agree with me because I think historically from what I've read of some of the founding fathers, and it's not all of them, and I can even guarantee that it's the majority of them. A lot of people wanted the all men are created equal clause in there in the Constitution because they disagreed with slavery and they believed that future generations would fix it. The idea of a 3/5 value to black people was because the South wanted to include every single black person as one whole person, but only white people would vote on there. So then the North decided, the Republican Party decided, if we can give the black person less of a value, there would be less representation of the slave South.
to represent anything.
Right.
To
So it was
vote people
actually
in
a
and to-
good thing that
Whoa.
it was because
in
In
relation to what the other
in
option
relation
was.
to how many representatives the South would get.
But the South was very scattered then too. It wasn't as.
Well, what would
condensed
you
as
rather
it is now.
have? And,
So-
and
so-
again,
so
not
let me
to
say-
defend
so let me
it.
say this.
One
It
vote
says,
or
is the
3/5 of a vote for every.
Right.
Yeah.
So
So-
the 3/5 argument is a clause. The 3/5 clause would have been omitted and possibly replaced with wording that stated other persons would not be counted for
We needed you to Google shit.
apportionment.
Yeah, they would be
So
counted
the
as a
Constitution
portion, yeah.
then would be proclaiming slaves were not human at all. Zero
Right.
fifths.
Right.
So you see what I'm
So
saying?
I'm not. I haven't disagreed with you at all
Oh,
so
yeah.
far. I just want to know where in the Constitution, in the actual Constitution, and not in challenges to
So,
the Constitution, subsequently from its signing, that this
Do
is
it. Live your life.
written. You know what I'm saying? In the original document, not in a judicial procedure or challenges to the document.
or in the opinion.
Sorry. Wait. I'm sorry. Can I take that one for half a second?
yeah.
I got it.
Wait.
Slavery was implicitly recognized in the original Constitution in provisions
Of course
such
it
as
was.
Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. commonly known as the 3/5 Compromise, which provided the 3/5 of each state's enslaved population was to be added to its free population for the purposes. So
that was to take away the
What
amount
you're saying.
of representatives the South
it's in
would
there.
have.
It's in there. That but what it's saying is
That was a good
slavery
thing, though.
existed though.
Yeah, but the 3/5 was a
Wait,
good
look,
thing.
time out. Just like the last time we had a presidential run, you said when you look at it, the lesser of two evils. What's really good about it?
The
It's the same
3/5
thing.
was a good thing to American
Not-
politics
You
at
can
the time.
never say that
How can you-
anything.
exactly.
You can never say slavery was a good thing in any
No,
aspect.
So let me
any
ask-
aspect.
He didn't
You
say
cannot
that.
talk-
To defend
no,
him.
no,
Let's
no.
make it like
He didn't say
No, he
that.
was trying to make the good out of the bad.
No,
in that sense.
Well,
You
let him
can't
let
make
him
the-
let him
Yeah,
try to elaborate on
Go
it.
ahead.
One at a time.
Go ahead, Sam. Go ahead, Sam.
Listen, the way Congress
here go
works
Brianna.
is the way Congress works is you get a certain amount of representatives
Right.
depending on your population.
Yes.
If you can count the black vote, the black population in the South, but not let them be a representative of their own, all you get is a whole bunch of white slave racist owners representing the
control.
South.
Yeah.
What the North did was, hey, if we can lower the amount of population in the South, we can get less representation of slave owners from the South, and we can even this out. It was a good thing. It was supposed to diminish the representation of slave owners in
a
Congress.
population
But you're
point of
still
view.
not
you're
looking
saying.
at us as a full human.
That's not what they're
no,
saying.
no,
but
no,
I'm
no,
with
no,
you.
no,
I know what you're saying.
I feel that, but
The whole point of the Republican Party was to include black votes.
Yes.
They wanted it.
Yes.
The whole point of the South
But
and
this
the,
is
and
later.
the
This is later.
No, this is before.
This is not the beginning.
No, that's where I disagreed, and I said this, and I don't know that the majority of founding fathers believed in this, but some
Well,
did.
the majority were slave holders.
I don't
The
know that that's
majority,
true.
no, it is definitely
yeah,
true.
I think so.
The
I
majority
don't know that
of the
that's true.
founding fathers were slave holders. I mean, I would say close to 80%.
Wow.
Or more
High number.
were slave holders.
Here's what
So
I
that
was
doesn't
normalized
that,
at the time.
that
I
argument
wouldn't be
doesn't make a lot of
surprised, but
sense.
that's a high number.
here's what I know.
It's a
The
high number, but
letters, the
it's
letters
a
that
reflection
the,
on the wealth, not necessarily the
Yes.
population of
And
white
the founding
people.
fathers were wealthy white men.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Well, I'm saying,
what you're saying, I agree with you.
there's
So
poor. There was a lot of poor white men
so
who
Chris,
didn't own a slave.
Chris, I want to say
I'm just saying the population that owned slaves.
But they weren't
If
founding
you look
fathers.
at it as a percentage, was very low because you had to be wealthy.
Here's the thing, right? I don't like when people pick and choose when to do percentages, and when I say that in the sense of argument, right? If we're talking about slaves, I know you agree that it shouldn't have happened, right?
Yeah.
But there are some people who will be like, well, if you just think about it, it wasn't that bad because it was only like really 7% that owned slaves.
No.
Bro, no, people still own
Yeah,
people.
no,
Yeah.
that's not my. That's
No, exactly.
not my
No.
point of view. That's
I know
not my
that's not,
statement.
and
Yeah.
I stated that.
Yeah.
I know you are not that guy because how many times actually have we walked into a bar and if Brian didn't find it written in the Constitution or whatever, I still would have said this. How many times have we read a room walking in together or be somewhere and you're like, oh, that shit was funny. The way they acted. Because you know it was either I was there or when that little girl walked by and saw Corey.
Walked by Corey.
Right.
I don't know if that was so
That's not
so
her
much
fault.
as his race or his hair.
Right. But even then, it's like there are undertones to things.
Yeah.
Right. So even if it wasn't written in there, I would say at that time it was normalized to own a person. Right.
Oh yeah, it's the same. The same as me being poor, and I look and the rich white guy has a Lamborghini.
21
Right,
founding fathers.
Right. He's
21
wealthy.
founding fathers were slaveholders. And
He
prominent
was-
names.
And
She actually
how many
Googled
founding
something.
fathers are there?
Total
17. No, I'm kidding.
No.
They-
It's
there's
were
Quite a
20
few.
owners.
There's like 60 signatures, isn't there?
No.
Yeah, there's a lot.
60.
Was it 60?
We weren't 50 states then. Can't be
Oh, it's,
60.
yeah.
It's no
Well,
We weren't
You had-
states.
you had- no, no,
we weren't
so-
really states at all.
no.
Yes, you were.
No, at the
Charles
time
Taylor,
it was-
Maryland. Samuel Chase, Maryland. Benjamin Franklin, Pennsylvania. Button Quinton, Gwinnett, Georgia. John Hancock, Massachusetts. Patrick Henry, Virginia.
Damn,
Yes,
was
it
John
was
Hancock
states.
here?
You had 13 states.
That's what we went with?
So you had 21 and multiple. You had Sam Adams,
you yelling at
Massachusetts.
me?
I'm sorry.
I'm so angry.
Sam Adams, Massachusetts. John Adams, Massachusetts. Oliver Ellsworth, Connecticut.
So you just
Alexander
said
Hamilton, New York.
Massachusetts. What?
No,
so,
more. Massachusetts.
No, oh,
was
all right. He's
one,
yelling again. I'm just asking how many
two, three,
signatures.
Four Massachusetts.
So
had
there was
slaves.
more than one signature per state, leading me back to my statement. I don't know exactly how many, but
Right.
there was
30.
a lot.
Yeah,
39
signatures.
people signed the Constitution.
So
39
that was
39
my
was like
question.
13 colonies, though.
Time out. So wait, out of 39, you 21 held slaves.
Yes. That's about
You're right.
80%.
That's high.
What
That's a
the
high
heck?
number.
That's a
I'm
high
not
number.
gonna break it down.
It's
21,
53.
That's not 80%, dude.
It's
21 to
54%.
39?
Yeah, 54%.
39 is almost 40. 21's almost 20.
50. So 50. You said 53%. So almost half of the country's founding fathers held slaves. So you're telling me that is something that. So you're telling me the Constitution was geared towards being on the slave side or being good to the
No,
slave
no,
with
no,
that.
no.
No, it's
here's
not.
no.
I gotta be honest,
you
Brian.
guys come from with
Where
that?
I gotta be
Ignoring-
honest, Brian. I don't think you're listening to what he's saying about that.
Because it's
He's
because
never justified slavery by saying that.
But it does justify slavery by saying that. It does. It does. Saying that because you're looking for the vote, not thinking about the
All right.
property.
Now you're
Listen,
speaking.
that's what he said.
Now you're speaking about opinion. You're looking for the vote. Now listen.
That's what he said.
Hey, dude,
no,
you
I'm not
yelled-
going to tell me what he said.
You yelled
How
for
did
10
I
minutes.
pay?
You yelled
All
for
right,
10
all right.
minutes.
Okay.
And what I think Sam was trying to say, maybe it was for the vote, maybe it wasn't, but you're putting yourself in the mind of the North versus the mind of the South, where he's saying, and I'm not defending this or shooting it down either. What he's saying is, what it did was limit the voting power in this new government of the slave owners. So the North, no slave owners or very few at that time, whereas the South, lots of slave owners, right? That's just the way it laid out.
But he
what
said
he's
it was
saying
a
is
Republican who did it, right?
he's saying
So
that
a party with an agenda.
the agenda for that 3/5 movement was to limit the power of the slave owners in the South
Yes.
as far as how much representation they had in the new
Yeah.
government.
So, okay. So with
because
that,
it was based on population.
The question is simple.
not
Do you
on,
want?
on
Wait,
race
wait,
necessarily?
wait,
So-
The question is
so-
simple. Do you
so
want
I'm-
more people who vote in favor of slavery, or do you want less people who vote in favor of slavery? That's it.
Well,
So
I'm
what we're
with-
saying
I
is,
think I'm with Ryan.
yeah. So what I'm saying is, yes. So the slavery piece is not the actual thing. It's
It's
like no,
I
it's
agree.
not.
I agree.
You
They're not
can't say
fire.
like you're talking about the
no,
slave
it's
owners
evil
are the
eye,
guys who
evil
are making
eye.
the decisions.
Evil eye.
Right,
It's not
and
that.
right. I get that. I get
So
what you're
it's the
saying.
problem. That's the
Bro,
problem.
I'm not. Again, I'm not disagreeing with you that it's a problem. What I'm
are
seeing
my
with
favorite. You
what
like salt
Sam
and
said
vinegar,
was
Think so.
And
it
I- and
seems-
I can't justify that because the folks who are making the decisions for the voters are the folks who own the people. You can't justify that.
Not the people in the North.
Yes.
They own slaves too. Massachusetts had 4
Why
votes.
are you yelling at me?
4 votes.
Four votes on the
4
Constitution.
votes. Four founding fathers had a vote in the North, and
Right. So-
and that's so.
So did they
Clint-
own
so
slaves?
let me-
though?
The book,
What book? Which one?
Green Book.
Green Book. No, it's not time for that.
No.
Not time for that shit. Not time for that
No,
shit.
no.
We're not. We're not
If
there
you
yet.
show in the Green Book itself, it shows you there was spots
It's
in
right
Massachusetts.
here. It's right. The founding fathers from Massachusetts
Right,
were slave holders. So damn the North and South. No,
Right.
that's what I say when Republicans and Democrats, they're all the same. Everything is the same agenda. It's all they all have very
wanna
what do I
be
say?
right.
What I'm trying to say? I'm very
I
similar ideals.
I don't
Very
think it's
similar
true.
ideals because.
No, they have an end
I
game.
agree
They
with
have
but what I'm
similar
saying,
end
very
games.
similar. When it comes to
The end
politics,
game is we want us
Yeah.
to be in power. That's
Yeah.
what it is.
and that's the bottom line. No
Right.
matter who.
Right, I don't know
what
about
side is
ideals.
doing it.
Their ideals are different,
But
but
power.
their
The
end game-
ideals be
right.
power.
Dude,
The ideals
let
be
me give you an
power.
idea that I have read a lot of the founding fathers, and I agree with you. 53% wanted slavery. The other didn't. It was as soon as 1773 that Vermont was the first slave. 1 year after the signing of the Constitution, they banned slavery. 1 year after
Where? In Vermont. In Vermont. Where
and
else?
they follow it consistently follows this tradition of the northern states start to ban slavery.
Okay.
It's
But
start.
in history, we're taught that they
Yeah,
How,
but-
how long did it take?
No, wait.
It took till 1856. 1773
Yes.
to 1856.
Yeah,
That's 100 years. Almost 100 years.
Yeah,
You
and it
cannot
was-
say that that's justified.
I'm
It's
not
justified.
I'm not saying it's justified at all. I don't think it was a good thing. I think this was the most evil thing. One of the most evil things
but-
that happened
but
in
you
America.
also
have
agreed.
justification
But you also
with
agreed with-
just recitation of facts and opinions. I don't think anybody's justified slavery here.
And the word, and
what
some
I'm
of the
saying
words
is,
spoken.
not saying you justify. You're trying to downplay it.
Oh,
That's
Downplay it.
No.
It's the downplaying.
That's definitely not the intent.
It's the downplay of it. I'm trying to say. I'm
No,
just
no.
saying it's the downplaying of it. Not saying that you justify it. No, it's the downplaying of it. Saying that it's not so.
No,
so
that's
that,
not
that,
the intent at all.
It is.
That's
That's not my intent.
I know. It's not. I'm just
No,
saying.
no, I understand where you're coming from, but
with
no.
the facts of
Hold
the
on. Bring it in.
Yeah, go.
That's part of why I mentioned what I mentioned, and you guys were like, no. When people run statistics certain times or run percentages, if we're talking a percentage conversation, let's do that. Right. But when certain people try and use it as the benefit for the argument, okay, I can say this all the time, and I'm sure we all agree. There's no reason no child should be locked up in no damn cage, right?
Who built the cages? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Who built the cages, Joe?
But nonetheless, we all agree on that, right? But when they say, oh, the relocation and reintroduction of them with their parents is at an 87% success rate, I don't want to hear that shit. I want to hear that no kids were locked in no fucking cage, right? But people who want to try and, like you said, through your lens,
what you're saying about percentages,
right? But that's what I'm saying. Like,
so let's talk about
we can't play this argument when, like, I'm not saying y'all did it. I'm just saying at certain times when you were speaking, it came out that way. You might not meant it like that, and I know genuinely you both don't agree that people should be owned. I know generally you don't think that, or you think everybody should be able to just live and thrive. Like, let us all give us the chance to do what we need to do, right? The problem is when we pick and choose, like you made a point, you made a counterpoint, but in your counterpoint you were like, yeah, but I'm pretty sure it was like less than whatever percentage. Yeah. Just because it was less than whatever percentage, there was still a number of people owned. We can say we know how percentages and all that work, and even like in decimals or whatever. When the number is a grand number, a percentage can be 2, but it's still 2 million
a lot of
people,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, but I think this is where critical thinking comes in, because if you're not a critical thinker, you go to the extremes. It's either one or the other. I can say to your point, I can totally.
Did he just call me stupid?
No. I can say to your point, it is absolutely horrible and evil, morally evil. And as a Christian, I think it's the worst thing.
There should be no but though.
No. It's as a Christian, it's the worst thing that you could do to what I believe is an image bearer of God, that they would consider somebody as property.
There was slavery mentioned in the Bible, right?
Yeah, but not in the concept of.
Let's put it as
hold on.
property. We were 3/5 of a man to a white man.
Right.
Not property. 3/5 of a man to a white man.
Again,
that's what it was.
But we're still ignoring.
And we couldn't vote then either.
Well,
we're still ignoring.
That's the bigger problem with the 3/5 thing.
Yes.
Because if I understand where you're coming from, and I agree with you.
What's the bigger problem? I'm sorry to cut you off.
The black people couldn't vote, because if black people could vote, then the 3/5 thing wouldn't even need to be a compromise, because their vote would have counted, and then the representation in Congress would have actually represented the amount of citizens, black or white, in that area.
Exactly.
So the 3/5 compromise, as reprehensible as it is and it sounds, would never have existed if everybody was given the vote. If every what's the Constitution? Every man under the Constitution was given that equal right to vote.
Can I ask you
this is happening today, by the way?
Where's your stance on the Constitution?
My stance on the Constitution hasn't changed. It's a document that can and will and should be modified.
Okay. So
it's imperfect.
You're not like someone who thinks like what was written needs to be implemented.
No. I think as far as written documents and written forms of government, it's one of the best the world has ever seen.
Because it can be modified in a sense.
Does it make it perfect? No. And I challenge anybody to show me one that is better.
Right.
You know, the fact that we can change it is what makes it such a good document.
But when a document is flawed, you can. And the only one is like you can't say it's the best.
That's not what
No, I said one of the best ever written. I'm not saying it's the best and it's perfect.
But in the world, there aren't many constitutions.
So Brian, I get you. What's the option? What other document can you put in front of me and compare it to the Constitution?
We're not talking about other documents. We're talking about
we kind of are, because I said one of the best that's ever written.
He said the best. He said the best.
No, I did not. I never said the best. I said one of the best.
I think it is.
That was my direct
quote. So you give me one more. that's up there with it. And the Constitution,
The
and
Magna Carta
other democracies.
was the basis for all of our modern democracies.
What was it?
The Magna Carta.
Magna Carta.
Magna Carta was way.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
big,
it was
but
big,
it was
yeah.
the
That was
basis.
of it. Okay, I'm
I
talking
don't-
about
I don't
something that's
really
in our
have one.
era. That's like, yo.
No, but you're
No,
not.
he's saying there hasn't been one
you
like
want to
it.
put it
I know,
on
but
me,
no,
and
no,
that's
what I'm
fine.
saying
I
is-
can't give
no,
you
you said
a separate
in the
one.
world at the time.
I think
with
it is the
Constitution,
best. But
You
No,
put
okay.
words in my mouth again.
I'm not trying to. I'm sorry.
I know.
This
I'm
is
just
why I'm
saying.
saying
I'm not saying it's perfect.
I think
that's
it's the
why
best,
it
and
can be.
I'll give one example why it is the best.
He's doubling down, guys. He's doubling down.
If somebody can give me one constitution in the entire world that guarantees free speech, I will concede the point.
But free speech.
used to be a lot
If
of
you're
it,
not a free person, you can't have free speech. You tie my hands.
yeah.
You tie my hands when I'm a
Yeah,
slave,
but in
and I say, hey.
2020,
No, I'm talking
no.
about when the 13th Amendment was
again,
you ratified it to say, okay, you're not a slave now, but
hand me an Oktoberfest.
yes, but so I'm not a slave now.
That dude say please.
But
Please.
if you commit a crime, you're a criminal now, which means you're a slave, and then.
Do you want
What was the majority?
Question,
What was the group
okay.
that was kind of identified as the criminals? It was the former slaves. So you can't say that
All right.
free speech was really given to everyone because it wasn't. It wasn't.
Brian, your argument is correct, but that's not what he asked.
Oh, what'd you ask?
He did.
He asked what other document.
he didn't come
what
back.
other
You came in.
document states it.
What?
What other
That's
documents?
what his question was.
Oh, yeah.
What other form of government,
You
what
brought
other
water?
document states free speech is a right? Now, your argument is absolutely correct.
You guys want a beer?
I
But-
no,
no,
I
I'm
never
gonna go
had
this.
one.
I'm gonna go
Yeah.
this.
This is my
Where
first time
are
having an
you?
Oktoberfest, ladies and
What
gentlemen.
other document
Those are the last
has
two.
that? That was his question.
So what other document says that?
You have
Free
the right
speech
to
is
free
a right.
speech. Now, I don't know the answer.
And the Bill of
I
Rights
don't know.
doesn't have that. You're
That's
right.
why I shut the hell up because I
Yeah,
know.
yeah,
I
No,
don't
the
know where
Bill of
else.
Rights doesn't have that. You're right. I'm still in the
does.
Constitution, man.
It does.
Huh?
The Constitution is the only
Yes,
document.
I'm saying the Bill of Rights
Yeah,
doesn't. So I'm going back to the Constitution.
Amber, dark
That's what I'm
color.
saying. So, but the Bill of Rights is based off of the Constitution. It is kind of an amendment in itself, like kind of an
No,
amendment.
it's the
Or-
first.
or
It's the first 10
10
amendments.
amendments. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So it's
So the Constitution went out as is, and it was imperfect, as we've discovered.
Right, because we're solving
Tonight
shit
we've
tonight.
discovered
We're
it, if
solving.
not
We're
before.
solving shit tonight.
But
yes.
It came back for review, and that's when Jefferson wrote the first 10 amendments, which we call the Bill of Rights.
What I will say, off of what you said, and I didn't look at it that way. With just the opportunity and the chance of them stating, it is to be amended and rewritten according to how the times are or whatever it may be, to make it fit. I would assume the greater good, right?
Right.
And I know where the realm that and the energies that that we're kind of stuck in. To be honest, is what it's called. It's not placed or whatever. We're stuck there.
There's a justifiable moral outrage about slavery.
Right, and
I don't think
at any
anybody
point
would
we were
argue that.
challenging
But
that.
who were the folks in power to amend the Constitution?
White.
Again, white men.
Right.
So you're telling me that
Which is why
the
At the time,
amendment
at the
is so
Three-fifth compromise.
it being
Well,
amended
so
would
hold on.
be okay. Well, only a certain group can
Right.
amend it. Not everyone has the
Even-
right to amend it.
even-
the 3/5
Right,
clause
but-
does not allow us to amend anything. We
So-
have no voice in that.
Yeah, but
because
the,
we're 3/5
but
of a
the point
man.
of the point
And
of
then,
the people.
and then you wouldn't,
Yeah.
and then they wouldn't allow us
But
to
the
go
point-
in and vote as a 3/5 of a man.
The point of the 3/5 compromise was that there was a group of people that wanted black people to have equal rights.
How can you be equal as 3/5?
Because otherwise, the slave
They'd have
owners would
zero.
have more representation.
3/5
Well, we
is
were
not
0
equal.
because of we're 3/5.
No,
so
that's
you
right.
cannot
I
say
don't disagree with that.
3/5 is not equal.
3/5 is not equal.
It's representation in Congress. If you
No,
have
see, this is the thing that we talked about with the South, and you were surprised on my stance.
No,
I
no,
can't agree
wait.
with that. That's
But yet again, it comes
we
down
under-
to we're
yeah.
coming down to the partisanship again. Every time it's gonna go that way when we talk whatever kind of thing where there's power to be gained in politics. We'll say. Me and him had a conversation one time, just hanging out, having a couple drinks, and we brought up slavery and how my stance on it was that the North only wanted to end slavery because there was a monetary gain. That is true. We know that there is, or we know from the aftermath, the cotton gin was originated down south and heavily used down there. The North, when they ended slavery, were able to bring a bunch of the people that were down there to come live up here. They brought and cycled or circulated money throughout whatever states they lived in, and took away from the South in the end. That was the argument of the Confederacy. Just because it's the Confederacy who said it doesn't mean that they are wrong, and it doesn't mean that I align with what their thought process was. I'm just saying, let me pull myself away from this shit and see what the power play was. Just like you're saying, the Republicans wanted to make it so that a black person would count as 3/5 of a person, but you weren't able to vote at that time.
No.
Wait.
Yeah, okay.
With the 3/5 of a man thing, would say, like you said, it will take the power away from the Southern slave owners.
Yeah.
So what that group is doing, the Republicans, is saying you don't align with what we want. So we're going to try and make your voice less than. Again.
So it doesn't matter as much.
But
So now you
white
got
slave owner, right?
But now you got to
But this
debate
is
the
based on
motivation.
the reason they wanted to have
That's good point.
the white slave owner have less
Now we have to
power
debate
is
the
for a
motivation.
moral reason.
What's moral about it?
What's more?
It was immoral that they were voting for
How's
the
it
black person.
how's it moral when they're
No, I
slated
said
to make money off of
immoral.
this?
Immoral.
Oh, immoral. Oh,
Yeah.
I think it's immoral. I'm like, how's it a moral move? It's not. Because in the end, it was still a monetary gain to be made in the long run.
Yeah.
Right? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying... the problem is we're trying to justify, understand, and quantify
Monetary
actions
gain
of
and
people
power
from
gain
before.
aren't always
Yes.
in line.
But it is here.
And the thing is,
Well, maybe, but
This
power
is-
I think is more important than
this is why I think
monetary gain in
capitalism-
this case.
This is why I think capitalism is the greatest
That's the way to go.
economic system, because even if the
It's
reason
the money,
we were
dog.
the first capitalists.
No.
The reason capitalists did. We were the
No,
first.
no,
Probably we were the
listen,
first money
listen.
makers.
Listen, even if the reason is monetary gain,
Okay.
It always is.
No, I go with him. I actually agree with Chris.
Listen,
I got to
listen.
power.
Let me
first.
give you.
Power,
Let me give you.
but money begets power.
Let me
Money
give you an
begets
example.
power.
Money
Right.
begets power.
Money's a
That's
step
what I'm saying.
in.
Let me
Money
give you
is
an
a step
example.
to get more power.
Let me give you an example. My wife works for a pharmaceutical company.
Okay.
She
Ooh.
she joined this
It's
pharmaceutical
not the
company.
ones that do the opioid shit, right?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, because they just got
Okay.
sued for like
Okay.
She
9
joined this
billion.
They get hit hard. Go ahead.
So she joined this company, and the interview process was like, we're looking to find a cure for cancer, and she thought this is the greatest thing ever.
Wow.
Right? So I want to be a part of this. Then after she worked with people, she realized all these people here, the reason that they work here is because they want to make more money. I mean, they could go to another pharmaceutical company, make less, but this is a startup and they get paid more.
Right.
Yeah.
So the reason is monetary gain, but the result hopefully is a cure for cancer.
Right.
So in capitalism, even if the result was if I can get more black people to count as an equal person and I get them to the north and they work and we get more money, the result is still a good one. This happens through capitalism
No.
all the time.
Because we were
Even
we
if-
were
if
the
you
money.
didn't
Look at
get-
this.
We were the money.
But if
Look
you
at
had
this.
your
You can't
free,
say, like,
if
look
you
at
had
this.
freedom in the north and not in the south,
Look at
wouldn't
this.
that be a better
Look at
result?
this.
You're
You think for monetary reason?
Yeah.
But what's the
And
reason?
we were the
I
money.
benefit from
We
it.
were this. We were this.
We can
No,
agree.
we
wait,
were this.
wait,
It wasn't.
wait.
We
No,
were the money.
But I'm saying
You
get
can't.
North,
So
mostly-
you're saying that the
I don't know how
North,
to
the North
explain it.
brought them up here.
Emotionally driven.
They wanted
we're
to
saying-
free them.
If we're saying what you're saying, they brought them up here to free them.
Well, let me say
But
this.
we
This is my
came
first
up here
one.
as money because we had to pay for them to come up here. We had to pay someone to get us up here. You see what I'm saying? Cheers. So
Cheers,
it's
fellas.
like we
Bro,
had.
slow down, buddy.
So we were the monetary. We were the backing of all
Right,
these moves.
right.
Of the capital move.
Right,
Of the capitalist moves.
nobody's debating
We're the
that.
back of it.
Wait, nobody's
he's
debating
talking
what?
about the slavery and the opinion that, at least I don't think he's debating your opinion here.
Of what?
Of slavery and how black people were treated. I think he was making
Not
a point
even
about
that.
That's not what I'm talking about.
capitalism.
That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm agreeing with what he's saying.
I didn't get to finish. I'm just saying. I didn't get to finish.
Go
I
ahead.
don't disagree. I'm saying we were the money.
All right, go ahead, Chris.
No, I get
Go ahead,
that.
finish.
I understand what you're saying.
He's not disagreeing. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
I'm
no,
listening
but
right
I mean,
now.
but then it comes to the point when he,
Yeah.
like he was saying the example with his wife. Now, my question to you was: is it better, morally, psychologically, emotionally? Is it better to be free and working in the North, even if somebody else is making the money, or a slave in the South?
What does that mean? For whose aspect or
for a slave.
So the North didn't
100%
want the
we
free
want to be
slaves.
free.
No, I'm not talking
wanted
about
more
no,
jobs
that.
for poor whites.
Wait.
See, what you're doing is
They want
what
jobs
you
for poor
do
whites.
right
Answer the
every
question,
time,
answer the
and you do this a lot. You don't answer the question.
Yeah.
Now, morally, your statements are absolutely correct, and
Okay.
I agree with, but you're
I
not
agree.
answering
What's the
the
question?
question.
Give me the question.
I agree.
What's the question?
What is better?
What's the question?
To be free in the North and working even if the white man owns the
Whatever.
say the warehouse or whatever, or to be a slave in the South?
Either, because being free in the North at that time didn't mean you were free. It didn't
Okay.
mean you were taking
I'm
jobs.
sorry, I'm going to have to
It's not-
completely disagree with you.
Yeah.
No, I
How
can't
can you say
the jobs in
slavery
the North.
and having a paid job in the North are equal?
But how were we paid? Do you know the facts of that? What were we paid?
I
That
was
different
making
from
a
the South.
no,
because
see-
because
Right, what you do,
still had
you do
indentured
every
servants.
time, dude.
You still had-
Every time, what you don't do is
You
what
had
you want to do is you
I'm
want to put
breaking
an
it down.
emotional
I'm breaking it
spot
down. I'm breaking it
into
down.
a statement
You don't wanna
that is
I'm
a
breaking it down.
hypothetical question.
So in the
but
South,
you won't answer
so in the
that
South,
hypothetical question.
So in the South,
So we'll never
In
move
the South,
on
in the
from what
South,
you believe.
in the South,
in
you
the
had
South-
indentured servants
Yeah.
after slavery.
I
And then
understand
you
that.
moved to the North,
Wasn't
and
the
you get a
question?
job that
It
was.
still wasn't the question.
How was it
though,
not the
bro?
question?
Because it was a hypothetical question.
Hypothetical. Come on, man.
If we're not allowed to
you're
do
trying to-
hypothetical
you're
questions
trying to
or rhetorical
play-
questions,
you-
then how
so-
can we move a conversation past?
So give me the
how
question.
can we?
So give me the question so I can answer it specific. Go ahead. Come on. Give me the question specifically. Come on. Specific question. Go.
Is
Give me the
it
specific.
better?
Would it be?
Because would it be better? Because this is a conversation about capitalism. Is it better to be a slave in the South or working in the North?
We can't
And
say
free.
we can't say the capitalism piece because we were the capital.
Because
can't put
if
it
you
in
don't
there.
answer the
No.
question, then we can't get into the capitalism
Then
piece.
don't go to capital. Say what? Give me the question without the
I've
capitalist
given you
part.
the question 4 times,
No,
dude.
but
you just
you
don't want
can't.
to
You
answer it.
can't pull the capitalist part because we were the
Alright.
capital. How
Okay.
the fuck are we like?
All right,
Come on.
stop for a second. Then just answer the question. Forget I said
Answer the
capitalism.
question. Give me the question.
I'm not going to give it to you again. I gave it to you 4 times, dude.
With
Slave
a
in
lot of-
slave in the South or working in the North?
What is so? What are the outlines for
There are no outlines because it's
And this is
it's a
post-slavery.
hypothetical question.
post-slavery?
It's
post-slavery?
right in that same era. It's a
Post-slavery?
hypothetical question.
See, but we're not working
Because
on,
hypothetical
No, we're
questions
working
are
on what-
vehicles we
we're-
use
no,
to
no, no.
expand the
No, but
conversation
what we're
so we
working
can
on-
prove points
proven
and,
points
and put
We're working on
counterpoints
proven
in.
points though. We're working on it's not hypothetical because we're working on proven points.
You
We're
won't
working on
let me.
points that already happened.
You won't let me say things like capitalism. You won't let me talk about other
Because we were the
aspects of the
capital.
conversation. I'm not disagreeing with you, dude. But you won't let the conversation move on with a hypothetical question. Those questions are tools in a conversation. You don't have to like a hypothetical question
I'll
or
tell
a
you what,
rhetorical
no.
question.
I'll tell you what.
But they are
yeah.
tools that we use when we're in a conversation in order to, one, gauge somebody's point of view,
Yeah.
gauge
So what
their
about-
opinion on
I'll tell you
something
what,
so
though.
we can move
So what-
on
so
to
what
either
about the
prove
Southern-
a point
So what about
or
the
make a
Southern slave?
counterpoint.
What about the Southern slave that was like, I'm used to this because we've had it for 400 years. I'm going to stay in the South. So I feel like that's better. I'm going to stay here
I'm asking you.
Dude, I'm trying to answer your question. I'm saying there are other avenues. There's no one way to answer your question. Because if a slave in the South was just freed and he has known 400 years of servitude and has become an indentured servant and it's like, okay, I can still work under this master that's taking care of my family for 300 years under a generational wealth there on that move. I'm gonna stay here because I'm comfortable. Because I'm able to. I have a house. I'm able to work the land.
I don't think
I'm able
it's
to do this.
comfortable. I think it's all you knew.
That's all I knew. So, but that means comfort. What you know
No.
is comfort. What you know is comfort.
I see what you're saying, but
What you know is comfort. So
there's a
I'm
difference though.
comfortable.
Like you say,
Okay.
when we say comfort, like I get what you're saying, right?
I'm not saying
It's
this
a matter
era
of
comfort.
no. I mean, it's a matter of like the word comfort is more of like that ignorance is bliss thing. I don't know of anything else. This is all I know. It's not a matter of comfort. This is just what I know.
So that means
Well, you
you're
find
comfortable
comfort
and
in that.
So you're not.
I answered
so
you.
you're not gonna
How
know.
do you
It's
find
weird
Because it's the
when I
unknown.
argue with Brian and
Because
then I
it's the
agree with
unknown.
him the next
Because
sentence.
it's the unknown.
Right,
I'm
right,
not
right.
gonna go to the unknown if I know what's going on here.
In that sense, but
So that's what I'm saying is
Go ahead,
comfort.
go ahead.
So I'm comfortable here, so I'm not going to be able to compare myself to someone that maybe left this plantation 50 years ago or 20 years ago and was able to establish themselves in the North and have a job. Who knows what the job was? But I'm not going to say that it's better because the person in the South might be like, yo, I'm good. I'm able to raise my family. My family's not gonna be sold off. My kids are gonna be sold off.
I-
My wife's not gonna be sold off.
I think-
I have a family now. When before I wasn't allowed to have that. They took took everything from me. So you can't compare that because it's like, yo, it's two different avenues of it. It's like, yo,
one, I said slavery and work. You're saying the slave is free just working, or slave has been freed and working. So, but in your whole explanation, what you've just said, right? You didn't make any points that I disagreed with, right? The comfort thing, everything. But what you did was what you were trying, or not trying to, but what you were preventing us from doing. You were expanding upon a point with the information that I had to give you. And that's the point of a hypothetical question in some cases. So you obviously you feel very, very strongly about this issue, rightfully so, and I agree with you. Okay,
It doesn't matter if
you were allowed again and again to expand upon your thoughts.
Too. So why was your hypothetical more? Why is your hypothetical stronger than mine?
It wasn't. I was just waiting my turn, and then I asked a question. Okay. What I'm saying is, you just took that question again, expanded on it that I didn't. Took it to different parameters, but you're allowed to then give your opinion, give your examples, how you felt, what you think is right and wrong. And again, I didn't disagree with any of your points. But my point is, you keep saying, I don't want to answer hypothetical questions or they're not good questions or something. How are we going to move past a particular issue if I can't gauge, or anybody can't gauge, where the other people in the debate are? And hypothetical questions allow for that. Whether they're good or bad, I mean, there are good questions, there are bad questions. I'll give you that, but you can't throw a hypothetical question away out of hand just because you don't like the fact that they're hypothetical, or just because you don't like the parameters. Because the conversation, well, I mean, you know what I'm saying, dismissed it. You don't. That doesn't allow for the conversation to move forward. And what happens if the conversation doesn't move forward? Then if your points, which are going to be valid in some cases, aren't going to be heard as well. Because now I'm not in the spot where, okay, I heard him up to here. Now we're at a point that I might be stuck. So let me ask him this question. He gives me this answer, whatever it is. Okay, then we go on, and you give me more information or more point of view. You understand what I'm saying? So my issue isn't necessarily with the things you said. Is the fact that the hypothetical question seemed to throw you off. The question, the fact that it was hypothetical enough.
In all honesty, right? Like, so you got to remember, he's obviously speaking about his ancestry and his lineage.
Yeah.
Would you be able to quantify the slavery treatment and struggle of your people at any point?
Would I?
Through a hypothetical at any point, you think you would be able to quantify it in the sense of the grand total?
How can you quantify something?
Like, I wouldn't ask you to do that.
And I wasn't asking him to
Right. I get that, but I think that's
You
where
can't
his mentality
quantify
was of the whole South. Right. Or whatever.
And again, I wasn't trying
if
to
you're asking him
quantify
specifically,
the slave experience.
right? You're asking, hey Brian, if you had the choice, this, that, and the third, pick.
No, but I think it's
I was gonna say, go ahead,
I'm
Sam.
waiting
You've
to
been
hear
waiting.
from you. I'm sorry for cutting you off. I want to hear.
I was like, Sam's been waiting, so let's let him
Sam's
go.
been patiently waiting too. Like, come on.
I think it's objectively true for us to say it's obviously better for the advancement of black people that they are free and working, even if it's benefiting and enriching the white person who's giving them a job, than to be a slave. It's like, it's one or the other. It doesn't matter if they choose to live in the South and work for their previous slave owner and get paid to do so, or they go to the North and get paid by somebody in the North. It's still better for them to not be slaves anymore. It's like,
who said they are slaves in the
North?
Well,
the argument
because
became,
the North had slaves too.
The argument became like,
he was saying,
yeah.
The way the hypothetical was, it set the parameter.
But that's what I'm saying. The hypothetical fucked the whole thing up. That's what
it
fucked the whole thing up.
No, it didn't.
I understand what you're saying. No, the hypothetical fucked it up. Not with what you're saying. You see what I'm saying? I understand what you're saying. But the hypothetical is not. No.
He just elaborated on my question.
Yeah, it's simple. It's like, it's obviously better for black people or for whoever is in the oppressed category that they become free and work, even if it's enriching somebody else. It doesn't matter if they live in the South or they live in the North.
It's better to enrich someone else?
It's better than to be a slave. Yes, absolutely. You're free and you're working for it.
The thing is, slavery never ended. It never ended truly. That's why the 13th Amendment happened, because it never truly ended. It said,
so are you a slave now, or?
Wait. I'm gonna interject.
Yeah.
Because
Take a mic.
Here, you got this one.
They
Bang,
both
let's
like
go.
here.
Right,
go.
that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, no, okay.
Let's go.
So this goes into a good topic, and I think that's where we should start diversing.
Oh, diverting. Yeah.
Diverting.
Right.
Going to.
Because
Diversing.
the whole 13th Amendment, they changed the word slavery and put criminal.
Yes.
So
it never
with
ended.
with that being said, the system,
Let's look this up.
this justice system that we have,
Oh, I see. When you're saying it never ended.
Right.
yes,
I-
It just can't, but that's what I'm saying. It's the wordplay.
they changed the word to
But
make
that's
you
what
think.
They did.
Yeah.
To try to
And
confuse us.
That's why I
how
said
many-
I'm
confuse others.
No. Okay, so
I'm past this woke internet bullshit, bro. I'm
I'm a little confused. So when you say slavery never ended, you're saying the criminal system is slavery
It's based
on
on slavery.
continued
Yes.
today.
Yes.
Undercover.
And it has been proven. This is not
Very
a
light
conjecture.
man,
Gotcha.
This is
Buy
a
another
fact.
judgment.
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, it's,
Okay,
yeah.
so
So,
now-
that's what I'm saying.
okay,
You understand
so-
what I'm saying?
So
He's gonna tell
to
him.
catch you up, basically,
I'll be back.
basically right as you left, he said slavery never ended, which I was a little confused in, and then she jumped in and he clarified. The 13th Amendment, what they're claiming is slavery never ended. It just changed the language to criminal.
Yeah.
And so the criminal, the justice system today is the servitude that's been
We
pushed
talk about
on
privatized
from-
prisons all the time.
Yeah. I mean, I can see that argument. Obviously, without being here, I can see that argument. But I would also add that, in addition to that argument, the debt culture that we live in the modern world anyway, is a form of servitude.
They're gonna lock your ass up for a minute. You're gonna be stuck.
What's it? Indentured servitude.
Right.
You know, how we get locked into debt just if we want to live in the house. You know what I mean? We get locked into debt if we're gonna buy a car.
Right.
And the car doesn't hold the value. I mean, the argument can be made that the house will increase in value, and sometimes it does, but sometimes it
Yeah,
doesn't.
but the
right.
difference is, I think the difference between that and slavery is, and even the criminal justice system, it's really based on personal choices and taking personal responsibility.
Not at all.
It can
Like-
be.
Well, not always.
Well,
not always,
it
not
can
always.
be, but
Well, we're talking about cars. I mean, you
No,
don't
no.
have to go for
from
a
my
$25,000
from my
car.
examples,
You
you're
could go for
right. From my examples,
Yeah.
you're right. There is a level of choice, but I mean, you know, are we not trying to pursue the American dream, quote unquote?
I mean, that's
own
your-
the house, own the car.
Honestly, that's your fault if you fall for the I need a BMW. I mean,
No,
you
no,
know,
I
No,
agree.
no, let's
I
get away from the car
I agree
thing.
with that, but
With
but
the saying that it's the,
but the
choices
choice
to
thing.
be a criminal, eventually
which
becoming a criminal. There's no choice.
I, you know, there are people, even there are black people who choose to commit crimes, and those they should be arrested. But there is definitely a what's the word I'm looking for? There's definitely
you walked in
there's
on
definitely
me.
an environment
came
that
at the
was
wrong
created and then cultivated. I mean,
Right.
you can look at this with the Hoover years. You can look at it with what the CIA did with crack.
Yeah.
You know, you can't say, and
can't
I'm not
say that it's a
defending
choice
anybody
altogether.
who's done crimes against somebody else, but you can't say that there's been incidences and policies that don't, at minimum, create an environment where the only option is crime, or that's one of the best options in order to make a living. I mean, you saw that with the crack epidemic in the '80s.
So what he's
where these
okay.
disenfranchised people, black communities for the most part got hit with the crack epidemic. When you bring it into the projects,
Well, let's think about how
and,
that.
well, wait a minute, but that's the only way to make real money is to sell drugs, right? To sell crack. But who brought the crack in? I mean, if
The
you really
government.
look at
That's
the
what he's
history,
saying.
that's what
Well,
I'm
let
saying.
me ask you this question, okay?
I'm trying, I guess I
Wait,
came
so
at the
what
wrong time.
happened when
I'm
you-
trying
while
to
you
hear
were
I'm trying to
gone?
hear. Let's give me some.
And I'm sorry, I kind of feel like I might have jumped down your throat when you said it.
Yeah.
So I apologize on that.
Yeah, I know.
When you, yeah, man. He said like, how'd you? I don't want to not phrase it properly, but it was like when you had said about the.
Oh, I said
being a
some,
choice.
so because he gave some examples, like I mentioned the criminal justice system, and then he said that there is modern day slavery is kind of the getting into debt.
I think I said I used the indentured servitude.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
Yeah.
So and it's getting into debt, cars and mortgages and all that. My response to that was some of that's personal choice.
Yeah.
When
Yes.
you choose to get into a debt with a car or
That's
a home.
car and stuff, not
Yeah.
being a criminal
Indentured
and or
servitude
slave.
is not a choice.
No,
that
no.
was the only way you
Okay,
had to
and
kind of
that was
survive
the
after
thing.
this.
So what I was
That's
saying
why I
is
apologize.
there.
I feel like I might have jumped the gun.
Yeah.
Like, no. Like, that's not
And
right.
what I meant by that is not, we're not. You're right. We're not forced to it, but it's the culture.
Right.
There's not only is it the culture, like
undertone.
if you look at student loan rates and stuff like that, it's predatory.
Yeah.
Which is maybe that's a better way
They're like
of,
rapers?
of saying it.
Worse.
They're worse than rapers.
So we're in and not so much right now with real estate, but like in mid 2000s, that predatory lending was huge, and how many people ended up really hemmed up because of it.
Yeah, a lot.
All right, so maybe indentured servitude isn't the right term, but we all are working to pay off a debt.
Right.
All of us, and sometimes that debt is.
This goes into my personal religious belief, where Scripture says you're a slave to the person you owe money to. And I would
So does
agree.
that not justify what I said then?
No, I would agree exactly with what you're saying. I think indentured servitude might be the right word if you realize, hey, I'm borrowing money and my commitment moving forward is I have to pay this person what I borrowed from them. Like that would be what the moral person would do. So you'd almost be in this commitment, almost like an indentured servitude, like I have to pay this person back now.
The reason I brought it up, let me say this because I know you got something to say. Is I bring it up more so with what was or what is a necessity. You need to be in a house.
Right.
You need to have some place to live, right?
Yeah, but you don't need to buy one.
No, true, but you're still paying.
still gotta pay.
You still got to pay.
Yeah.
You need a car in modern day for most things, right? Yeah, yes, you don't need the Beamer. I get that.
Yeah,
but you have to pay for it,
Yeah.
right? And again, these are luxury items, but they're not if you need those things in order to survive. Then they're necessities.
Right.
Right? They're you need the utilities. You need internet now, which should be deemed a utility by the government soon, I would think, because you can't go to school anymore without it. You can't go to work anymore without it. Like these things that are necessary for survival in the modern age in this country are coming with predatory lenders or predatory interest rates and lines in contracts that you'll never understand unless you're a lawyer, right? That shit is not
It's $99
okay.
and then all the $30 fees. And
Right. So I mean, it might be a dramatic to say indentured servant. It's definitely inaccurate to say slavery. But
It's inaccurate to say indentured servitude also because.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, I feel you, but you're also comparing indentured servitude to internet and other things, and that was like not having like that argument is not like you cannot say that an indentured servant, someone that was an indentured servant, came from slavery, and they were saying, hey, you need to work this land, give me this amount, I'm gonna give you a shanty, I'm not gonna give you a house, I'm not gonna give you internet, I'm not gonna give you anything, any luxuries. No. That comparison is no. I'm giving you the bare minimum to live, to try to pay back a debt that you can never pay back, because I'm always gonna be ahead of it. I'm always gonna make sure.
So what you
that
just said is accurate. It's true, but if the and again I said it was most likely inaccurate to use that term. Right.
Yes, you
Right.
know you did.
So,
You did.
but what you just said, a debt that you most likely won't be able to get paid. That's the hidden fees, those hidden contract items that you find in a lot of this predatory lending.
Right.
So indentured servitude is
And-
different. I concede that.
Yeah.
But
I
we're
compare
living.
that. Where I'm having the problem is comparing it to that.
So here's the
Pretty
thing,
much.
right?
It's like
You
What
also-
you just said, it's a debt that you might not ever be able to
No,
repay.
it is a debt you will never be able to pay because they're going to keep you there as a slave because of this. That's the thing. It was slavery never ended. It never ended. You put someone under so much debt that there's no way for them to ever come out from under it. So you cannot say predatory lending. You can go to to different federal groups and things to try to say, yeah, they are harping on me. They are not allowing me to be able to pay this back in a reasonable amount of stay.
Do you want a microphone?
That right there is saying, you cannot say that you can compare that because they put them from the beginning so far into debt that they could never come out from under it, and that's why to this day in the South,
if you ever go to a southern town and you deal with the interaction down there, it is like a different world compared to anywhere else in the country. It's crazy. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Brianna. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
So
Talking to your mic, bro.
I'll start.
Sorry. Sorry.
So along the lines of
I'm sorry. Indentured service. They were sharecroppers. Sharecroppers. Indentured service. Same thing.
I don't know.
Go.
Anyway,
Go.
so along the lines of
I
never
just thought
being
I was
able
like, yeah.
to pay a debt back,
Mhm.
that's what is happening in our justice system right now.
Yeah.
When you get arrested,
That's what he said.
yeah.
That's
So
what he
when
said.
you get arrested,
He agreed on that.
Yes.
when you get arrested, you can bail out whatever. You still owe somebody
of
money,
debt, yeah.
right? If you don't pay that money, then
They
you're
owe
back
you.
in
They
jail.
own your ass.
But that goes back to the 13th. To the 13th.
That's what I'm saying.
Slave being switched out as criminal.
Yeah.
So that means we're going to put you in so much debt no matter what level you are. So if you were a slave and you become a sharecropper, you're in debt. If you're a free man, we're gonna find a way to make you a criminal now, so you pay us, and you'll always be in debt.
And
That's the thing this country will not admit. They won't admit that.
What part?
Who's they?
I'm saying the country.
What-
the
what-
country
what
won't.
admit?
Who's they? That
I know. I
represent
missed
the
what they
country?
want
The
to make.
criminal system is still the way it is. That's how they haven't admitted it. No.
Wait.
Well,
Wait,
I
no,
know
because
because
haven't
the
the
admitted what?
justice, the justice system,
Right.
putting people in jail,
Right.
and giving them an enormous amount of debt that they cannot get out of,
Right,
even if
right.
they get out.
Okay.
Which goes
they
back to
don't-
what it was back then.
And they don't have jobs.
Yes,
to
and
be
you
able
can't
to
get a
do it.
job.
Yeah.
You can't
Because
get a
you're
job.
a criminal.
So that's what I'm saying. So it's still something's going on today from back in the.
I don't. Wait, hold on. I can't speak for everybody. I think that's a part of another argument or conversation where we start talking about systems that are in place. I agree with you because the justice system
Yeah, I think there's a
would
tie-in, but I
lead
think
to
that-
whatever else.
The 13th became the justice. That's how that
for sure. But I'm
came
saying
into
it all aligns in a sense. But that argument at the core would be us talking about systems in place to keep you
You
stuck.
can't separate that because it
I'm
started
not
from the
separating.
beginning.
I'm saying that is literally the core of it, and
Okay.
the conversation would need to shift to that.
Okay.
Is what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Go with what you're gonna say because
I was just a
I
question
lost
because
my track.
we're doing that. It went from slavery to the criminal justice system.
Right.
But is this because slavery was strictly a part of Black history? So is this?
That's not true.
Strictly
That's American.
That's
history.
American history. It's not strictly Black
Well, we're
history.
talking
It's
about
not
strictly
strictly
black.
Wow.
Well,
Would you call
no,
it
you
world
can't
history?
say that. Can
Well,
I?
it's definitely part of world history.
Can I
but-
clarify?
Yes, of course.
Because we're talking
whoa.
about
He's
we're
getting tied
talking
up.
about the 13th Amendment.
pumpkin
So
ales are
I'm
getting to
talking
him.
just
Right.
American history, right?
Okay.
Because that's what we're talking about.
But
So
you said
13
strictly Black history. You didn't say American history.
No, because we're talking about the 13th history, so I assume that we were all on the same page that we were talking about American history. The 13th Amendment
Right.
doesn't
I actually did
doesn't
state that
affect
before
all-
we even ran
yeah.
the show. My bad.
So-
I fucked up again.
So when the transition goes into the criminal justice system, which we believe is what happens with the 13th Amendment, are we just talking this being pushed only on Black Americans, or just the criminal justice system in general, including all people incarcerated, all people?
Well,
the
it was-
criminal justice system in general.
Wait.
It
Let
was
him
started-
finish. Let him finish.
Yeah,
Let him
go ahead.
finish.
No, that was a
No,
question.
okay.
I think it started at that point. That is what started the criminal justice system. That's what started it. Is that point when they changed it to say you're not a slave, you're a criminal. So who did they criminalize? Black people, to make the criminal justice system as it is today. And then you can go as far as privatizing it and saying, you know what, I'm going to profit off of that. I'm going to pay judges to make sure we fill these goddamn prisons. That it still carries on to today.
But so
It carries on.
Right now, everyone that is in jail,
all
so everyone that's in jail that is a criminal, it's not just the Black people that are in jail that are criminals. It's that the 13th Amendment started
Good catch.
because they used
Yes.
the Black people as the criminal in the sense. There's a vast majority of people that are locked up that are Black, Spanish.
Let's not say vast majority, because the predominant population of prisons are Black, not Spanish, not white, not Asian, not any other ethnicity. It is predominantly Black because it started as that. So you can say others have been added to it, but no, not to that point
No,
though.
and I agree because the system was designed in general
Mhm.
to keep
Where's
Black
this?
people
Where's this
down.
fucking mic at? Where?
Listen, you They can hear me. I'm loud enough. I already heard it out there.
Carry on.
Anyways, but I'm saying for all intents and purposes, what we're saying that the
It's
word
all
criminal,
intent
whatever.
and purposes.
I just leave it.
Let her finish, please. I'm gonna listen. I'm enjoying it.
Jesus, Brianna. It's not aggressive.
He doesn't
Go,
like
just go.
that.
Just
I
go.
don't know why.
Anyway.
I want to listen to y'all. I can't listen to him. I want to listen to him.
What?
I was just cut him off. I apologize. Oh, I want to cut off. I was like, God damn it, shut up.
So
What?
for right now, and whatever, how do you say it?
All intent.
All intent
All
and
intent.
purpose.
It's not intensive.
No.
Intent.
Okay.
Your intent. For all intent
Like a mix
I'm
and
intending.
purpose.
juice in there, so it's not as bad.
So
Alright.
we're saying that the
We're doing some green tea
the 13th Amendment,
That was Sam's idea.
the 13th.
My man. Let's go.
Alright. I told him to do it like an hour ago. He's too lazy. He didn't want to put his butt in the camera. That's what happened. So we were saying that the 13th Amendment switched the word slavery to criminal. We can all agree on that, or you guys will look it up later or something. But so the system was designed to like hold black people down in general. Specifically black males, I feel is more predominant, but black people in general. But for what we're saying right now is there are white people, there are Spanish people, there are other races that are also criminals in that jail who then go through that same cycle. It's definitely predominantly black. Like, and even we can even go into the whole police brutality and stuff. We can dive into that too. But with the justice system itself, it is predominantly black. But for everyone that's out there listening, we have to state that we know there are Spanish people, there are or Latinos.
Well,
But I feel like
I got the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So it is. So it's predominantly. I got to do it now. It is like you said, I'm not disagreeing with that. That it's predominantly black, but it's also, if you look at class, it's poor people who go to jail.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It doesn't matter if they're black, white, or Hispanic. The people in jail generally will not come from wealthy families.
That's where we're at today, and that's where you're coming.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I
Today-
have a question after.
And the reason for that is, I mean, there's plenty of laws we can point at, but you can't navigate this court system.
No.
I can't. I'm somewhat educated. I'm somewhat intelligent. I couldn't navigate the court system without a lawyer. And how much does a lawyer cost? You know, and then even if the system gives you a lawyer, they're doing it pro bono. Are they giving you the all?
Yeah.
And they have however many other cases pro bono because it's a court-appointed lawyer.
Yeah, well, a pro bono lawyer, a court-appointed lawyer is a lawyer who's practicing. Generally, is a lawyer who's practicing.
He does it.
But they have to. It's part of the bar.
Oh, they have to.
They have to do pro bono work. Now, it doesn't have to be court-appointed. It could be some other.
But their
Other way.
caseload
They're
crazy.
supposed to do that by their.
Their caseload is not something you want. You don't want
Right,
to
right.
Nothing.
Yeah.
So you're not getting a good representative. You're not getting a good advocate.
You're not being
And unless
represented.
you've got the money to spend on a good lawyer with a good team, you're not going to get the same justice
boss, I
as
think.
somebody who's wealthy enough to afford that.
Oh, yeah,
to
absolutely.
afford that.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
that's quite disgusting. In my opinion, it's quite disgusting because then you see the disparity, not just in race, but you see that white kid that raped the girl, the swimmer. I don't remember his name. Got 6 months, and
Rob
then
Turner? Is that-
then you have a poorer guy could still be a white guy, does the same crime, but he doesn't
That's
have the lawyer.
thing, dude. I have that. That's my issue. Like, and I totally agree. The whole race thing, and historically, I totally agree. It's and the difference is we had historically slave owners, and that's not including the people who were racist. I mean,
Hold on, you said a slave owner is not racist.
No. I'm saying.
I'm just joking.
Yeah.
I'm just joking. Go ahead, I'm just joking. I had to throw that in there. It was easy.
There's one
So
Triple distilled. There should be one down at the bottom. Sorry to cut that off.
you go back just a few decades, and you have
on the
a lot of people that were racist. But a lot of the conversation that we have today, there's no room for involvement. Like, I think that that the United States has evolved, maybe not to where we want it to be, but it's not always, the motivation isn't always race. However, my issue with the criminal justice system was exactly what he was saying. It doesn't matter a lot of times if you're white or black or Hispanic. A lot of it matters with what part of the socioeconomic ladder you're in. If you're a poor guy and you're, it's gonna affect you differently than if you can afford the lawyer, you can afford the court representative that's going to get you there. And unfortunately, because of however we want to say and the circumstances that led to it, minorities and especially black people are in the environment where the only choice they have, or they feel the only choice they have, is to pursue a life that might be criminal or that might get them in trouble with the law. And so that's disproportionately what we see happening today, and that's disproportionately the people that are going to jail.
Well, I think that goes back
But
to what I said too
goes
about
back,
Hoover
that's not
and
now. That goes back
COINTELPRO. In
back,
the
yeah.
modern times, it's the crack epidemic I was mentioning.
But who started
Those situations were created, and now,
Yeah.
of course, they have no out.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And I'm not defending.
How did the guns
I'm not
get into
defending
the,
any
how did the
criminal.
guns get into
and
the hood?
No black criminal that has hurt.
How did the
another
drugs get
person.
into the hood?
But drugs are not. Drugs don't go against the NAP, which is something I believe in. So we need to really reevaluate, one, what's crime, what a crime really is, and two, why are we? Well, you said private prisons, which is a moneymaker, so that's an issue. Privatized prisons shouldn't exist. I don't want one, Anna.
You had it. Oh, you did.
So, but the government has been involved, and we've seen that. And stuff that we have seen that has been declassified. So we don't even know what hasn't been declassified.
So the declassified stuff has been proven that the drugs and the guns came into the community through the government.
Right. Well, the crack epidemic was through the CIA.
Yes,
That's been proven.
So, but
then
who
COINTELPRO was actively, and you probably know as much, if not more, because you're well versed in the Black Panthers. But they brought in one agent provocateurs. They brought in weapons, and then the statement was made that these people are violent. I don't remember the city block in Philly that got burned, bombed, firebombed by the police, which should never happen.
Yeah,
it's not what the police are for.
Go right for it, dude.
Oh, so
Cheers to good conversation.
Jeez, hello.
Cheers.
I'm not Patriots
click,
goddamn
click,
glass.
click,
Nah,
click.
I would tap. Hello, Brianna.
So
cheers. Okay.
while I still think we live in a country that can be great, we do have to acknowledge the
Can be great
aspects
when?
of it.
When can it be great though?
One, when we let people finish their sentences.
True.
Two,
I just want to I had to get that in there, so
Yeah,
you finish your statement and continue on to that. I had to kind of.
So
Yeah.
I mean, we got to acknowledge the mistakes,
another one of
or the
those.
outright.
I mean,
Yeah,
I don't even know if
those.
you can call actively doing something against the American people a mistake, but we got to acknowledge those aspects of our government and our history. And again, the government, to me, isn't the Constitution. It's the people who are elected or the people who are in the government themselves corrupting the at least the very spirit of the Constitution.
But aren't they the representatives of the people? So
Well, they
that's
are
where supposed to be. But what I'm
Supposed
saying
to
is
be.
supposed to be. But let's talk about
I'm with him.
let's talk about
With
the patriot part of the.
The Patriot Act?
No. Fuck, sorry, I did not say that. I'm just saying. So let's talk about the patriot portion. So, what do you guys know about May 31st, 1921?
I don't know. Don't do that.
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
That was
What do you guys know?
Tulsa.
Yes.
What's it called? The Tulsa riots or the
Riots.
Tulsa massacre?
Tulsa race riot.
Race riot,
Plus,
Right.
it was Black Wall Street.
Like that,
so, with
I
that,
should know, but I'm bad at that.
do you realize that was the only time that this country, we bombed our own country? We dropped bombs in our own country. No other country has dropped bombs on this land except for us.
Well,
But
they
because
did
it was
again in Philly, but that was
Whoa.
in the 70s.
That
70s or
dropped
80s.
bombs?
The police from helicopters dropped firebombs.
No. We're talking about bomb, not fire bombs. No, we're talking about bombs. Blowing up building bombs.
I know he's
Blowing
saying.
up building bombs and a fire bomb is a different run. It's not the same power. It's not the same power.
Well,
but what I'm saying is the first time it
People
came
still
in,
burned to death.
the first
I hear
time,
you.
the first time it came in, people burned to death and died like on a mass. See, I like the downplay is crazy.
I'm not
like,
downplaying.
But by saying,
It's
but
an
by
addition.
comparing it, by comparing it, you're downplaying it
How?
because it is a serious time
this is a
in our
problem.
history that no
Right,
one wants
right.
to.
Let me finish real quick. This is a problem
I've been
that you-
quiet how long? It's
you
my
have
turn
with
to
me.
speak. I've been quiet for how long? You said
You're
you said what
talking
you had to
about
say.
people.
You said what you
black
had to say.
People getting bombed.
No.
I'm talking about black people getting bombed, and you're saying I'm downplaying it.
Because this is a
How
time.
can I bring that
No,
up and
because
agree
this-
with you and downplay you? At
Because
the same
this
time?
this first bombing
Right.
was at the hands of straight white racist, Ku Klux Klan, racist citizens, all of that. You know what I'm saying?
And
I'm not saying that
was
1970.
the police.
so the
that
one-
were
The police
government
who are part of
organization.
okay.
He's on your side.
Okay, he's on my side. Okay. What I'm saying,
I
no.
don't understand why it's
No,
mad.
I was like, wait, I don't know. I didn't know the Philly one that good, so I didn't want to say nothing to be
But
wrong.
the point I'm trying to make is
Right.
that no one knows about that.
That's
You
fair.
two didn't know about that. You
I knew.
did.
No,
I said
think
yeah.
Brad-
Okay.
I said it was
Okay.
a
Well,
race
you led with
riot.
the date. I don't remember the date.
I
You're
should
right.
know my
Okay,
numbers
okay.
better,
So-
but I'm not really.
I'm just
100%
saying, like to wrap it up,
Yeah, yeah.
is that we like this country allows, yes, but at that point it was a community. You were allowed to bomb and burn and shoot and kill a community of people. And you talking about patriotism?
Where was this again?
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Is that a sundown state?
It was a sundown town,
Sundown town.
which I have. So you guys need to check this. Look out,
Both of those are cool.
sundown
Like, they're
towns.
cool, like to learn
Sundown
about.
towns, dope as shit.
I lived near one.
I would
I did in
definitely.
Indiana.
Yes, Indiana had 27 out of 34 of their cities
Are you serious?
were sundown towns in Indiana. So he knows
Finish what you're
So-
saying, so we can probably go
Martinsville,
to that.
Indiana
but-
was a big.
it's crazy, and it's still
Martinsville, Indiana.
and
was
it's
a big
still
one.
a predominantly white neighborhood because of this,
Right.
Because of what happened back then.
Okay, so-
if you're in a sundown town,
No. Go finish
Okay.
off what you were saying when we were talking about the bombings, and
Yes.
then we can go into
So-
this.
so-
because that is interesting.
so the whole thing with Tulsa that really kind of burns me up is that so many non-minorities and minorities do not know about it. They don't understand
That's fair, yeah.
that
You don't
this
think that it was constructed
this
that way,
this
though?
city.
Or implemented.
I think it's not. It was because I watched a documentary where a lot of folks that grew up there and that were like in their 70s and 80s,
Right.
in schools they never spoke on it. They never
You don't think
brought it
that's
up.
whoever.
That's the problem. It is.
Right.
It's a problem.
What do you
But
call
I'm
that?
saying
Like
is-
someone manipulating. Like
yeah,
you're
but-
making,
you're
making it
manipulating
that
history.
way.
You're manipulating
The
history.
victors write the history, right? So
Right. That's
who's
yeah.
writing the history book?
Yeah,
Religion. Oh shit! Don't get me started.
and religion and who
I'm the-
else?
I'm the bad
Goddamn.
guy.
So
Leave me
what I'm saying is a lot of folks until recent years,
Yes, you need one.
I would say at least the recent year, that it was a lot of TV shows that have come out that have kind of put that at the forefront of like people's minds to make them want to research. And I thank my father for kind of putting me on and saying, you know what, you learn about this. So it's like it's
There's more.
if you haven't heard of Tulsa, you need to look it up and see and really read about it. Just to see how just evil this country can be. And you're telling me that I'm supposed to be a patriot when you treat us like shit and it's continuous.
So, I sympathize with that.
Okay.
My question is there any room for evolving? Because it seems
Always.
Because no, I mean like
It has to be understanding before evolution. You have to understand before you
but
evolve.
I mean, like, has there been any involvement at all? Because it seems like there's just. It seems often in the conversation it's perpetually the same, and there hasn't been any evolving at all. It's just.
I don't feel like I wouldn't say at all. I would say in the South, especially in Tulsa, there's been. I think the evolution is starting to happen because they're putting up museums.
It's just starting to happen. It
Yes.
hasn't been happening like.
I would say in the last like 5 years or 10 years
see
because
things.
look, last week they just unearthed a mass grave from 1921 from the massacre. Last week.
Wow.
So you can't say we've evolved to that point when you haven't even recognized what happened.
But you're talking about one specific
Wait.
incident. Like
I-
race in
No,
general.
no, that's
do you
one
think
specific-
America has evolved in general,
No.
or not at all. Like,
I think-
No, I know. I wouldn't say no.
are you saying we're
I
stuck
wouldn't-
in
no, no,
1921? Like,
All right, man.
I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say we haven't evolved, but I feel where I really feel like it is the folks who know and are educated on what has happened to the African American minorities or whatever minority in this country has not spoken up. So I don't say we've evolved to that point because the way that we solve this, the way that we come together as a people and not be divisive, is when both sides understand and you say, you know what, man, that was wrong. That was wrong.
But let's say you're not American, but you're still white, and you don't know the American history.
You have no say in the conversation.
No, listen.
No say that because
Let me finish.
you're learning from other avenues.
Let
No.
me finish.
Go ahead.
That person gets parachuted into the country. Is it not possible for that person to objectively say, you know what, as a human being, it's objectively wrong to treat another person, regardless of their skin color, their race, their sexual orientation, whatever, in this way, and it's horrible.
If they say that, you're good. You're great.
But you're.
But how often does that happen?
I think it happens a lot.
think it does happen.
Your argument in the last 2 minutes, and I'm not saying this is your argument always, but in the last 2 minutes, unless somebody has heard about Tulsa, they're not educated or they're not able to empathize.
Do I need to give you some more examples?
That's my point.
It's not
most
one
people,
example.
No, most people don't. I think most people in 2020 don't need the examples to be able to say it's absolutely wrong.
So why do things keep continuing to happen to us? If it's not, if people in 2020 see that all these things are wrong, why do these things keep repeating then? That's what I'm saying. Because it's not. It's easy to say it. It's different to act on it and say, you know what?
Went straight for the Trump guy.
It's different to act on it and say, you know what? Yes, these things were wrong, and we're going to do something about it. And when I say we, I mean the white community, the community at the oppressor community. So you've got to so for me to say that someone is like, oh well, it's 2020 now. You should get over it. It's it is what it is. Let me finish, Chris. Come on, don't come in there. Don't cut in there, bro. I let you say what you got to say. Let me finish.
All right, let's
What I'm saying is,
come off of it a little bit, though.
you've got to be able to acknowledge the wrongs of the past, and not us, the oppressor, needs to acknowledge the wrongs of the past for us to move forward, because we're not going to be comfortable enough.
Time out. Not us. Us.
Us, everyone.
Right. When you said us, And it's
No,
not
I
just
pointed at me as in you or us.
people,
like we're here.
For us,
I'm a man. I'm not 3/5. I'm a man.
Yell at him.
No, what I'm saying, I did. I just yelled at him just now.
No,
What
but
you talking
don't.
about?
now he's even pointing at
No,
you.
come on, point. Come on,
man.
I'm saying it has to be a point of people recognizing the faults of the past, because America, but America does not like recognizing the faults of the past.
I'm next.
Yeah, you're right.
America does not like recognizing the faults of the past, and when we do, it's like it wasn't that bad. Oh, it's not. No, it was. It was that bad and more.
Okay,
So
I'm
until
gonna step in for a second.
let's go.
You're right.
Yes.
I agree 100%. And in the sense of what you're saying, I think this will align with it, and also pretty much everybody's gonna agree with this in a sense, or the sentiment at least. We're not asking people to feel that you have to be a martyr of any sort.
Yes.
We're saying you need to be anti-racist, not just we don't like racist. No, anti. That is not cool.
Put it out
that's
there.
wrong, right?
Don't
That's
be
all we're
stand
saying.
back, stand by. Be like, no, that shit is wrong. Period.
Stand back, stand by was like.
Hold on.
That's what
a
I'm
whole other
saying.
thing.
Oh, now she gets a
That's
turn.
what I'm saying.
Wait. I want to say this first.
All right, say it.
And also saying that how we've come and grown, or how as a people or American, right, or whatever, as a country. And it's kind of hard to quantify it when we start from behind the buck, on my perspective, or how I feel about it.
Hundreds of years of that.
I've done nothing but grow with the conversations I've had with someone who looks like me, someone who's come from a same city as me, and someone who shares the same sentiments on certain core values. And I've done nothing.
I don't look like you.
Yo, motherfucker.
Time out. Tell
You
me,
may feel like him,
tell me he didn't hit me with the most serious face. He was like, "So I don't look like you? Are we going there?" But no. In all honesty, it's there is growth, yes, but the way we like to portray America and how we want to play ourselves as the power, which we're whatever kind of a power, let's not pretend that we do not have our ugly side, because the only way we become or only way we galvanize is by fixing our weakest point. Our weakest point would be how we handle. Go, sir.
So don't disagree. No, because
He was waiting the longest.
I think she might.
That's not true. Half hour ago.
I don't care what you say. Come on, Brianna. Go.
Let's go.
Chris, go. I'll remember.
Initially, what I was going to ask Brian is what he would have us do as white people. But that was answered. That was answered. That was answered.
Who answered it?
You did.
Thank you.
So,
sorry.
Which is and that's fine. Now, my challenge is to the black people in the room and in the country is to
that's our spot.
acknowledge when that happens. Not saying, nobody needs a trophy.
Because
if we're doing it and we're standing with you.
When they step.
Right. You don't need acknowledgement for doing right.
No, I'm not saying I need a candy bar or a popsicle or
saying
anything
about
like
that.
that. I'm saying, what I'm saying is, and not individual, not like, you've seen me do something. Here's a
great.
Listen, I want you to say, we have people that are fighting the good fight with us, or that are making these statements, are taking these things and doing the actions. It doesn't have to be individual.
But
that is happening. That is,
sometimes maybe, but not all the time.
But even in his own words, he said he's even asking of us.
But why?
Because
we have been.
You can't collaborate, bro. You can't collaborate, or you can't ask of something which somebody's already doing and not saying.
Brianna says she can solve it. Go. Leave it to a woman.
All right, listen. If you let me speak.
Yeah, let's bring it down. Let's not overtalk each other too much. Go, Brianna. Go.
All right. With this whole situation that we're talking about right now, yes, because
Just
I
go,
had to
just
be
go.
mean, and now I'm a female. Whatever.
Who said
You're
that?
just dragging this on.
Anyways.
Strong voice.
All right, listen.
Go. Say what he says.
As a community, everybody should be anti-racist. That's the goal, right? Everybody should be anti-racist. White people need to be the voice in the sense of that's fucked up, right? How this person, whether it be a cop, another person, another black person, however it is, this person is being treated poorly because of the color of their skin. That's at this point in society.
We're asking for you to be a voice, not the voice. But go.
Yes, a voice.
That's
but I'm
a good
saying
clarification.
yeah. But what I will say.
For you to agree with what he like something like that.
Yeah. But wait. What I will say.
This is what we do.
Stop, y'all! Don't make me be the dickhead. Go ahead, Brianna. Stop talking. Brianna's talking.
Oh yeah. What I will say is, there is a lot of things, and I'll speak personally.
I can't say
Can y'all shut? Like, let me.
Everybody's listening.
Want me?
And I'm reading a book.
So what I say?
You said how much you love.
No.
You said the white
Anyways,
community.
the white community, step the fuck up. No, that's not what I'm saying. But as personally speaking, I grew up around a lot of shit that I didn't even realize was toxic or even racist, because that's just how we grew up. The city that we grew up in, everything, just the way people talked. So with Derek, he's teaching me, and I think that's part of it too, is like, not everybody that says a racist thing is racist. No, if you then tell them, hey, this is racist, don't do it, and then they continue to do it, then that's a whole nother conversation. But there has to be, there has to be a conversation, and it has to be like what we're doing right now. We're talking about it, right? Like, I had no idea, like, what, I don't even remember what it was. It was one of the terms that we used to always. Yeah, I will. Okay. I was gonna dive into that after. But so like growing up, we always everything was like, oh, you ghetto rig that. You ghetto rig that.
Right.
I had no idea that was, yeah. But so Derek was like, Brianna, you gotta stop saying that. Like that, and the same thing is like, I didn't know that it was like, to me, I grew up in the ghetto. So to me, I was like, part of the ghetto. I did it too, whatever. But that's not where it derived from.
But when we said
it
ghetto,
derived
we
from,
didn't mean it like it was like done like we.
But that's because of, but that's because of the non-understanding of where it comes from.
Right.
Yes,
Which is
that's
okay.
the and
Which
that's
is
the
okay.
thing is the history.
You gotta learn eventually.
You don't
Right.
say it now.
But
you see what I'm saying?
right.
But
So that's the growth.
Right.
But
That's
there
the
is
growth.
there is and maybe not you guys, but there is a lot of
I just
black
wanna sleep in the
people.
bed tonight, so I gotta listen.
Yeah, there is a lot of black people that will not hear the other side, especially if they're white.
Excuse me, what was that last word?
Especially, all right? Fuck you.
I'm done. You heard what she said? You
Let it
Listen,
go.
You got
listen.
Let's go.
Listen. Okay, so from here on out, every time you make a mistake, I'm gonna call it out on air. No,
You do it anyways.
no, I don't. I never do that.
Oh, you guys are in a
Anyway.
fight. That's a real fight face.
No. I feel what you're
She's
saying.
in a fight. I don't get in the fights.
She put on her fight face.
So I want to say that yes, as a community,
Oh god, that's too funny.
I feel like we do need to come together more because it's like it's turn the AC on. It's like I'm not cold.
I know what Sherry because he kept getting mad at me. But I'm like, man, the white people
I
are
was
melting.
freezing earlier. Like god damn.
He's been taking off his hat and
I do this. I can't make him any angrier.
AC it's got hot there.
One person be
But the
like,
thing
yeah.
is, it goes from hot in this
Right.
5 minutes. We're gonna be freezing in this joint.
Now see, this is weird.
Keep
You
that
can't
open.
say we because I'm not gonna be freezing in this
No,
joint.
shit, you will eventually.
No, I won't.
Let the AC
No, I
work.
won't.
Let the AC work. Let the AC work 5 minutes. When I came in here, that joker was on a high.
I know. I was
fire
sitting next to you,
flame
man.
of
Chris is like, no.
great cold air. It was crazy. So
okay.
so what I'm saying is I kind of agree with Brianna in that sense that as a black community, we need to come together.
Right.
And because like no matter what we have gone through and have had to deal with throughout, we've got to love each other. And my thing is now I see a black person, I'm like, hello, what's going on?
Exactly.
I'm just like, I'm being happy. Hey,
hello, not what's
it's
up.
It's
Hello.
not what's up.
That's
It's
how I try to
hello.
speak.
Like, why can't we? Like, we need to do that.
Right.
And that's something that I feel like has been lost because of so many years of being just put
Pain.
in other places and
Right.
not being where we need to be. And it's not all just us. Like, I can't take all the blame for us being in that spot. No, we were put in that place. And that's what a lot of people in this country need to realize. We were put in that place.
I don't think
These things were put in our community. We didn't go to Columbia. We didn't go and find all this stuff and bring it back.
Yeah, and I don't
You
think
see what I'm
anybody-
saying?
I think at this
But I
table,
think it-
everybody is agreeing.
He's speaking,
with-
but he's speaking
no,
overall.
You're saying
but overall, but people who don't understand think that we did all this shit to ourselves. That is the problem, and I've heard why people say that.
But
Like, this is your problem.
And that
You kill
comes in-
yourself. Like, no.
That comes into and that like the black on black crime is a
Yeah.
big argument.
Counter argument,
Yeah.
supposedly.
That's the huge counter argument.
That's
Oh,
something
Well,
that you then,
wow.
you have to then review
Well, I know.
you had to say, hey.
I don't think.
with history and with knowledge.
Yeah, yes.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree, and I was the one who
agree,
brought
I agree,
up the
I agree.
like the crack thing and the COINTELPRO.
Right.
I brought that in the conversation, so I only preamble my next statement with that because
Right, yeah.
of what I'm going to say next.
Go ahead.
One, Brian's right. A lot of it was like there was no other way out, right?
Right.
But then there does have to be a voice, and I'm sure there is, denouncing the violence that does exist. And I'm sure there is a voice for the black. Obviously, I can't speak for that community, but I think you're also right. I think Brian's also right by saying, you can't point at us, meaning white people pointing at black people or anybody pointing at any group of people and say, you guys are doing this to yourself, and use that as a justification for something else that's bad.
Okay.
Wrong is wrong,
Wrong is wrong.
right?
Right,
So
right.
if you
See,
want to
I
bring
agree.
up the black on black crime, okay, that's a debate, that's a conversation, that's an argument. There could be valid. I'm sure there are valid points in that argument, but that is not a justification for a police brutality argument, for a a
But still a
KKK
conversation
argument.
that should be had.
I believe so.
Right.
I believe so.
Yeah.
And again, but because you can't
I
say,
agree with you.
and I'm not saying that Brian's saying this, but you can't say we're all good all the time because
Now, who is?
I mean, black people.
That is not-
and I know that's never been said, but I'm
Yeah.
saying, but you can't take that stance and then expect anybody else to
Right.
really kind of
So
like,
what I'll say.
fall in line with what you're trying to say about police brutality or about racism.
So here's the thing. Even with knowing that there possibly could be bad black people,
Right.
I don't even care in the instance of when you're going to make the arrest.
Oh yeah, no.
And if you do not know, or the guy is not actively a threat, he needs to be taken into custody alive. And the problem with this is that, and I'm just gonna say it bluntly because I deal with this and I have to deal with this day to day. There's no reason my father should have to call me and say, Derek, no matter what, if a cop stopped you, put your hands out the window and do not move.
Right.
That should have never happened.
Yeah.
I don't care if it was his
I mean, I
lifetime
still
or my
do
lifetime.
that, but
Right, but that's not. We should just have to we should just have to let the interaction go how it's gonna go, in the sense that they should make the stop, state why you were stopped, and then you give them your information or whatever, and it goes as that, and you go about your day, right?
Yeah.
There should be no reason why, if you get pulled over and the way they look at you they might treat you a little different than the way when they look at me I'm met with aggression because of the color of my skin. The problem is a lot of these cops are scared. Why are you fucking scared of me? I'm just trying to go buy some fucking muffins for my daughter. Why are you afraid of me?
I think the answer to that question is
Conditioning?
multifolded. One, media
Yeah.
for sure is it plays it up.
Right.
It's not going to show you Brian meeting up another guy on the street and saying hello to him. It's going to show you the black guy that robbed the house. It's going to show you all these images, right? And that's why the attitude is taking that stance of like apprehension at first.
Right.
Right. So the media, I think, plays a huge part in
For
that.
sure. But I also want I've never heard you say it. But there are people on all sides, even some black people, who say, "Oh, just comply." It's hard to just comply when you are not wrong.
Or and the instructions are confusing and
You saw when my dad was
contradictive.
on last week, and he said he was in the backyard about to cook some food up
Right.
on the grill. A cop came and told him, or asked him, "Oh, what are you doing?" And my dad's like, literally, he's like, "I was taking the grate out," and when he came, I was like, "Oh shit, like, did something happen?" And the guy's like, "What are you doing?" And my dad, like, he said, "I froze," and said, "About to cook some food," and the guy was like, "Can I see your ID?" So my dad went to put the grate down and get his wallet, and the cop said, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah.
Whoa,
That was
dude.
last week, right?
Last week you talked about
I
it, yeah.
have a story. So if I
So-
can share a story after
Of course.
you finish, that's
And I'm just saying, it's like, in every instance, of course, you always can have the counter argument that, but that could have been just that cop, right? That should have never happened though.
Right.
It should have never happened where a law-abiding citizen at the time, from when you saw him as the police officer,
Yes.
he was law-abiding.
Yes.
Even if you're approaching a scene where something happened,
Why am I
you
getting
can't walk
criminal?
in and say, "Yo, you don't move, I'm arresting you all." No, you got to say, "What happened? Who did what?"
Yes.
Right?
You have to
there's-
investigate. You have to
There's some
investigate.
sort of an investigation of some
Has
sort
to
that
go
needs
on,
to
yes.
take place, right? But at the same time, it's like, anybody could be wrong, right? It's like one of them whodunit shits. Nobody knows, and you just picking and choosing. It's just it gets so, like you said, it's like
It's
muddled and
But the thing is,
multi-layered.
But why is it when we talk about police that it's muddled and all that?
No,
Because-
I'm saying muddled in the sense of
I
the
feel
way
you.
that.
No, I feel you.
Okay,
No,
go ahead.
I'm not just going to say.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, but when it comes to the police,
Right.
it is extra muddled. It's bad apples and all this other stuff. So
Ah,
let me tell you my story.
okay, I got
so
you.
let me tell you my story. Hey,
Yo, Brownie, your child.
She's yours, child too.
Oh.
hold on. So
And it's okay
Oh,
let's talk about the Green Book.
Yeah, go ahead, go.
I want.
You tell your story when you come back? All right, so-
the Green Book. So
take it on, my guy.
if you guys haven't seen it, I don't know.
Yeah, they
gotta-
could.
Yeah, I saw.
So-
No, he was showing it to the camera.
okay, so
Oh, sorry.
it is. So this was established in 1936, and this is the 1940s edition. So this is a book that most, if not all, African Americans or minorities, Latin Latino, Hispanic needed to use to get around the country.
Oh, this is from the movie.
No, the movie's from that.
Based on
movie's
this,
from
no,
the
it's not. No.
Yeah.
Said it's from. This is the movie.
Yeah,
no,
the
this
movie's
is the
based
reason.
on this. Yeah,
This
right,
is
right,
the
right,
reason.
yeah.
So this is what you had to get around town with
Yeah.
to be able to know if you were safe
Yes.
to eat,
Can I see this?
sleep,
It's insane. I was looking into it.
Eat-
Bro,
eat,
Massachusetts
sleep.
is in that shit.
find shows,
Massachusetts is north. It is
do
in
what
the
you
fucking
need to
area.
do. And the funny thing is, a lot of people who, and Derek included, he thought it's only 7 states, but no, Massachusetts was in here.
Well, you gotta
Massachusetts is pretty heavy, and other northern states. I'm not saying it's Massachusetts. Other northern states
Right.
were in the are in this book, and this is the 1940s edition. This
It goes all
book
the way to
went to
70s, right?
1970s, in
What
the
is
70s.
the book?
The Green Book.
The Green Book. 70s.
The Green Book.
To
it
where
was,
you
it was
had
what
to
they used to
use it to find out where you could be safe when you're traveling around the country. So you had the sundown towns, right? Sundown towns ties into this where you had to look at where you could not stay in the Green Book because sundown towns, this wasn't a published thing. This is new. James, what's his name?
James E. Lowe.
James Lowen had to put it out, and you know what I mean. This is
I
a
was like, wow,
great book. It's a great read if you haven't read it. But the Green Book, I want to get more volumes to see how it's changed from 1940, which is this volume, to like 1960, because my father was born in 1945, and growing up, I had to my father. My father did not take us to places because of the segregation and the non-allowance of blacks in the country. So my first time going to Ocean City, Maryland. I'll admit this now. First time going to Ocean City, Maryland. I was a freshman in college and never been there as a kid. And it's not too far away, but it was because my family was not allowed there. Not allowed to go to Ocean City, Maryland, which is a beach town. So the Green Book is something that is very influential, and I'm glad it's being brought back up because Victor Green in 1936 decided to do this, and it was for the what's the opposite of detriment? For the benefit of a group, because we literally could have been killed.
Yeah, you saw it fast.
Could have been killed
Right there.
out there. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's my 2 cents, and I urge everyone to go and just it's on Amazon now. It's about $13-14. It's phenomenal.
selling it.
It's a good read. It's a good read. No, it's definitely a good. It's a good read, and you'll and it might surprise you the town,
I gotta check out the sundown
the
towns
states
for
and
sure.
the cities you see on here. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
So before we go off of
Yes.
whatever subjects we're on now, which I would like to kind of dive into the idea of that, but I want to get into some questions that we had that we brought. Or people who, when you walked in, you kind of had some questions you wanted to ask directly. But I also want you to throw your story out first.
Real quick.
My story. So
I have to wrap it up soon.
Okay, all right. So let's do another like maybe 10, 15 minutes.
quick.
Tell your story, throw some questions out,
You
and then we'll
haven't told a
close.
quick story yet.
Yeah, see, that's why I love Chris, man. Tells me
do
straight
that.
shit. It's always
Yes.
straight shit. It's okay. What was this? No.
Cheers to drinking. Brianna, where's your drink? Wait, Brianna's gonna do it without us again.
Cheers.
I didn't do it without y'all.
Whatever.
I just did
You
it.
left Brian hanging and everything too
driving.
far.
She left me the first time.
You heard that? That was Spanish as fuck.
That was.
So real quick, just real quick story. At my home with my wife and my twins,
Oh no, you're not. I know the story.
we had
No, that's where he was going.
I
so,
thought you might have had another spicy story. Go
so
ahead. This is
a
salacious.
car hit both of our vehicles in the front of our house, right? So I called my wife yells in the house to me, call the police, because the person who was driving the car tried to drive off. I called the police. They asked me for my name, asked me what happened. I give them the information, right? Fast forward to the police officer pulling up. Police officer goes straight to my wife. I'm on the porch, and
Where was your wife?
my wife was in behind the person who hit our car's car, which was in front of both of our cars, and they go straight to her, not to me, because
Well, the reason I asked is-
hold on. But the thing is, I have police officers that are friends, true friends, and like start of the investigation is who made the call. You go to that person first, start the investigation. You go from there. But that did not happen. It went straight to my wife because my wife is what, Derek?
Lighter tone.
Yes.
White.
Awfully light.
Yes, white. So goes to her first. So the police officer is basing the entire investigation off of what my wife is saying when I was the one that made the call. But then as it unravels, I'm looking and they're like, oh, they take her information, the person who hit our car. I go in the car to get our registrations. We have 2 cars. I go in the first car, get the registration, go in the second car, get the registration. As I come out of the second car, I look up and the cop is asking, who is that person? Does he have anything to do with this? With his hand on the gun. And my wife's like, that's my husband. She says it one time. He's like, no, who is that guy? Why is he in that car? Again, with his hand on his gun. Right? So I come, I'm like, these are my cars. That's what I say. These are my cars. You asked for registration. I'm getting my registrations.
Right.
You have already started the investigation the wrong way, but hey, you've already started it, right? So, boom, fast forward. I go back on the porch because I'm like, he is on some other level. I'm not, and it's 3 police officers, mind you. Only one of them did it. Other 2 high-powered police officers were phenomenal. They were, but the thing is, that's where we get in that murky area, and that's where I want to start next round. But he comes onto the porch. My wife comes to the porch with me. He comes to the porch with me. He does not look me in my eye or says nothing to me the entire time.
The one cop.
The one cop.
Wow.
The others are down.
Right.
The one cop says nothing to me. They can't look me in my eye. I'm standing there like, I'm the one that made the report. I started the report.
Right.
You wouldn't be here if I didn't call the
There
police.
was only one guy on scene.
Huh?
And you were the
3.
only guy.
I was the only guy. Only guy on scene. And that kind of showed me that me being a black male in the city of Boston is I'm looked at as a criminal out the gate. Out the gate. No matter what has happened. I called you. You have my name. You didn't take the time to find out who the people were on the scene, which is part of the investigation, right? Any police, any city, anywhere in this country, you got to find out who's on the scene, witnesses, all that.
Right.
You didn't do that, but you assumed that I was
at fault.
at fault, and I was the one that was,
didn't belong.
and I didn't belong there.
So let me do this real quick. Do not speak. I mean this as respectfully as possible.
Wow, come on, mouth.
I can't keep
How,
it quiet.
how do you feel about what that story was, like you were just told? Like,
In front of my house, in front of my home, my home.
I know.
I did the best I could.
He didn't hold it while I told him. Come on.
So like, what?
I'm
like,
supposed
what would
to
you say?
stifle a black guy.
Yes.
In this conversation.
Yes, you're supposed to stifle.
After that story.
Yeah, you
Right.
gotta stifle.
Oh, fuck you.
Yes, you were supposed to.
That shit.
You're going to add into this shit.
It's like,
Add
yo,
to the drama.
stop him. So how do you feel about like what like?
Well, my.
Be honest too. Don't.
Yeah,
don't worry
I
about.
will. No, I'm not gonna lie.
Please be honest. I really want to hear this.
You talking?
I've had many situations.
Take a walk.
I'm sorry. I gotta hear it, though.
Yeah.
I've had many situations where the interaction that I've had with somebody is, I think this person's being racist because I'm not necessarily white or I don't fit into the community or whatever. But at the end of the day, all I can really chalk it up to is my perception of it. I don't know for sure the reason they reacted this way is because they were racist. It's my perception of it. And I might even turn to my wife and be like, I think because I'll do
She
that.
wasn't near me, though. She wasn't near me.
Yeah.
She wasn't near me, so I can't turn her and say that.
I get all of that.
You know what I'm saying? So
And I know that for all the allegorical evidence that you have, it might seem that way, and it might have been true.
allegorical.
Yeah,
That's a
because
good
you're-
word.
No.
No, because
I want to
that's
no.
a very good
No. I need the viewers to know what allegorical means before. You know, that's what I'm saying. Cause explain
It's
what
just
allegorical means.
It's just the experience that you have.
Yes, my experience, not fact,
Yeah.
is what you're saying. But it was
Yeah, yeah.
fact. This is what happened.
Well,
it wasn't my experience. It is fact.
Well, you.
So I like. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're just saying that the reason the cop had his hand on his gun is because you were black. I don't know that.
I'm the
really
only one.
that.
So I'm the
Just
only
like
one
the last
asking
time-
about me.
No, but just like the last time I went
He's
to
not being
Walmart, and I
quiet.
thought,
I'm not gonna do nothing about
I
it.
give up.
Jeez.
the last time I went to Walmart, we were in Arkansas, and I was, if you've ever been to Arkansas, it's
I'm
pretty,
talking about Hyde Park, Massachusetts,
listen.
not Arkansas.
Yeah, in liberal Massachusetts compared to
And I got treated like a criminal when I'm not a criminal.
but that's
no
my point.
record whatsoever.
Okay, hold on.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Fuck! I'm not saying nothing.
Go ahead. Go say
I'm
it.
sorry,
The floor's
I'm
yours.
sorry.
And this happened in Arkansas. I'm at a Walmart, and this lady hasn't asked anybody. I've been in the area for a while. Hasn't asked anybody, how can I help you? And she sees me turn the corner. She goes, how can I help you? But it was just the face and everything, and the way.
It's not what she said, but how she
Yeah,
said it.
exactly.
That's that undertone shit.
And I turned to my wife, and I was just like,
The
why is she
undertones
only
to everything,
asking
bro.
me? And
What is your wife?
she's white.
And she asked you, but not your wife. In
No,
Arkansas.
yeah, exactly. She asked me, not my wife.
So how can I help you?
Yeah, and
Now you gotta get out of my store. What is that? Yeah,
but
so
at
go
the end
ahead.
of the day, all I have is what I think happened, not what actually happened.
But see,
It's
so
not fact.
so I can't compare
It's not
Walmart
facts.
to me looking at a cop grab his
It's
gun
still not
when
facts.
I'm going in front of my house
See,
and
the
grabbing
issue
that.
I have
That is facts. That's
the
facts.
issue I have is that we jumped to the conclusion. I know what
I'm
that
not.
person was thinking.
It's not
I
jumping
know
to
what he was
conclusion.
thinking.
No, so
It's just like, I really don't.
let me forward
I really
this.
Don't.
Let me forward. No, let me forward this. Let me forward this.
Because I'm
So
gonna ask you the same question after,
so-
and I
I figured
just
you were
wanted
gonna.
to.
the
Thanks for that.
Sorry.
this is. I'm glad you said that because I was trying to think the way that you thought. I was like, maybe it wasn't. Maybe he wasn't talking to me. He wasn't. He didn't have his gun and talking directly to me as
No,
I'm grabbing it. But let
was.
me
You
say
said he
that.
was, yeah.
But let me say this.
That's not my
That
point.
that someone in my family came up afterwards, way afterwards. Situation had been diffused. Everything was good. He knew these are my cars. This is my house. Whatever.
Same cop?
No, not the cops are gone. This is cops gone.
Go ahead.
But someone had the same argument that he had.
Oh.
Right.
All cops aren't bad. What do you mean?
I'm not saying they're bad.
No.
That's not what I said.
Let me just say let me see what happened. Oh, that cop, he wasn't doing. He didn't do that. That was. Oh, that's not what happened.
I'm not saying it didn't happen either.
I'm not saying what you said.
he's speaking
I'm
about
speaking
it.
on what happened to me.
Gotcha.
And I need you to realize how that kind of folds down to where what you're saying is where Walmart doesn't matter at this point. Cause we're at Walmart now in front of my house. No cop is there. I'm talking to a person that is close to me
Yeah.
and saying, hey, this is what happened to me. This is what I saw in my own eyes, and my wife saw it in her own eyes. You know what my wife is too? She's white also.
Would have been
Yeah.
interesting.
So she's right there next to him
Yeah.
and sees the same thing. So it's like, okay. So as I say this person tries to argue with me to say all cops aren't bad.
And if there's anything
why are
we've
you
learned tonight,
upset?
it's difficult to argue with him.
It's like why are you upset? You should
Yeah.
be understanding.
Yeah.
All cops aren't bad. But tell me another group of people that are allowed to have bad apples and able to continue on with their careers. Pilots.
No, I'm a liberal.
Doctors.
I'm a conservative
Politicians.
/ libertarian. I think cops are. I mean, I think cops are generally.
They're
good,
important.
but-
They're important.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah.
I shouldn't say they're not. You
Yeah.
said good. No, don't say good.
I-
They're important.
They are
They're
important.
important.
Don't say good.
And they need to be reeled in a little bit because I feel like they're given
Well, that would go
more
well with libertarianism. Let's
responsibilities.
pull back on what's an
Yeah,
actual
they're
law.
given
Right.
more responsibilities than they can handle, and it's not a bad thing.
what's that
It's
thing
like
they
no,
have?
why does a cop have to deal with someone who has a mental illness?
Yeah.
Like no, that he is not
it's
trained to
with
deal
some
with that.
But
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
Some loopy shit. Like,
kids on the spectrum.
Yes.
Deaf people,
Yeah,
all
you
that
don't.
stuff.
They don't know how to deal with them.
Yeah.
So now it's a threat.
So you
no matter
need-
what they do,
so-
it's a threat.
so better
no, I'm
training
saying
no matter
better
what.
training, reform. Not saying when they say defund the police, it's not taking money from them. It's saying demilitarize them and put the funds in the right
Reform
places.
would be a much better
Just
use
reform
of
it. Reform it.
of language.
But
But they
Verbiage
said
or
that, and they
whatever.
still,
Right.
they
No,
still
I'm
hate
just
them.
saying.
Not you.
No,
I'm saying.
but the defund the police thing
Right.
is everywhere.
It's
and,
just like,
and
yo, it's not saying that you
reform
take
them
money from the
and
police.
reform them, not necessarily
They're misrepresenting themselves by
every
saying
police
the
officer.
word
but-
defund rather
but
than
what is
reform.
what is their
Reform, yes.
purview and why are we?
But no,
why do we
defund is
have
not
them
a
do the things they do?
defund is not the wrong term because you have to take the money away from them to put it in the right place.
So
To
why
put in the
not
right
just
place.
say reallocate money?
You can, but most people
I know.
understand reform.
I know what you're saying, but I'm
When you
saying
say
most people-
defund
They
it's
take
almost
away.
the same as saying
You say reallocate,
disband.
they're like, what? Reallocate
Right.
what? What the fuck you talking about? No, reform.
When
Like,
you say
so defund is like, okay,
it's
take
almost,
it away.
It's almost the
Right.
same as saying disband them.
altogether. That's what.
Yeah.
That's
That's
And it's not.
what
You're
it
right,
brings.
yeah, it's
That's
what-
what it brings
okay.
to
what's a
mind.
general
I can see what you're
consensus.
saying.
Now,
I can feel on that. Okay.
now I want you to elaborate on how you feel about that. Then I want to go. Let's at least throw out a question or so each that we
Elaborate how I
wanted
feel on
about what had happened to him. And I want everybody to know. And I kind of feel like you might have been all the way done with what you were
What's your
saying.
reach?
No, that's good. Good job, Mom.
So like, if you were
This has
finished.
been really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
If
that
not,
was-
I'd rather I'd like for you to be able to finish and elaborate on what you were gonna say.
Yeah, I mean, I
It's
just
different. We were
the ultimate
I-
thing is
there's
I
no
don't
feeling.
presume to understand what's going through somebody's head. That's basically it.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's fine, right? So, and I wanted to say this while you guys were talking, but I didn't want to interrupt the dialogue between the
Is
two.
what?
Just because you're concerned about not putting words into someone's head or trying to quantify what they're thinking does not take away from your experience.
Yes.
No matter what. You
Yeah,
know
yeah,
what
yeah.
you saw or felt.
Yeah.
Like he saw the guy's hand on the gun. I don't care why you might, or whoever else might be like, well,
It wasn't that.
I could see
Yeah.
your angle, or maybe that's not what it was. I don't care what perspective you want to have. His actions are only thing we could deal with.
Yeah, but
Yes.
the,
Just like time already. Just like if somebody were to go and punch a baby in the face, right? I'm going super extreme because
You got to. You have to.
because it's kind of
Yeah.
how sometimes it needs to go. There's no taking back. We all can relate. You shouldn't fucking hit anybody, let alone a fucking baby.
yeah.
But once that action is done, there is no saying, "Yo, I can kind of see why."
Yeah.
No, whatever.
No, wait. So-
the difference
Wait a minute.
is
She doesn't get a turn before me.
I was.
What?
the difference is
I was in the
Yeah,
line.
yeah,
go.
I gotta go with him on this one. Yeah,
The
yeah,
different.
yeah.
the difference is I'm saying I can't presume to know what was going in somebody's head, not what he felt.
I'm not asking that. No,
Yeah,
no,
this
no.
is
We're
Not what I
only.
felt. This is
we're
what I
only-
saw.
No, I know exactly.
That's not a feeling.
No. I'm not saying what you saw and the motivate what you think went through his head.
Chris
and
is like, "I'll be damned."
The
When she
reason
starts
that he
talking.
did it is completely different from from the actual
And
thought
that-
going
and
through
that's
his
the
head.
problem.
All right,
That's
wait.
the
You
problem.
don't know what was
wait.
going through his head.
Okay,
That's
hold
the
on.
problem.
Yeah.
You
Look,
have,
you
so
shouldn't
I'm
have-
home with my two cars,
Yeah.
and I'm getting my registration out. What
So-
needs
so-
to go through your head? I
Hold
made
on.
the call.
You don't know.
Hold on,
You
I
time-
don't
made
listen,
the
know.
listen.
call.
Hold on.
I called him there.
Hey,
Yeah,
What
but-
did that have to
but
do?
you don't
Hold
know
on.
why
Look,
he
look.
did-
Okay.
yeah.
So you're saying that the point is you don't know why he drew his gun, right?
Why is she
Or
talking?
why
I don't know.
he didn't
Why
draw
he
his
put-
hand.
But
He put his
hold
right
on.
hand on
Why
his
he
gun.
put his hand on his gun?
Yeah.
So what he felt it was because of his skin color.
Yeah.
But we don't know that for a fact is what you're saying.
Yes. And
So
it could
but
totally be
but
because of that.
but
the issue
you
is he
could
still
agree
put his
you
hand on
could
the gun.
agree that there was nothing violent that was happening for him to have touched his gun
Yeah,
regardless.
Yeah.
So why did that action need to happen?
I don't know. I'm not the guy.
Right,
so
right.
that's what he's
Fair,
saying.
Fair.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What he's saying, he is not trying to
Yeah.
think about what the
The
whatever.
action
I
is
will
wrong.
not let
I-
that go. You
no,
cannot
I-
justify what the police did
No,
in
no.
that shit. No, I feel you. What
Time
I'm saying
out.
is
What I'm saying is, and what you're probably saying
Okay,
is,
go ahead.
all we got is
Go
to
ahead.
go off the
Yeah.
actions that were in front
that
of
we
us.
saw.
That's
What
what
he
he's
said-
saying.
The action,
He's saying the
no.
action was wrong, but he
Right,
cannot
right,
say that it was
right.
because
That's
he
what
was
I'm saying.
racist.
That's-
That's what
yeah.
he was
No,
saying.
I didn't say anything about
No,
race.
he just said
I didn't say I feel
Brian
you.
is
Leave
only
it to the white girl
Right,
to bring up
I know.
racism in the middle of the
I didn't say anything
conversation.
about race. I just thought about the
Brown's like-
situation.
I
Stirring that shit up.
I said police. I didn't say anything about a
Brian-
white, black
Brian-
cop. I said
Brian is
police.
speaking on the
It could have been a
physical,
black
what
cop.
was-
I just said the police.
physical.
That's all I said, right?
Was it a black cop?
It was not, but I didn't bring that up though. I didn't bring it up though. I didn't say that. But you got to be clear with that shit, man. You got to be clear with that shit.
Was it?
I feel what you're saying, but you got to be clear.
Right,
You got to
right,
be
right,
clear
right,
with it
right,
because it's like no.
Right. So, but
What-
in that sense,
All right. Let me chime in. Let's do the questions. because
Right,
I do
right.
have to go.
This shit is fun.
Yeah, do your thing, do your thing.
All
Alright,
right, what
so-
time is it? It's like goddamn.
12.
It's
No,
9:30.
No,
9:40.
like-
9:40.
I'm about
Yeah, I
to
got
die
that
tonight.
on too. When you go on the.
All right. So,
Trying to get me killed.
I
tonight.
agree with both these dudes. I will back up Brian because
How long?
one, perception
how long
is
is reach?
reality, right? Why are you looking at me like that?
Can you
Just
just
think-
stop?
Perception is reality, and you know, if he felt it, then if you felt like this guy could pop off on you, then that's real.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That
And
should be
we
enough.
all need to. We all trust our instincts, right?
See?
So
I like
I
this.
agree with Brian. I also agree that the evidence given by Brian was allegorical, right? We don't know what the cop was thinking, but Brian's instinct told him that this cop might be a little
Squirrely.
Yeah.
twitchy.
yeah.
He's twitchy.
Why
and,
can they be?
and somebody who's twitchy
They shouldn't
and
have that,
has a gun, or it's,
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
somebody's armed and twitchy, you know,
Anybody gonna be like, what the
you know,
fuck?
Yeah,
you
yeah,
definitely
yeah.
got to take a step back and say, you know, this isn't something that's going to end well for me if I push
Right.
up on it.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. And it being a cop, you should never be in that position where you feel I got to back up on this situation because something bad could happen to me.
Right.
And that's the atmosphere we're living in. Right, wrong, or indifferent. That's a whole other debate.
Yes.
It just is
But
what it
I
is
mean,
right now.
I've had interactions with other people, with police, and sometimes you're fine. Sometimes you don't feel that vibe like you're in danger, and sometimes you're like, I don't know what this dude's gonna do, right?
Right.
You know, not the same situation, and not, you know, I'm not trying to compare myself to anybody else's experiences. But when you feel a way, when you feel like something's gonna get shifty, you got to go with that feeling.
Yeah.
You know, you either got to be prepared to defend yourself if that's the only recourse,
That-
or you got to pull yourself away from
Fight-
the situation.
fight or
like
flight,
Brian
right?
said, he pulled himself up onto the porch.
In a sense, right? Yeah.
So again, I agree with Sam that the evidence given in the story was allegorical, but in this atmosphere we're living in, you know, his perception, he has to rely on it. And,
Right.
And no, he likes to shout out, these are the facts, these are the facts. Of course they're the facts, because he's the judge and he's the jury of his experience, right?
Right.
And so those are the facts. And not to denounce your facts, but those facts wouldn't hold up if we were to have it in court.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
Wait, which
Wow.
one?
So,
Which
because,
one?
Wow.
Because it was only
As a-
you saying it.
But as a white man saying that is like hearsay. Like
well, no,
you're
no.
saying what I
and
say is
didn't mean
hearsay.
this. I didn't mean like this
what?
in a criminal, but
But
if
I'm
you
saying
took-
like, but because what I say happened,
Well, no,
happened,
no,
it's
listen.
not fact because I say
no,
it.
no.
If
I'm
you
saying-
said it, it'd be fact all day.
no, that's well. Now you're talking about whether or not there's a racial influence, and that's a whole other debate. Let me
I'm
finish.
just saying.
Let me
But you
finish.
brought it up.
But in a court of law, what's supposed to, you know, count as evidence is something proven that can be.
And I
proven.
had my wife, who's a white woman,
Okay.
as the person
So-
to see it happen.
So
She's the
when
one
I,
that's.
no,
she's the
wait a
one that
minute.
said-
Wait a minute. When I said it was only you, you
I-
didn't
I was-
mention
I
that
was
your
letting-
wife would have
I
backed
was
you
letting you
up.
talk.
Oh, you were letting me talk that
I
time.
was letting you talk the whole time. What the fuck? I
All
had
right,
to
so,
cut you off at the right
so
time.
then you got two witnesses. That's a different story. It's not a he said, she said.
Also, that
It's
lady's
two
there too,
witnesses.
right?
but no,
the
like
guy that
all
and two other police
You
officers.
can't, you
but
can't
you
speak
can't
to what's in his
rely on
head.
them.
But if he
Exactly.
puts his hand on the
All-
gun and he acts
The
aggressively,
only fact we have is what they can corroborate is the evidence in the story.
Right.
When he
So-
showed up, he went to his wife.
Ooh.
He
Yeah.
was on the porch. When he went to the car, he put his hand on his gun
Yes.
and
Right.
asked who this guy is. Those are facts.
Yes.
The motivation for why he put his hand on his gun, we don't know. That's my
So I'm
point.
a criminal. You're saying I'm a criminal.
What?
For him,
No.
no. So
That's
what?
a jump,
What?
dude.
No. What is the reason for him to put the hand on the gun by me going to the
No.
car? That's what I'm
I
saying.
don't know.
He's saying
It's me. You've been dealing with me for the last 3 hours.
I have. He has.
I don't
and
have a
I don't
gun.
know who the guy is.
so.
Oh, gee.
I-
Brianna, please give it to him.
I
Please
like-
give it to Sam. Tell
I
Sam
like-
I'm a law-abiding citizen.
I
in
like the
this goddamn
space
thing,
that
man.
this is in though.
God damn it, man! Why can't I be a law-abiding,
Right,
law-abiding
wait.
citizen?
Before we close
Yeah,
out, before we close out,
This is fun. I have to say,
I love
give me
This was
one.
fun,
Give me a question that you would be okay walking away with, and like that you would want answered before you walk away from this group.
just from this group.
Right. From this group and
All
the
right,
betterment.
well, I'm going to just pose the same question I posed on Facebook that time, and
Okay.
it's because of the political
Debacle.
environment we're in. How does the black community justify supporting Biden and Harris on the ticket? And can they justify that without mentioning the opposite candidate?
I can.
Okay,
I don't.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and I agree, but I have to also say that they have to vote for the important local candidates.
That's where we always
That
go.
is the most important
Local
part.
first, right.
Like the president is not the most important vote that you need to do. Like if we honestly, it is because we don't need Trump for another 4 years. I'm gonna say that whatever.
I said not to say.
But I have to. I'm sorry. But other than that, it's
Right.
putting the right people in the place that can
Impact your
directly
day-to-day.
impact your community.
which is the local
Yes.
election.
And your
Local
day-to-day.
election.
Right.
Local election is very important. So
Okay,
go
so
ahead.
can I
Let me
a
finish.
quick
Wait,
addendum?
wait,
Can I have a quick addendum to that question?
Addendum?
And then I'll stop talking.
Oh, I don't support Biden or Harris, so.
You support Trump too?
No, well, he was thinking. He was.
Too,
He
I
was.
don't support him.
He was saying. So let him
I wanna
answer
hear
at
this
least.
side,
What
that's
do you
what I'm
think the black
Yeah,
community?
I want him to finish the question
Okay.
you had. That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
So yeah.
So I was a Democrat and I was
When? In 1942?
He
I
wasn't
voted
on.
for Obama the first term.
Look at him. Oh.
You're like a little girl.
Go ahead.
I'm just playing.
I'm sorry. I
playing.
voted for Obama the second term. The first term I was not old enough.
Ah, okay.
All right, and I was a Democrat growing up. The issue I had is I started to have a whole bunch of questions with the Democratic Party, and I started to realize there was no room for me having questions in the Democratic Party. It's you're either 100% for this or you're labeled something extreme, right? And so I started to question, okay, the Democrats have been promising minorities for 60 plus years this type of change, and then we start to look at it. You said vote locally. All right, so we start to look at it locally. I mean, Philadelphia, Chicago, St. Louis, Los Angeles, New York, Detroit. I mean, you have all these governors and local officials who have been voting Democrat for unanimously for 60 years, and in each of those situations, what you're getting is Black and Hispanics and Asians just having worse and worse conditions. So it's not working on the presidential level. It's not working on the local level. And what am I left with? And so I'm looking at all these policy issues that I was told, oh, guns are bad. Okay, now I'm living in Indiana. Everybody's having guns, and it's just like, well, they lied to me about that because guns aren't really that bad. What else are they lying to me about? And I'm looking at all these different things, and I'm just like, yeah, the Democrats haven't done anything that they promised for Black people or Hispanics. It's been decades, and they haven't done it.
I can't
Then I
disagree
go-
with you on that shit. I can't disagree with you on that.
Then I go to the Republicans and
Like, no,
partisanship
it's like,
again,
no, the
though.
partisanship
It's like-
right there. Like, we're together on that.
then I go to Republicans, and traditional Republicans are, if not as bad, close to.
Please don't pull it back to Abraham Lincoln days. Please don't go back that far with the Republicans.
I will. Abraham Lincoln.
God damn it.
Abraham Lincoln was a Republican.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Anyways,
yes, I was gonna say finish your thought, and then you can add
he
add
said,
your
He
other
said
part.
not to mention the name he who must not be named, but this person comes in as a non-political figure, and he actually is able to accomplish maybe not exactly everything that we want, but much more than both Republicans and Democrats have promised for minority communities than anybody else has in the past.
Can you name an
Something
example?
right.
Yeah, I mean, he mentioned this in
Something
the last.
that he passed. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he mentioned this in the last debate. Criminal reform.
That was happening in everybody's presidency.
It has
The
not.
criminal-
It-
Go look how many people that were released or what's that other word when you like pardoned and all that through.
yeah, pardon is not criminal reform. I mean,
Well, no, I'm saying, but it all was all part of the with the criminal system and all that. It was changed. They also went and back. That's why I have the issue with Biden with the crime bill. But he likes to fall back on, like you said, he kind of rides the Obama coattail on that. Is that with the crime bill, it locked up a certain type or group of people. Like it had a specific
the way it was
demographic,
structured,
right?
The three strikes law,
Right.
and
But he tries
a felony could be almost created with weight.
Right.
Yeah.
So and so, the criminal reform thing though, what I'll say is because like he also said is that Biden rides Obama's coattail because he likes to say, yeah, I made a mistake and I passed this bill, but we release such and such, and tries to use that as his angle of reform. He did it on the last debate that also happened, and I was like, but wait, that doesn't change the fact that you and whoever else was sitting at a seat, like you said, for however long, still never figured out the way to get something right.
Yeah, and that's my point. I mean,
So-
this guy has done it, and then
He's done what?
Trump has done it. He's
What
done-
Done what?
specifically has he done?
Yeah, you better give some
I just
specifics.
mentioned
And
the criminal
reform.
What criminal reform?
did he do?
So he passed
What
the
did he
criminal-
do?
He
Let him
passed the
say it.
criminal
Come on,
reform. He passed the criminal reform bill, which actually freed a whole bunch of people that had been jailed for
Offensive
no,
felonies.
what do you call these?
Non-violent
Yeah,
crimes.
yeah.
In what state? Like,
Hold on.
Let him finish.
He also
I
mentioned
digress, I digress.
this is important, and I think he brought this up himself. It's the fact that he provided funding for black colleges, predominantly black colleges, for a much longer
False.
time than any other administration has in the
I
past.
haven't
false. I went
True.
to an HBCU. He did not fund any
When did
HBCU.
you go?
When did
When
you
did you
go?
go?
When did I go?
Yeah, you graduated.
University of Maryland Eastern Shore.
No,
What-
no,
When?
you graduated before
When?
Trump
Talking about
was
Trump.
elected.
It doesn't matter. No, he did not.
Oh.
So I have
doesn't
connections at my
matter.
college. No, at my college, I say, hey, did Trump put any money into the account? No.
Listen.
No. So
all right, hold on,
he
hold
can.
on.
The thing about Trump,
We can look into it. I don't
Trump-
know.
Trump talk.
I personally don't know.
Trump talks a lot. Trump talks a lot.
Statistically,
You believe Trump's talk?
lower
Action, bro.
unemployment, black rate, higher wages in general for everybody.
That's what you're doing.
What?
Wait.
Go ahead.
It's
Let
true.
him
It's
say what he's saying.
true.
Let him say. Go
It's
ahead.
true.
Go ahead,
There-
Sam.
there's more black
Prior to the
entrepreneurship.
pandemic.
More
I'm
black
sorry to interrupt. Let me
entrepreneurship.
interrupt just for a second,
Go ahead.
Sam, because
Go ahead.
what he's saying is accurate. Prior to the pandemic, unemployment rates overall were at record lows. And listen, I was interrupting. Now you're interrupting my
Yes,
interruption.
but I'm agreeing. And I'm like, goddamn, you're right.
And black employment, black unemployment was at record lows as well. I'm not a Trump guy. I'm not a Trump supporter. Just to put that out there, but he is accurate. Now that's prior to the pandemic, per
Right,
se,
right. Well, also,
which is
So let's
completely
bring everything in
skewed
because it's
everything.
been 7 to 8 months of this, so you can't not account for it.
Well,
wait,
yeah,
wait,
You
no,
have to account for it at this point. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
but if you're gonna go apples and oranges with
No,
two
app-
political parties, the pandemic would do the same
No,
thing.
that's
to
right,
everyone.
right. I was
Exactly.
gonna say,
But
we can't-
if
we
when
can't
he's
say
in
the
office,
drop.
Right.
in office, you gotta take it. You gotta take on the chin. You gotta take on
Right,
the chin.
right. That's what
They
I'm
won't
saying.
take on the chin
For the
though.
3 years,
let him.
those
I
unemployment
want him
numbers
to
were
let him
true.
elaborate on his thought and his statement. Go ahead, Sam.
No,
Sorry.
I apologize.
I mean, that's basically what I was gonna say.
Right.
I think this is something that the Democrats try to do in both debates and even in the vice president debate, was to say that Trump has given us the worst economy as of right now.
It's not his fault.
But-
If you're saying now, like the
Yeah,
last
but the
7
argument is
months,
the argument is
epidemic.
we had to shut down.
Pandemic. Yes.
Can y'all
okay.
let Sam finish, please? I'm
Right,
sorry.
right, right,
I'm
right.
trying to let him finish his statement. So
We-
I'm ready to come
Yeah.
at him. Let's go. Let's
We're
go.
Well, I want to know
Come
what his
on.
second part of the question was.
I
so
want to
we can
hear
go
him
to
too.
the next
I'm
guy.
ready for all
Go ahead,
of it.
Sam. Go ahead.
Listen.
I know,
I'm listening
that's why I'm
very
saying it.
intently.
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
So-
Sam. Come on.
So we had to shut down because of the pandemic.
Right.
Then the Democrats get to blame it on him and say that the economy right now is because of Trump. But then they state their policies for dealing with the pandemic, and it's more shutdowns. And so it's just like, which one is it? You know, they blame Trump for the economy right now, but their solution for the pandemic is more shutdowns. And so it's like, no, actually, what's happening is, I'm playing devil's advocate. It doesn't matter if it was Donald Trump in president or Hillary Clinton
Or
as
George
president.
Bush.
Right now,
Doesn't matter,
we would
doesn't
be.
matter.
It
Don't
doesn't
matter.
matter.
Skip.
It doesn't matter
It
if
doesn't
it's
matter.
Skipping over. Let's go.
It could be George Bush or Bill Clinton. Right now, we would have shut down.
Or Obama.
Everybody
Don't say his name.
would have had the exact same thing. The economy
Don't you
would have
say- you get
dropped
physical, we get
because
physical.
we went into a shutdown.
Okay.
That's just the reality.
So what I'm saying is,
prior to that, the best economy this country has ever seen.
So we had. Well, okay.
Let him add his second question.
Go ahead,
Please,
Chris.
please,
Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, well, the addendum was
Can beer though before you say that. I'm sorry, you in the wrong spot. God damn it! No, don't get mad at me.
He's like, I guess.
Like maybe I'll give you one.
Appreciate you, man.
so. The question was the Biden thing. How can you support it? Or the addendum was, what can you show me to prove that support? Like what would validate support for that ticket? Those two people who, I mean, Biden's, in my opinion, he's an outright racist. The things he's said in the past, no matter what, you can't say context on some of these quotes that he's done. And Kamala Harris hasn't been a friend to low income or minorities in her position as DA.
Why he starts smiling?
Right? So why? What could you show me to say? Oh, I understand now why the black community would support this ticket. Again, without mentioning Trump.
Right. I'm gonna say the same thing I said the time before. No.
No, I'm listening to you. Go ahead. No.
He doesn't support the ticket. That's what
You don't support what ticket?
Biden and Harris.
I said I didn't support either.
So it was a general
But what I'm
question
saying,
to the
but
community.
but I must say, but I must say, hold on.
Trump either.
Can I say? Can I say that
Right.
you cannot say Joe Biden is a racist and you can't say Trump is not the most racist motherfucker
see, every
on the
time I
goddamn
say-
planet? I had to put that in there. I'm sorry, I don't have a voice, but I'm like, goddamn, you cannot put that in there, bro.
Specifically said without mentioning Trump.
I got
Without
to.
mentioning Trump.
No, you
because
don't.
listen,
You don't.
I agree with you about Trump, but that's not the question.
Well,
the
let's
question
not-
has to be.
Well,
has to be
let's
what
not
does
talk
this
about
ticket
Biden.
provide?
Trump's a racist.
Wait, let me
Okay,
kick
fine.
Let's not talk about Biden. Trump's a racist
Let me
bitch.
kick it this way.
Abraham Lincoln.
It
He's a
don't,
racist bitch too. All are racist bitches.
guys,
He
wait.
ain't free us for real. Get the fuck out of here.
Give me a second.
Let's get with the real history.
It doesn't matter to me. I think I align myself with the thinking of Charlemagne the God,
Don't do that.
Killer Mike.
Don't do that.
Wait,
Killer
wait.
Mike, maybe.
That- I'm saying.
Throw that shit out.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
I'm
before
sorry.
you cut me off?
Yes. Go. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Charlemagne says you never should vote for someone just because of the party, and I'm against the bipartisan bullshit.
Yeah.
All that is saying be on my team.
Okay.
No, I don't need to have any kind of a same thing like with football, like we were talking about earlier. I do not hold any loyalty to an organization that doesn't take care of its people or players. Why the fuck would I keep voting for a party that has not taken care of its people?
Okay.
Rather, if you were Republican or Democratic, Libertarian or whatever. If as a whole you're not taking care of your people, you do not just get my vote. You need something that aligns with what I want done. That's when you might get my vote. I need to see you represent shit that I find a core value. Don't pander to me when it's the last 4 to 6 months.
I agree.
Show me that shit beforehand. That's what I'm saying. And that's why I try to give it the short answer and just say no. But it's like, no, I can't do that because, like you said, say it without saying Trump. If we're not able to do that, it looks bad on the argument or the part of, like he said, he wants to know what some black people are thinking. I can say it without saying Trump.
Can I just say something?
But can you imagine 4 more years of this?
You want to say something?
What we're doing?
I think
Can I just say
Biden
something?
is give us 4 more years
Oh,
of the
God.
same.
4 more years of this? I don't feel like
Can you mute Sam, please?
he's not telling people to stand back and
Tell me
stand
that
by.
wasn't the most racist
Biden's not
statement.
telling people to stand back and stand by. Straight up. Tell me
Biden's
that
not
Biden's
telling
telling somebody to
anybody
stand back.
anything.
Okay,
Biden-
I'm willing to do that.
Biden has
Except for telling
historically-
heavily armed militias to stand back and stand by. That is not okay. Like anyone that is okay with that and is fucking supporting
Supporting
that,
it, yeah.
I understand. Like I know where you stand,
Right.
And I can't fuck with you. I can't go there.
I'm gonna give you guys 5 minutes to start wrapping up.
Right.
All right,
If
so-
you gotta go to
Question.
bed.
So-
what would you want to walk away from this?
Well, he hasn't answered his question.
It was his question. We answered it.
He
He can't.
It was his question. We answered.
He can't answer. He
What was the
can't
question?
answer the question, but he
What was the
did answer
What was the
for
question?
himself.
What was the question?
Is there what could you as the black community, what could they point to for the Biden-Harris ticket as a reason to vote for them without saying
Okay,
Trump? But he couldn't.
So I'll say this.
He gave his
I'll say this.
personal opinion.
So I'll say this. I'll say this that it is again asked of the black community to answer a question that needs to be answered by the Caucasian community.
Bro,
Like, you can't ask
Bro.
me to answer a question that needs to be answered by you because
No,
you
no.
need.
Wait. His question was
what are you
that
talking about?
he was saying how like why did technically why the Democrats are just kind of like
Assuming
they know
the
we
black
got our
vote.
You don't feel like that?
No,
It's like that?
I
And
definitely
certain-
agree.
it-
I think
Okay.
sometimes you
And
just want to
certain-
disagree with me.
Right, you're the problem.
Sometimes
no,
it is
no,
that.
you're the
Yeah.
problem.
Well, that's
And I
okay.
said that earlier, but you guys ignoring it. The fuck?
No.
I said it earlier,
Right.
and he's ignoring it. But okay, whatever.
All right,
That's
all
okay.
right.
But I love Chris. It's my brother all day.
Appreciate that, man.
We can agree to disagree, and it's all good. And Sam, this dude is intellectual. He can speak. I'm looking forward to speaking more with him. Looking forward to speaking more with him. Yeah.
So Brian, give me quick question that you would want to walk away with answered
Honestly,
from your counterpart of any sort, be it maybe through views,
Honestly,
through race, whatever.
how
Why are you pointing at me when you
listen
say race?
how
you're
can
the white delegate right now.
how can
Well,
both
he's
of
a
you
different race.
how
But they
can both
disagree
of
with
you
Go ahead.
spread the word of equality to others?
How can we spread the word of equality?
You specifically, how would you? How could or would?
To others, just you.
How could or would?
Well,
How?
two things. One, I'm not going to go out of my way to teach an ignorant person to not be ignorant. But if I encounter ignorance, then I will correct it.
From who?
I spread
From
it
who?
from whoever's being ignorant.
No. We got to specify. That
Abraham
part.
Lincoln. I don't know.
No, Abraham Lincoln. No. Not Abraham Lincoln. No.
So
I need some specification because it is important. The specification is important. Who are you going? If someone comes with you with some ignorance, who is the ignorant motherfucker that you're gonna say? You know what? That's not right.
But it's not always white people.
What are you
I didn't
talking
say
about?
that.
Anybody who's ignorant. Anybody who's acting ignorant,
But
whether it's
don't
being
give him
racism,
answers. Don't give him the
Whether-
answer.
whether it's being racist, sexist,
Let him answer, let him answer, let him answer.
I'm
anything
saying, look,
like that,
Right.
homophobic. Like
Right.
I don't.
All
I'm
you
not
had-
gonna
look,
stand
listen,
around
listen.
and let somebody
Yes.
who's acting ignorant in
Okay.
any of those or any other ways.
Isn't
like,
that an easy
infect
answer?
my space
But
with
that was a tough
I'm
answer.
gonna
For
correct
easy
that.
answer, right? Sam, come on. That was an easy
No,
answer for a tough
no, no.
answer.
You
No,
had an
I said
answer-
I left it
you had
wide
an
open.
answer
I
in
didn't.
your head,
I left it
and when
wide
I didn't
open.
say it,
I
you
left
were
it
like,
wide
oh,
open.
oh,
I
oh.
said, hey,
All
who?
right.
Like,
So
I
the
said
way
wide
he
open.
would do it like he said, he's not gonna go out of his way to correct someone else's ignorance, but when it's blatant, he will do his part.
Why does that have to be blatant? It should be at all times.
No,
but go, Sam. I
wait,
want to hear
wait,
your
why
I'm
is
gonna
Sam.
seek people out.
I was gonna say why is
You're
it?
not gonna like my answer.
I don't. Maybe I
He
won't, but
doesn't-
I want to
Alright,
hear
give me
it.
the
I
question
want to
again.
hear
Give
it.
me the
Give me the
question
question. I don't want to
again.
like it. I'm gonna. Huh?
Give me the question again.
What are you going to do to make sure? Damn, I don't know.
What are you gonna do to combat?
What are you going
to spread equality?
To spread
How
Yeah,
are you?
yeah.
What are you going to do to spread equality in your community? Like, go.
We both did this. Equality. That was the word. Go. Equality. I was like, damn, I couldn't think of the fucking word too. I was like,
I think the most I can do is just have the conversation with the people around me. But I'm honestly, my concern is not so much with equality. I'm a single issue voter, and the single issue is freedom, in my opinion. Not equality. And the reason I think that's most important is when we seek equality, you actually end up finding inequality in the process.
Okay.
When
When you seek freedom, what do you find?
when you see freedom, you find inequality, but the opportunity for people to make their own personal choices and get to places if they really want to get there. That in order for you to achieve that, there has to be some equity in the law, and if the end result is equal results, we get a whole bunch of inequality, or the equality of poverty in the
Equality of
process.
opportunity, not equality of outcome.
Yeah, and I think what happens when people talk
No.
about equality, they don't make that distinction. It happens a lot.
so you like.
There's
you
no
But
distinction of-
why are we putting a distinction on equality? Equality is equality, not equality of law or equality of this. It's equality for man. So why are we putting a specific distinction on it?
Because it has to be. You
It
can't-
doesn't. No,
No,
we're
you
human.
can't guarantee everybody a trophy.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
ain't equality is a
Exactly.
trophy.
Equality.
A white man said that. You hear
Listen
that?
to me. Listen to me.
You heard
Stop
it.
it.
You heard it.
Listen to me. If
Equality is a
you want to hear me, or
trophy.
you want to keep yelling?
Come
about it?
on, bro.
Equality of opportunity. What does that mean? Everybody's on the same playing field. Everybody's at
But
the
we're
same
not.
level.
But we're not.
That's not what the question was. That's what he
Right.
wants to see in
Right.
freedom.
He said
is
he-
equality of opportunity.
he said
I'm paraphrasing
freedom.
him.
Yeah.
But then you said
Well,
no,
the thing
equality
is-
has to be at all. And equality
At the same
isn't at
thing,
all.
the
If you say equality of outcome, that means that Derek can work his ass off and
Yeah.
Sam doesn't have to do shit, but they're both going to get the same results.
Listen,
and that is unfair.
I don't want
no. Wow.
obstacles in your way if you're a white person or if you're a black person. The goal is freedom, not equality. It's you have the freedom without any obstacles as a white person, and you have the freedom without any obstacles as a black person or whatever.
What about the
gay,
Spanish?
homosexual,
Oh,
Spanish,
Hispanic, whatever.
I'm being an asshole. I'm like, what about the Spanish folk?
Now, if at the end there is an equality, you should be able to say it's up to me. Here's the reality: I don't want to work 80-hour weeks. I don't want to be a CEO of a company. I want to spend more time with my wife, and when I have kids, I want to spend more time with my kids. There's
you're
some people out there.
Nasty. Hey. No.
There are some people out there that are willing to, sacrifice family so that they can work that long, and make the money. That's just not me.
Yeah.
And I want people to be able to make that choice. That I think is more important than seeking.
That's admirable and ideal.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And or like ideology. I always go back to where we were as people. We were able to work 40 hours and survive. We can go and pay for our house. We can feed our family.
When
off
was that?
of one.
When was that?
When the,
Everybody could do that.
when the factories were in the inner cities before deindustrialization process.
Okay. Yes.
We were able to do that.
Thank you. Yes.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But like,
But was equality there during that time?
right now that's.
I said then. I didn't say right
No,
now. I said then.
what I'm saying for this
In the time
conversation,
that you're talking about.
I don't want to keep going off of these riffs right now. What you
What
asked
you're
him?
saying.
What you asked him? He gave you his response. He said you
Yes.
might not like it. We could live with that, right? We could all live in that space, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm going on what you said.
But what he said right now was that his upfront battle isn't inequality. It's freedom as a whole. But within freedom, once you get freedom for everybody, meaning like he said, the freedom through because you work your ass off, you should get the pay you deserve. It doesn't matter if the guy who's your counterpart of whatever sort, race, or whatever, the pay should show because of your work ethic and what you can put forward.
Exactly.
So what's the
Hey.
other part of freedom now? So
Wait,
just
let me finish.
So, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Once we get there,
Uh-huh.
it's easier to see and pick off that inequality. Because once we're all making the money for how hard you work, rather than
Based off performance. You're
based off,
on performance.
yeah, it's
yes.
merit,
Okay.
right?
Merit.
Base me off my merit,
yeah.
not
Merit.
my
Performance,
whatever.
yes.
Right?
I feel you.
That's why I say I find solace in your words and your thought process there.
Yeah, I can get with that.
What for me, like, and I'm the same thing is that, the inequality thing will always be an underlying issue, and again, it's gonna have in your thought process, it's gonna have to take a back seat for whatever sense, right? And I wish we had more time because, like, I would love to talk about how we had movements throughout history for civil rights and all that stuff. Maybe we can do a part 2 at some point, whenever.
I would like
It'd be
that.
great.
Yeah.
But
This will be good. I think. Yeah.
I feel like
I like that.
even through it all, we worked through our kinks and whatever was happening. I want to know your question that you would like to ask us. I don't give a fuck how. You might think we were like, oh damn, what, like, or out there, or whatever. Ask that tough question, be it politically, religious, whatever. I want you to ask a question that you would want to hear specifically from us. After having this conversation or the sit down.
I honestly hadn't thought about it. I think I probably asked it during the conversation, which is there any room for you to say America has evolved? Because from my perspective, I always view
Is
this
the word evolved or grew or grow? Like you grow, what's
grow
like growth,
or maybe
you know?
evolve
Or
because
great again.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah, let's say,
because I mean think about it. I usually
Sorry.
I usually think about it from a marriage perspective. Like Hey, like you're married, right? And you're married.
Me? No, I'm not married.
He said, do not play that way. I'm married, yes. I am married.
you're
Yes.
not
married. I'm not married.
Don't
Alright,
put it
but
over there. He
you're
said,
in a
don't put those
relationship.
vibes
Right,
that
right,
way.
right.
Don't
Are
put
you
those vibes that way.
No.
All right.
I'm divorced. Thanks for
I'm
bringing
married.
that up.
Yeah, thanks. He's like, stop. I'm married. I tried to give it to him. I said, I'm married. I'm married. Stop there. Stop there. Hey,
say something.
I'm married. He's not. Let's go. You see how I tried to ride him? Nope, he ain't want to go with him. Okay. I try to keep it smooth. Okay.
So your
Brian's
wife,
like, I am.
I'm married. I got you. He's like, no. I want to
Good.
Oh, you want to tell him? Okay. I got you here.
so you're in this relationship and your wife, your girlfriend tells you, hey, this is what you need to improve on, right?
Uh-huh.
And because that's what they do.
Uh-huh.
And
yes.
They do that.
Yes.
and you do it, and then she doesn't appreciate that you do it, and then you're continuously, perpetually bitter that there's no improvement happening. And so, and that's my question. Is
Yes.
like, is there no room for growth? No room for you to say, I feel like this America is becoming more of my America. The people who at one point saw me outside of American are wanting to include me in this. Is there room for that, or are we still 1921 Tulsa, Oklahoma? Like,
So I
Was
have
that
to,
the year? Don't play with me.
it was May 31st, 1921.
91. Okay.
Yes.
May,
But
May
that
31st?
had nothing to do with what he was saying. But okay,
Go ahead,
I'm gonna go. So
no. Go ahead. Sorry.
I have to agree with you because I feel like my wife and I are going through that now, where it's like we're trying to figure out, like, are we evolving? And it's like, yes, we are evolving. You know what I mean? We're both dealing with our situations. We 2 kids. We have twins. So, yes, I feel like the country can evolve, but for folks who want to evolve, you have to want to it. You have to want it, and you have to be willing to evolve. You can't be stuck in your ways, because evolution does not happen for folks who are stuck in their ways. And I feel like a lot of this country, they're stuck in their past views, and it's like, come on. Let's grow up and see.
How past? Because my question
I said,
is, have they? Do you feel a little bit more like...
Let's say the goddamn Confederate flag. Like, grow up. Like, know where that came from. No one wants to acknowledge where that flag came from. It started from the Ku Klux Klan being re-energized in this country after the Civil War. But they don't want to say... NASCAR wants to put it down. They said, we're banning it. And people are like, oh, man, NASCAR, blah. No, it's like, no. The history of it is negative. It is a negative connotation all day.
And they lost.
And they lost.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
And they lost.
Right.
So it's like, no. So we can improve, but how can we improve when people want to keep pulling people down and keep degrading people? We can be on opposite sides of the goddamn table, but you as a human being, you do not agree with pulling someone else down because of the color of their fucking skin. You don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Don't speak for me.
No one here agrees with that. Derek agrees with that 10 times because he said that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is you don't agree with that, and that's where we need to be as a people.
Yeah.
To say you are allowed to have your views as the conservative right. I have my or Chris has his views as a conservative left.
What?
Conservative left. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
You shouldn't label people.
We should be allowed to not have labels and to be able to practice what we believe and not be put into a category.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I know you feel like you put in a category every fucking day because of what you believe, and it shouldn't be. Why can't you believe what you believe and we all accept it? Like I accept you. Like I respect you as a person.
Yeah.
You have spit nothing but facts tonight, and I enjoyed this conversation. I have to say, I enjoyed the conversation with you.
I won't say all
And
facts.
I don't care what he says.
There was a lot of
I don't care what
belief
he says,
thrown in there.
But I have to say,
Yeah.
you have it. But when something
to feel a
was
little
something
left out.
different, you said, you know what?
Where's my love, Brian?
I understand. I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
That's all that
You're
I
not
ask.
gonna give me love because I'm white?
Just to try to
Is it a
make
white
effort
thing?
to see where I'm coming
It's
from.
'cause of
That's
Abraham.
all I ask for. You don't have to agree with me. God damn you.
Is it sympathize or empathize? What's the word I'm looking for? Sympathize?
I'm done.
Empathize.
No,
Empathize
saying
with somebody?
that The point of this was
Right.
you don't have to agree with everything. You
Yes.
don't have to convert
You don't need
your
to be
beliefs,
sorry either.
Racism
Right.
solved, baby.
but you
We
need to
solved it.
We
listen.
solved it. See what I'm saying?
Just
Just 2
yell.
hours, but it did.
What
it.
was the
Did it.
answer?
Yell.
Abraham Lincoln.
Oh.
I'm sorry, man.
I didn't know you were Abraham Lincoln. What the fuck?
Everybody's had their questions.
Yes, everybody got
I'm
the
not
question.
kidding.
Derek didn't
No,
get his question.
wait. Did you answer, Sam's?
Yeah. Oh, he did. I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah.
No,
Right.
somebody monopolized the conversation.
Let's try and go real quick off of this.
The tea.
I agree with. I think Sam and I agree on a lot of points. Considering
that surprises me.
considering how like diametrically opposite we are in terms of religion, in
Right.
terms, well, maybe not so much in terms of politics. I'm more libertarian. I think he's mentioned that a couple times, but I think there's growth. But I think Brian's right. I mean, people gotta want it, and
yeah.
it can't be just it's everybody. It's not just one group of people gotta want the change
as a general
because
collective, right?
yeah,
have
because
to.
you got to want to see the future, and what is that future? And if we see, I've seen things in the news where people of color now want to introduce segregation in colleges again, and have their own spots.
What?
Yeah, like
Googling.
black only areas and stuff like that.
Oh, I'm googling.
You
Never
got
read
Google.
that. Harvard. Harvard.
So, all right, so
black only dorms and
right. So
graduation.
to me, that's a step.
No,
that's a
sir.
huge step back.
Man, that's a
So
huge
you gotta,
step
we
back.
gotta,
Nah, bruh.
we all
love
gonna
each
want
other
the
as
change,
us.
like
Yeah,
Brian said.
yeah.
But it can't be just one side wants
Yes.
that change,
Yes.
and that change has to be, for lack of a better term, full integration. We are Americans, and that's the end of the descriptor. That's what we need,
Right.
and to
gonna tell him you love him?
appease Brian.
I love you said that.
To appease Brian's,
American. I'm not a African-American.
anger
I'm
and
American.
his sense of history, which is justified. He talks a lot about acknowledging the stuff that's happened, and we definitely have to do that.
Okay.
In order,
Yeah.
you can't say, I think I broke my leg. It'll heal sooner or later. No, you
saw
got to
it, bro.
look at it and see what happened,
Right.
and then you
Before
got to
start
fix
walking
it.
again, yeah.
Right.
You
gotta
know, so
walk
you
again.
gotta examine that injury before you can just assume, or else you're gonna be
It'll
walking
be
with a
okay.
fucking limp the
Right.
whole time.
Right.
I like it.
For me, real quick, off of what your question was, can you read that real quick?
Yeah, like has there been any involvement
Oh, right.
for
Okay.
race relations or whatever? Just,
So what I'll say is the short answer. There's been growth, right? But to go back off what I said before is that we can say that there's growth, but like the problem to me is that we're always going to be from behind the buck, and we need to move stronger, faster, and these jumps we make have to be bigger. And like they both said, only way we achieve that is through not unanimous, but damn near the whole collective moving forward and wanting us all to be a people, right? And this is coming from someone who, even like now, I don't feel like the word like patriotic and American are not words I use a vocabulary to describe myself. I don't feel any kind of an American pride of any sort. And my grandfather served. Actually both of my grandfathers served. One of my granddaddies lost the nuts for this country.
His nuts.
He lost the nut, one, and still had like mad kids. But anyways,
Dang.
by saying
Those
that,
are all left-handed kids.
my dad is left-handed. I don't know about the rest of them. Oh shit, 2 or 3 of them might be. You might be right.
Not.
Shit. He was a paratrooper and got like shot in the ball. But anyways,
Ow.
yeah. I want to say before we go, I appreciate you all. I love you all for who you are as a man and as people.
Schedule another one.
I'd love to schedule another one. No pressure.
Yeah,
when we
respect.
can. Through Zoom or whatever it has to be. My question.
I like coming in.
My question to all you guys is. It's not even a question. It's more of a request. I just want you guys to continue to be honest, be y'all to the utmost degree you can, and take
The
this
host right there.
take this conversation from this table and bring it to the next table, so that it goes to the next table and it goes to the next table, and be passionate, be loud. If you feel that that's how it needs to be, let it be that, and you be true to yourself, be true to yourself, be true to yourself, regardless of how people feel in the room, right?
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like that whole the pressure on what is it, coal that makes the diamond or whatever, right?
That pressure.
Hey, that pressure of being
Pressure
uncomfortable,
makes beautiful things.
right? That's what we got to do. That diamond in the rough, as it is. And with that, This has been another successful installment of the With All Respect podcast. We appreciate you all. Good night.